Podium Audio presents The Problem with Falling, Book 3 of the Problem series, written by Brittainy Cherry, performed by Ore Nash and Ryan West.
Prologue. Willow. 10 years old, Honey Creek, Illinois, May. It was Chicken Patty Thursday at school. Chicken Patty Thursdays were my favorite days because the lunch lady always gave us cheesy Bosco sticks too. She'd give me an extra one because I once told her that I liked her hairnet and thought she had pretty green eyes. My eyes were brown, so I always thought they were boring. Not a lot of people had green ones. If I could ever be born again, I want green ones.
All right, class, we are going to head to the cafeteria for lunch featuring some special guests,
Mrs. Robinson announced as she stood from her desk. We all lined up, and I was able to be the line leader. Whenever a person was a line leader, you got an extra star to put on your desk name tag, and I had so many stickers that I wasn't sure I even had space for another star. Daddy said I was good at getting the stars because I was a star. But that was just because Daddy thought my sisters and I were the brightest stars in the whole wide world. As we walked to the cafeteria, my best friend Anna kept going on and on about how she thought dolphins were the best animals ever, and I listened to everything she said because that was what best friends did. Do you think when we get older we can get a baby dolphin as a pet? Anna asked me as she pulled her hair back into a ponytail using the pink scrunchie I gave her last week for her birthday. It had a little dolphin charm on it, too. I called her Fins because of her love for dolphins, and she called me Otto because of my love for otters. We can, and we'll buy a house by the water so we can have otters, too, I said. Anna and I had pretty much everything in common, and a few months ago we decided that instead of getting married and having kids, we'd build 2 houses next to each other and raise animals after we spent most of our lives traveling the world. Ricky, the jerk, in our class, said we'd grow up to be lonely cat ladies, but I didn't think people could be alone if they had cats. Besides, animals were nicer than people most of the time. People made me cry sometimes. Animals never did. Except for Miss Hollows's dog, Mikey, who bit my ankle when I was running down the street. Then again, it wasn't Mikey's fault. He was just a little too excited. I'd been too excited before, too, to the point where I cried. Maybe humans cried when too excited and animals bit? We all had our things. My oldest sister, Avery, didn't cry ever, though. She was tougher than me and my other sister, Yara. Once, I heard Daddy tell Avery that it was okay to cry sometimes. She told him he was wrong. Maybe I cried enough for us both. Avery always said I was a crybaby, but that was the thing about my heart. It felt a lot of everything all the time, no matter how I tried to stop it from feeling big in little things. The moment my class stepped into the cafeteria, my feet froze. Everyone behind me in line started to dash past me with big smiles on their faces as they rushed over to the surprises sitting in this space already. My tummy hurt as my eyes stung with tears welling up. I gripped the sleeve of my shirt and held it tight in the palm of my hand as I looked around at the space. Even Fins had sprinted off toward her mama and hugged her tightly. She did look back at me with a sad face and waved me over to join them, but I didn't want to. Mrs. Lane frowned toward me before quickly looking away. She must have still been upset with me from when I dared Anna to climb a tree, and she ended up falling out of it. She got 3 stitches from that. I felt pretty bad, and Mrs. Lane gave me a good talking to, telling me I was too rowdy with her Anna. Sometimes she scolded me like a mama, but she wasn't my mama. I didn't have one of those. Before I could turn to Mrs. Robinson to ask if I could go to the bathroom so I could cry alone, I looked toward my left, and I saw Daddy standing there with a bouquet and a pink bow tie on. Daddy hated pink, but I figured he wore it for me because I gave it to him as a gift last Christmas. That made me want to cry, too. I dashed over to him and wrapped my arms around him. I didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it. How could I be both happy and sad at the same time? How could my tears mean more than one thing at the very same moment? How could I be so happy to have a daddy and so sad not to have a mama? I hated Mother's Day.
It's okay, Willow. You're okay.
Daddy swore as he wrapped me tightly in his arms. He let me cry into his shirt as I held him as if I were holding heaven. I couldn't stop sobbing, but he let me cry. He always held me and let me cry. He pulled me back and kneeled down in front of me. He wiped my tears and combed my messy light brown curls behind my ears.
You want to play hooky and skip the rest of the day?
He asked. I cried some more and nodded.
Okay.
He agreed, lifting me into his arms. I rested my head against his neck and closed my eyes as he walked over to Mrs. Robinson and told her he'd be taking me out of school that day for a mental health day. He kissed my cheek and walked us out of the school building.
You know how big my love is for you, little bird.
He whispered as he opened the back door of his truck for me and placed me inside. Bigger than the sky, I said.
And deeper than the sea,
he replied, kissing my forehead. He closed my door and climbed into the driver's seat. Before he drove off, I called out to him, Daddy?
Yes, sweetheart.
I like your bow tie. He smiled through the rearview mirror at me and nodded once.
Thanks, baby girl. I like it too. And I know today was hard for you, and I know you're feeling a lot of feelings. But do you know what you're gonna be?
What?
Okay, Willow Rose. You're going to be okay.
I took a breath and kept wiping my tears as I echoed his words. Okay. I'm gonna be okay.
Theo, 12 years old, Weston Lake, Wisconsin, August. But I don't want to stay with Papa and Grandma, I told Mom as she dragged me by my arm over to my grandparents' house with my suitcase. I'd tripped over my feet a few times, feeling unstable from the quick pace that we traveled. Whenever I'd trip, Mom ordered me to stop being a child and walk like a normal person, yet she yanked me so hard that it was almost impossible to walk normally. Plus, it was dark outside. I hated the dark. It was my biggest fear. I felt like the trees and their shadows were haunting me as we moved through them. Plus, the sounds of the forest at night made everything feel scarier. I gripped the handle of my suitcase tighter. The only time I'd ever used my suitcase was when Papa would take me on fishing trips to different lakes in Wisconsin. We'd travel somewhere new every summer to fish on as many lakes as possible. I'd always pack my favorite books, and Papa would pack his favorite cigars. We weren't going on a fishing trip that evening, though. Mom was mad at me. I could tell by how she dragged me through the forested area to get to Papa and Grandma's house. Sometimes it felt like no matter what I did, she'd end up mad at me. All I wanted to do was make her happy, though. Why couldn't I make her happy? "I don't care, Theo," she said with tears in her eyes. It felt like she was always crying, and I hated that she'd always cried. All I wanted was for her to be okay. All I wanted was for us to be okay. Yet it seemed whenever I'd try to do the right thing, I'd end up making her sad. I tried my best not to do anything to upset her. I'd do my chores and get good grades. I'd pick her wildflowers from the woods and leave them on her nightstand. I listened to her favorite songs. Sometimes I'd see what books she was reading, so I'd read them too so we'd have something in common. I'd tell her I'd love her. She'd never say she loved me, too. She'd just say I looked too much like my dad. I never knew him, but I resented the fact that I looked anything like the man who'd hurt Mom. I wished I looked more like her than him. Maybe she would have loved me more. When we made it to my grandparents' house, Grandma came outside, flipping on the front porch light. "What's going on, Christina?" she asked Mom, concern in her eyes. The way I had physical traits of my father that I'd never known was the same way Mom looked like Grandma. The only thing I could see that we had in common were our eyes. The blue eyes ran deep within our bloodline. "I'm leaving," Mom said, standing straight with her chest puffed out. Papa came from the backyard with a stack of wood in his arms. "What's going on?" he questioned, echoing Grandma's words. "I can't do this anymore. I don't want him," Mom said, tears falling down her cheeks. "I hate him," she swore. The him was me. She hated me. "Stop that right now," Papa ordered, his nose scrunched up as he walked over to me and took my hand into his. "Don't speak like that in front of Theo. He should know. I hate him, I hate him, I hate him," she sobbed. She turned toward me and narrowed her eyes. "You ruined my life. Everything good I've ever had was ruined the day you were born," she said. My chest burned, and I felt as if I was seconds away from vomiting. I cried, feeling my whole body start to shake as my stomach sat in knots. I needed to use the bathroom. I needed to throw up. I needed Mom to love me. Why doesn't she love me? How could I have been a better son? Papa shook his head as he pulled me behind him. He stood straight and puffed his chest out toward my mother. "Don't you ever speak to that boy like that again, or you'll never speak to him again." "Good," Mom said. "I never want to speak to him. I wish I'd never had him." She spat toward my feet, with nothing but darkness in her eyes. "I won't keep him around this. Deal with Christina. I'll look after Theo," Papa said to Grandma before he pulled me around to the back of the house. Papa stayed close to my side as we stood on the dock behind his house, looking out toward the lake for a long time. The sky was fast asleep. Papa and Grandma's house was quiet. It wasn't quite an hour or so ago when my mother decided she didn't want to be my mother anymore. She was running off with some guy who had a motorcycle because I was the kid she never really wanted. Papa and Grandma yelled at Mom and begged her to stay. They said how much I needed her, and they were right. I loved my grandparents, but I needed my mom, too. It just seemed as if she didn't need me back. Grandma always said it wasn't Mom who said hurtful things to me, but it was the kind of drugs she used that made her not be herself. She and Papa always tried to make me feel better about Mom not being nice to me. Sure, she loved me, but she didn't like me very much. I often felt as if she only loved me because society said she had to. After Mom yelled back that she should have had an abortion, I felt my heart break. I didn't know anyone could actually feel a heart break, but I felt it in my chest, the tightness that appeared. I heard a motorcycle pull off, and I was certain Mom was on the back of it. I kept biting the inside of my cheek to the point that I could taste my own blood. I didn't care. I didn't care about much of anything anymore. Every few minutes, Papa would squeeze my hand, almost as if he were reminding me to breathe. I didn't know I could forget to breathe until God gave me a mom who didn't want me. "It's all right, Theo. We're gonna be all right," Papa said, his voice deep and raspy from all the cigarettes and cigars he'd smoked. He hadn't lit one in a few hours, but I could still smell the scent imprinted on his clothes. I used to hate it. Now the smell reminded me of home. "You boys need to come back inside," Grandma called as she walked down a few of the steps on the back porch. She didn't reach the bottom, but she waved us over. Grandma loved a lot of things in life, but makeup was her favorite pastime. That afternoon, she didn't wear a drop of it. "We'll be just a minute," Papa shouted back toward her. "Make it less than that," she ordered before she headed back inside. Papa squeezed my hand once more. "Breathe." I took a breath. "I don't want to go back in there," I softly said, stumbling over my words. That was another thing my mom hated about me, the way I stuttered. "Yeah, me either," Papa agreed as he brushed his hand against his white beard. Last year, some kids in our small town once confused Papa for Santa Claus and asked if they could sit on his lap. He let them, and they told him what they wanted for Christmas. He made sure each of those kids got the exact gift that they requested, too. That was who Papa was, though. In many ways, he was Santa Claus, and whenever I'd come to his and Grandma's house, it felt like being at Santa's workshop. There were always cookies, love, and any gift I could ever want. Papa slid his hands into the pockets of his slacks. He stared out at the water and said, "So let's not go back in there." I looked up toward him, confused. "But Grandma will be all right for a bit of time. She'll know where we are." "Where are we going?" He nodded his head toward his fishing boat. "I caught some bluegills and perch last week on the lake. Figured we could go out there. Then I can make you a fish fry afterward." I smiled a little. I didn't know I still knew how to do that. "What do you say, Theo? Want to go fishing with me?" he asked. I nodded, and we headed off to his boat. After I collected our fishing poles from his shed, I climbed into the boat, and Papa followed me, holding a pole in his hand. He untied the boat from the dock, then took the steering wheel, and away we went. We didn't talk as we chopped through the waves with water splashing against my face. We didn't talk when we stopped the boat to start fishing either. I was fine not talking. I liked fishing at night with the quietness. My eyes started getting teary, but I tried my best to play it off as if I got some lake water in my eyes. I kept rubbing them as I sniffled, but Papa didn't call me out on my emotions. He just let me feel what I needed to feel. We fished for hours, until the sky fell completely asleep, and then we fished some more. We caught 14 bluegills and 6 perch. Papa said he was proud of me, but he would have been proud of me no matter if I caught a fish or not. When we returned to the house, we cleaned the fish, and he cooked me a fish fry at 2 a.m. Grandma woke up and ate the fish fry with us, and then she kissed my forehead, cleaned up the kitchen, and said good night. Papa sent me to bed, and I asked if I could keep the light on. Lately, I didn't like sleeping in the dark. I didn't feel safe in the darkness. He said yes and pulled up a chair beside my bed. "I think I'll stay here till you're asleep," he told me. "It's okay. I'm okay." "No," he said, "you're not. And that's okay." He held his hand out toward me, and I placed mine in his. "And it's okay to cry. I cry, too." The tears came back. I didn't feel like much of a man crying again, but Papa cried too, and he was the manliest man I'd ever known. He fished, chopped wood, and cried sometimes too. That made me feel a little bit better, even though my heart was still sad. "Hey, Papa." "Yes, Theo." "You can turn off the light tonight if you're going to stay in here with me." "All right." He shut off the light, then came back and held my hand again. I was still sad. I wanted Mom to come back, but I had a strong feeling she wouldn't. I never knew my father, and I was almost certain I'd never know my mother again, too. That made me extra sad. But I also had my grandparents. Molly and Harry Langford, who were my very best friends. I didn't have a lot of friends because of how I stuttered and tripped over words sometimes. I was also a little chubby and short. A lot of kids my age bullied me for how I looked and talked, so after a while I stopped trying to make friends. Instead, I just liked to fish with Papa. Sometimes I'd help Grandma make the sourdough bread they'd sell at the farmer's market and their fish shack restaurant, Fisherman's Loaf, each week. One day Papa said I could take over Fisherman's Loaf, and I was already looking forward to it. I knew I wouldn't let him down. "Hey, Theo?" "Yes, Papa?" I yawned. "Your worth isn't measured based on the people who walk away. Remember that. Your mama, my little girl, she's struggled with demons for a long, long time. Her choice to leave had nothing to do with you, okay? But why wasn't I good enough to make her stay?" Instead of saying that, I stayed quiet. "Love you, boy," Papa said. "You're gonna be all right." Yeah, I thought to myself, even though I didn't believe it just yet. I didn't know when I'd believe it, but I hoped it would be true someday. I'm gonna be all right. 1. Theo. Present day. 32 years old. $7? Julia Ripton remarked, holding her hands to her chest as if I'd told her that her dog died in a tragic accident. "Are you joking? That's highway robbery." "That's a fair deal," I confirmed as I stood behind my booth at the farmer's market. My grandparents and I had been running that booth for well over 10 years outside of our family restaurant that had been around for over 40 years, and somehow Julia Ripton seemed to be shocked at our prices each week. Sure, we raised our prices by 50 cents on the sourdough loaves a few weeks ago, but with the way things were going in the world, everything was more expensive. $7 for a full loaf of homemade rosemary and cheddar sourdough bread seemed more than reasonable. "Patty is selling it for $5 at her booth," Julia mentioned as she rubbed her hand against her chin. "2 for $9, even." "You better go get in on that deal," I replied dryly. I wasn't interested in the back and forth with her. We'd done the back and forth last week about the 50-cent increase, and the week prior to that. Plus, I'd hardly slept the night before, seeing how I was out on the water longer than I should have been. The last thing I needed after a night of catching hardly any fish was Julia Ripton complaining about bread prices. I knew my grandparents were professionals at the whole peopling thing. But damn, I hated people. They were too people-y for my liking. I much preferred my solitude, but it turned out that sitting on a boat 24 hours a day didn't pay the bills. Unfortunately, I still had to go to work. "I don't like your attitude, Theo. Where's your grandmother? I bet Molly would give me a good deal," Julia declared. She wasn't wrong either. Grandma had a way of running our business exactly how you'd think a ma and pa shop in a small town would be run, as if it were a charity. For 2 weeks I was sick with the flu, and Grandma ran the booth and the restaurant with Papa. Somehow we ended up with negative income. They literally gave money away because someone in town told them a sob story about how they fell behind on their electricity bill. Papa also went out and bought them a week's supply of groceries. Freaking Mr. and Mrs. Claus. "Julia, there's a line of people behind you. Either buy the bread or go get patties," I said as I glanced at the line forming behind her. We'd easily sell out of everything like we always did, and even with Julia throwing a fit, she'd still buy the damn bread, because we've both tasted Patty's sourdough before. I had a feeling dog kibble was softer than that stuff, Fine, she grumbled as she pulled out her pocketbook. But this is getting ridiculous. The prices on everything are going up, yet our jobs aren't paying us any more money. It's a shame. She then glanced at the loaves of bread. Give me 2 loaves, 1 rosemary, 1 apple cinnamon. Oh, and your grandpa's honey. And 2 pounds of perch. I rang her up. $40. $40? She remarked, gasping for air. Are you joking? That's highway robbery. I sighed. And round we go. Pay it or move on, woman, Dale said behind her in line. He worked down at the auto shop and was the biggest grump in town. After me, at least. Dale gave me a good run for my money on the grump scale, though. I liked him for that very reason. He was well into his 60s and didn't take shit from anyone, not even Julia Ripton and her complaining self. Ain't nobody got time for your dramatic shock over prices, so either move on or pay the damn boy. Julia flipped around toward Dale and huffed as if in shock. Oh, bite me, Dale Stone. I have before. Didn't like the taste, he flatly replied. I almost smirked, but I was too uninterested to bother. Nothing like a divorced couple being in line with one another. With annoyance, Julia paid me and gathered her goods before heading off in a huff. Can't believe I was married to that woman for 30 years, Dale stated as he stepped up to the table. I can still hear her yapping in my nightmares. He nodded once. Got any more perch and bluegills? Yep. Give me 3 pounds of each, and 2 loaves of sourdough. I rang him up, and he paid without a moment of hesitation. He even tipped an extra 10. I gave him a nod as a thank you for the tip. He nodded back and went on his way. Dale was my favorite kind of person. He kept to himself, and when someone pissed him off, he told them they pissed him off, then he went back to minding his own business. It wasn't shocking that he and Julia didn't work out because she was a professional at minding all the business that wasn't hers. I ended up selling out on everything that afternoon. That wasn't shocking. I wasn't a rich man by any means, but my grandparents and I did pretty well with our small-town restaurant business. Some folks said I should have moved to a bigger area where I could have made a better living. But I didn't need much. I had a roof over my head and a boat at my dock. What more could I ask for? I didn't crave the things that other people craved. I didn't crave money or fame. Hell, I didn't even crave friendships. I just wanted to be left alone. After packing up my table, I tossed everything into the back of my Yukon truck, then headed toward the driver's door to head over to my grandparents'. As I approached my door, I saw a familiar person, who I'd wished wasn't familiar, leaning up against my car. I was already over the conversation she was about to drag me into before her mouth even moved. Caitlin, I said with a nod, moving toward the driver's door. She smiled her warm grin and combed her hand through her strawberry blonde hair. Definitely not the color she was born with, but Caitlin was good at a few things. Coloring hair was at the top of her list. Hey, you haven't answered my calls. No shit. Want to grab a bite to eat? Nah. I went to pull my door open and she stepped in front of it to block it. I did my best not to roll my eyes. I have a busy afternoon ahead, Caitlin. She pouted. I miss you, Theo. Yeah, well, you should have thought about that before you cheated on me. Caitlin and I didn't date for long. I should have never gone out with her either. I wasn't interested in relationships, but my grandparents were convinced that I'd die alone if I didn't put myself out there. Still, I didn't put myself out there. Dying alone didn't sound so bad. And if you thought about it, everyone died alone. You didn't take anyone into the afterlife with you. That was a solo mission. It was Grandma who gave my number to Caitlin and told her I'd go out with her. I didn't have enough balls to tell her no, so we kept going out for a few months. If I could have gone back in time, I would have told Caitlin to lose my number. I'd already lost hers. Caitlin's pout grew more dramatic. It was only once, and hardly counts as cheating, Theo. I arched an eyebrow. You slept with my cousin. It's not a big deal. Peter sleeps with everyone. As if that made it any better. Besides, it's not like you were putting out for me. We'd never even kissed. You know, rumors are going around that you might still be a virgin. I'm just trying to prove the people wrong. I stared blankly at her for a second. Without another word, I opened my truck door, climbed inside, and shut it. I headed over to my grandparents to find them sitting on their back porch. Grandma was drinking a glass of wine as Papa sat in his wheelchair. He'd been in that chair for the past year. Lately, his health had been declining, and it was the hardest thing to watch. He couldn't leave the house most of the time, and they hired a caregiver to look after him. My grandfather was dying. That was the hardest truth I'd ever had to face. The hardest part of growing up was watching your heroes grow older too. It did a number on one's psyche. We hadn't had the outright conversations about Papa's declining health, but I figured we all knew what was happening. He was 90 years old and lived a great life. We all knew he didn't have many years ahead of him, but still, I prayed for more time. My grandparents didn't let the impending future scare them, though. They sat on that porch giggling with one another like they were two kids falling in love for the first time. That wasn't shocking. Those two always seemed to behave like kids falling in love. Maybe that was why I wasn't bothered when things ended with Caitlin. I never laughed with her like that. She just thought we looked good in photos together. It all seemed a bit superficial. Plus, now I had a feeling she and her friends were just trying to get the 30-year-old virgin checked off their bucket list. After I made it over to my grandparents' place, I cooked dinner for them. We sat at their dining room table as we did every night. Papa talked about the Brewers' baseball stats, while Grandma asked me if I'd be attending church service with her on Sunday. She always asked. I never went. It wasn't that I didn't believe in God or anything, even though he sure did piss me off sometimes. But I never thought I'd find him in a church. I'd always found him on the water, when it was just nature surrounding me. Don't forget, Theo, my friend is coming to stay tomorrow. You still have space for her? Yep, I replied. My grandparents lived in a 2-bedroom tiny home, by choice. I'd tried to upgrade their home for years now, but they said they loved the small space. I grew up in their spare room, but now it was a space that Papa's caregiver used. So I offered up the spare room in my place for her friend to stay, and by offered up I meant Grandma told her friend that she could stay with me before asking me. I hated the idea of it, but I didn't complain. My grandparents raised me. The least I could do was allow one of their friends to crash at my place for the summer. In a few weeks, Grandma and Papa were having a big anniversary party, and Grandma kept going on and on about how her friend would come up and plan it all out for them. The party was also taking place on my property, and so many people would attend because my grandparents were professionals at making friends with anyone and everyone who crossed their paths. The theme was Alice in Wonderland, Grandma's favorite story. Papa went along with the theme because whatever Grandma wanted, she got. It had been that way since I was a kid. And Grandma always wanted batty, colorful parties. She'd even talked about how hers and Papa's funerals should look as far away from funerals as possible. Lots of color and music, she'd said. And shots of whiskey, Papa would add in. Anything with Molly Langford near it would always be vibrant, especially their anniversary party. I was already dreading hosting it. I was dreading having a summer roommate even more. Like I said, I liked my solitude. A few years ago, when Grandma went to visit her sister in Chicago, she met a friend at a crocheting class. They'd been pen pals ever since, writing one another handwritten letters each month. Leave it to my grandmother to still be making friends in her late 80s. She invited said friend to stay all summer. The whole fucking summer. Her friend agreed, which meant I'd spend the next 3 months living with some old lady who still sent snail mail like it was a normal thing. It must have been nice to be retired and able to spend your whole summers wherever you'd pleased. I prayed each day that the woman wasn't a yapper. I didn't have the time or energy to listen to an old woman talk about crocheting and soap operas. My hope was that she'd spend most of her time at my grandparents' house, then go to bed at 3 in the afternoon so she'd hardly cross my path. That was the best-case scenario in my mind. The worst? Yap. Yap. Fucking yap. After dinner that night with my grandparents, I'd do what I did every night during the summer months. I'd pack my tackle box, grab my fishing poles, and go sit on my boat for hours into the night. I'd always bring a book with me, too, since the fish were non-existent some nights. Then I'd do the same thing the next day. I liked my life. It wasn't much, but it was simple. It was quiet. I loved the quiet. For a long time, I felt lonely growing up. I didn't have friends and grew up getting bullied, which led to me leaning into 2 things: fishing and books. Sometimes books about fishing. Even after I was an adult, I still held on to my private life. Growing up, I spent a lot of time in the gym bulking up because it was easier not to get beat up if I had enough muscles to fight back. Grandpa used to chew me out for getting into so many fights as a teenager. But when I finally broke down and told him the reason for the fights, he signed me up for karate courses. I haven't had to fight in years, though. I thanked the muscles for that, though I found it hard to connect with people in town, especially the ones who tried to pretend they weren't complete dicks to me growing up, both the women and men. It amazed me how much bullies had amnesia when it came to the bullshit way they'd treated people. I wondered if they remembered how they used to shove my head into the toilets at school whenever they'd show up at the farmer's market to request a deal on salmon. Or how they used to call me Stuttering Theo throughout high school when they had enough nerve to ask me out on a date nowadays. One thing was true about Caitlin. She never bullied me when we were kids. She did sleep with my cousin, though, so that was enough for me to remove myself from her life. None of that mattered, though, because I wasn't that scared little boy anymore. And I wasn't really interested in looking for love. I'd already found my favorite love story. That love story was me on the water, sitting on my boat, reading my book, with a braided fishing line resting in the water. Everything was fine and dandy until around 2 in the morning, when I heard a giant splash not too far from where my boat sat. 2. Theo. What the hell was that? I stood in my boat, placing my book on my seat as I glanced around the lake, searching for what had caused the loud noise. I'd never had other people on the water with me in the wee hours of the morning, so I knew it wasn't another fisherman. And I knew damn well it wasn't the urban legend giant squid Mumford, whose stories were told around the Weston campfires when I was a kid, though it sounded as if something fell into the water. I turned up the headlights on my boat, glancing around to see where the ripples were most intense. I waited a few seconds, uncertain of what was happening, before I heard a few more splashes. Something didn't fall in the water. Someone did. Without much thought, I shot into action and started on my way toward the noise in question. If someone was in need of help, I wasn't going to be the dick who looked the other way at 2 a.m. Especially when I knew it was probably some dumb high school kids from town drinking and making idiotic choices. A lot of that happened in Weston when the weather finally started to get nice out. Booze and dummies. As I approached the area, I slowed down my boat to find a figure floating in the water. Jesus, I muttered to myself before calling out. Hey, you all right? No answer. I inched my boat closer to take in the figure a little better. A plump ass was poking out of the water, on a woman who was completely nude. The moon wasn't the only thing full that evening. Her head was in the water and she wasn't moving at all. I shot into panic mode and went to pull her out of the lake. As I flipped her over, I noticed a nice gash on her forehead. Glancing around, I saw the rope tied to the tree at the top of the cliff. Fucking teenage kids, I grumbled to myself. I'd been cutting that rope down repeatedly because it was such an unsafe place for people to dive into Weston Lake due to the rock formation that sat beneath the water. I'd taken that complaint to Weston Lake community meetings repeatedly, but nobody gave a damn about what I had to say. After dragging the woman onto the boat, getting myself soaked from head to toe, I checked for a pulse. It was still there, thank goodness. Still, she didn't look great. I started with CPR compressions, followed by mouth-to-mouth in case she swallowed any water. Luckily, she began coughing and spat up what was stuck in her lungs. I rolled her over to her side, trying my best not to place my hands anywhere inappropriate on her body as she came back to consciousness. She kept coughing, trying to find her breath, before she groaned a little and touched the gash on her forehead. Ow! She murmured to herself, before sitting up a bit more. Where am I? On my boat. Those words were enough to terrify her. She leaped with fear at the sound of my voice. As she turned to face me, pure panic filled her eyes. Who are you? She glanced around to find that it was just me and her on a boat in the middle of the lake, at 2 a.m, in mostly pitch darkness. To be fair to her, it wasn't a great look. She went to stand and the boat swayed a little. Then the realization settled in that she was indeed naked in my boat. I'm naked! She shouted, her voice bouncing off the water. I turned away from her to give her a bit of privacy. That you are, I deadpanned. Just to be clear, I didn't take your clothes off. You had none on when I found you floating in the water. Gosh, my head, she groaned. What happened? I'm guessing you went for a cliff dive off Rocky Pier up there. That shit is a dangerous jump. I should know. I lost a tooth when I was a kid doing that. Hit my head hard on a rock. I headed over to my gym bag that I always kept an extra set of clothing in case there was a fall-in that took place. I grabbed a towel from the bag, too. Here, I said, still looking away as I held the sweats out toward her. Something for you to cover up in. Thanks, she softly said, her voice sounding as if it were dipped in honey. Shockingly sweet. She even sounded sweet when she screamed somehow. Who the hell was this woman? I'd lived in Weston my whole life, and I'd never seen her in all my time. I knew everyone from our town, and they all knew me. Based on how wide her eyes grew when they locked with mine, it was clear we were nothing more than strangers. I gave her time to get dressed, and she announced when she was fully clothed. When I turned back to face her, she smiled an uneasy grin. She was still nervous, rightfully so, but it was also clear her head was killing her, based on how she kept touching the cut. Might need stitches, I mentioned, moving over to the steering wheel. Where are you staying? In Big Bird, she replied. You're staying in Big Bird? She nodded. Yes. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. This was not how I wanted my evening to go. You must have a concussion, too. The doctor's office doesn't open until after the long weekend, and— No, she said, holding the towel she used to dry off with to her forehead. Big Bird is the name of my mobile home. My dad calls me Little Bird, so I thought it would be funny to call the school bus Big Bird. And, well, ow. She groaned, touching her head a little too hard. Mobile home? Big Bird? What? Let me see, I said, walking toward her. She hesitated for a moment. You're not a serial killer, are you? If I were a serial killer, would you hop out of the boat right now? She glanced around and narrowed her eyes. No, that water's actually pretty cold, and I don't want to get your sweats wet. This woman was wild. Sorry you saw my— She gestured to her whole body. Bits. Don't worry. I was more concerned about you not dying than I was with checking out your body. She placed a hand on her hip and smiled. That's very non-serial killer of you. What's your name? Theo. The smile stretched. I'm Willow. I blinked. Okay. That was the first time I really studied her lips, outside of me trying to bring her back to damn life. It was the first time I actually studied her. She was a beautiful black woman. She might have been the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life. She had deep chocolate irises, stunning brown skin, and a smile that looked like it was drafted in heaven. Her hair was soaked but long, and you could see the curls in it, too. She kept smiling. It was a good smile. I didn't smile back. I didn't care enough to offer one up. Sit down and hold on. We should get you stitched up. I grumbled, a bit annoyed that my solitude was no longer existent. It was pretty rude of her to almost die during my alone time. Once we got back to my place, I turned on every light in the house. As we walked into my living room, I hurriedly grabbed the clothes and beer bottles scattered through the space. Willow sat in my recliner and made herself comfortable. I had a feeling she was the kind of woman who made herself comfortable wherever she'd planted her feet. Then again, I also had a feeling she never planted her feet for long. We were different in that way. She seemed like a wanderer. I was more into staying still. Let me change out of these wet clothes, then I'll stitch you up. After drying myself off in my bedroom and tossing on my own set of sweats, I gathered some items from my first aid kit and headed to the living room to find Willow still sitting in that recliner. She sat straighter and leaned in my direction, resting her elbows on her knees. You know how to stitch things up? Sure do. Had a good teacher. She leaned in closer. Then by all means, stitch me up. Was she not going to ask more questions than that? Fucking hell. This woman wasn't the brightest light bulb. Luckily for her, I wasn't some psycho, but the way she allowed me to take her back to my place and put literal stitches in her forehead was insane. Her stranger danger meter must have been off. She walked into my house like we were old friends. I pulled a chair closer to her and took a seat. After cleaning up her wound a bit, I began placing the stitches as she sat there with her eyes closed. So tell me, Theodore. Theo, I corrected. Just Theo. So tell me, just Theo, she began again. What was the worst day of your life? I huffed, shaking my head in disbelief at the question. Not interested in deep talks. I don't like small talk. I don't like any talk. Are you antisocial? That's one way of putting it. I'm social. Shocking, I replied sarcastically. Even though she was beautiful, I wished she'd stop talking. I was still stuck on how stupid she was for jumping into the lake at 2 in the damn morning. You know, you could have died from that dive, I scolded, unable to keep that thought to myself, which was odd. I was almost always able to keep my thoughts to myself. Meh, she shrugged. Death's coming for us all. No need to rush the process. She bit her bottom lip and tilted her head slightly. What can I say? I'm a speed racer. I tilted her head back into place. Damn this woman. What was her deal? She kept her eyes on me, and that left me feeling such unease. I felt dizzy whenever she stared. I didn't like the way she looked at me. It was as if she was trying to read my locked-away pages. You keep to yourself, don't you? She asked. Yep. Are you lonely? Never. What happened to make you want to keep to yourself? Nothing. Yes, it did. What makes you think something happened to me? The way your eyes look. I sat back a bit and rested my elbows on my kneecaps. And how exactly do my eyes look? A little bit sad. You don't know shit about me, I grumbled, feeling the unease building up within me. Willow stayed calm. You don't need to know someone to know sad eyes. What the hell were you doing out there naked and alone, huh? I snapped, annoyed that she thought she could see me. Annoyed that it felt as if she could see me. Do you know how dangerous it is for a woman to be out at those hours alone? Anything could have happened to you. Yeah, but I couldn't miss the opportunity. What opportunity? To bathe under the full moon and soak in its energy before howling up toward it. Oh, hell. I was stitching up a crazy woman. I went quiet again, because I felt my anxiety building from the whole situation. She asked more questions, but I ignored her. I didn't want to talk to her, or any human, at almost 3 in the damn morning. I wanted to be on my boat fishing or reading in my bedroom. That was it. That was all. Yet now, instead, I was stitching up a woman who howled at the moon. That's fucking stupid and dangerous, I growled. For some reason, her pixie personality pissed me off. She was acting as if she couldn't have ended her life right there on the lake. You could have died out there. She shrugged. But I didn't. That's because I found you, I grumbled. Yes, you found me. She said it so matter-of-factly, as if there was no question that I would have found her. But if I hadn't, I urged. But you did, she responded. I rolled my eyes. Let me guess. You're one of those glass-half-full types of people. She wiggled her shoulders. I'm an overflowing glass, Theodore. Theo, I corrected. Just Theo. Just Theo, she echoed. Are you a glass-half-empty kind of guy? I believe all glassware is shit and shatters in the end. Oh, I see. You're a pessimist. A realist. Just because I'm not a negative Nancy doesn't mean I'm not a realist. You're right, but thinking it was a smart idea to dive off a cliff at 2 in the morning naked to howl at the moon says you're not much of an intelligent person either. She pulled back slightly. Did you just call me dumb? No, I just stated that you aren't smart. Oh, I see, she sang, clapping her hands together. You have trauma. Excuse me? Whatever or whoever it was that made you like... She waved her hands widely in my direction. Like this must have traumatized you. You don't know shit about me. Then why are you so grumpy? Oh, I don't know, maybe because a random nude woman almost died in front of me and is now trying to read me while I stitch up her forehead. For the love of God, stop moving, I ordered, stilling her shoulders in place. Willow grew quiet. That didn't last long, though. This woman didn't know how to stop talking. And to think I thought we could have been friends. I narrowed my eyes and stared into hers. Why the hell would I want to be friends with someone like you? Her eyes flashed with hurt, and a tug happened in my gut from seeing it. Shit. Maybe I took it too far. I grumbled to myself, knowing I should apologize, but shit, what could I say? I was traumatized. I tightened the last stitch and cleared my throat. All done. Lovely, she said, hopping up from the chair. I'll be out of your hair. I sighed. I'll drive you to your ride. No, it's fine. It's clear that this unrealistic, unintelligent woman ruined your night, so I won't take any more time from your clearly joy-filled life. She headed for the front door and opened it. But first, fast question, are there bears out here at night? Get in my truck. I'll drive you around to your damn bird. She did as I said, and the moment I hopped into my driver's seat, she was already tinkering with the stereo. What the hell are you doing? I spat out. Trying to find music. I don't like silence, she said. I shut off the radio. I figured that out by how much you never shut up. She turned on the radio. You know what? You really put a little extra grump into your grumpiness at 3 a.m. I shut off the radio. And you dash a bit extra annoying in your annoyingness at 3 a.m. I put the truck into park after turning down the road toward the cliff where she'd jumped. And there in front of us was a school bus. Big Bird, I assume, I remarked sarcastically. What a joke this woman had been. That's her, I grumbled. She narrowed her eyes. Your energy. It seems tainted. Do you want me to burn sage around you? That's the last thing I want you to do. But your energy feels heavy. I don't like it for you. Oh no, a strange woman who howls naked at the moon doesn't like my energy. How will I ever survive? I mocked. She opened the truck door and stepped outside. Yet before she closed the door, she said, I don't think you're a very nice person, with her chest puffed out. I mean, don't get me wrong, you saved my life and stitched me up, but I don't think you're a nice person. You don't give off that energy. Well, I'm glad you picked up on that fact. Don't get me started on what I think about you. What do you think of me? She asked, hands on her hips. Trust me, sport, you don't want to know what I think of you. Have a good life, Willow. I leaned over and grabbed the passenger door. And stay the fuck away from the cliffs. I slammed the door shut, then drove away from her, hoping we'd never cross paths again. People. Psh. I fucking hated people. Especially the ones who howled at moons. My next morning started on a bad page because my night ended on a bad note too. I woke up grumpy and annoyed. One of my first thoughts was of the strange hippie flower child who I'd saved on the water. The thought after it was, stupid, strange hippie flower child who I'd saved on the water. There should have been a rule about being idiotic when it came to nature. Warning, keep fucking idiots out of nature. If it wasn't a random woman diving off the cliffs in the middle of the night, it was people doing gender reveal parties who burned down half a forest. The number of people in town who almost burned down wooded areas with their damn gender reveals was alarming, to say the least. Annoying as fuck, to say the most. And what in the world was with all these newly created celebrations that people found the need to partake in as of late? What happened to just having a baby shower? What was up with all these other made-up parties before the baby was even born? Soon enough, someone was going to be hosting the day we screwed and made a baby parties, or guess who's the baby daddy parties. Half the idiots throwing those parties had no business being knocked up anyway. Hell. Now I wasn't only annoyed with Willow, but I was annoyed with baby showers. I begrudgingly headed to my grandparents' house around 10 in the morning. I didn't need to be at the restaurant until 1 in the afternoon, but I told Grandma I'd get her friend settled in at my place. She'd texted me about an hour ago that her friend had arrived, and as I pulled my truck up to my grandparents', my stomach dropped when I saw the last thing I wanted to see. Fucking Big Bird. And standing on the side of the yellow school bus, fucking Little Bird.
3. Willow.
What the hell are you doing here?
Theo barked as he marched over to the house in a huff.
Shouldn't you be on your way out of town? What are you doing at my grandparents' place?
Theo paused. He narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms over his broad chest. I didn't recall him being that fit last night. But then again, he was wearing sweats last night. That morning, he had on a pair of blue jeans with a tight, bicep-hugging sky blue t-shirt that brought out his eyes. And how blue those eyes were. His hair was brown and his beard had the tints of red combing through it. He was easily 6'3", if not taller, and he definitely made me feel as if I was even shorter than my petite 5'3". He would have looked handsome if he didn't have that seemingly permanent frown plastered on his face. His upside-down smile somehow deepened as he glared at me, as if I were the oddest woman he'd ever met. That might have been true, too. Theo didn't seem the type to have many friends. His main friend group probably included the Grinch, Oscar the Grouch, and Eeyore.
Are you stalking me?
He barked as true concern filled his eyes. His distress rubbed me the wrong way because why was he concerned as if I was the stalker in this situation? Me? A stalker? I yipped, stunned by the accusation. Do you even know how stalking works? I was here first. Stalkers come second.
If you're not stalking me, then why are you at my grandparents' house?
He questioned. I'm not at your grandparents' house. I'm at my friend Molly's house. I countered. His face dropped as a wave of disbelief hit his stare.
There's no fucking way,
he remarked. Mr. Grump sure had a foul mouth. If I had a bar of soap, I would have shoved it between his lips. Just then, Molly came out of the house. Oh, lovely. You two already met. I just ran inside to check on Harry. Theo, this is my greatest of friends, Willow. Willow, this is my grandson, Theodore. No way. This was Theodore? Theodore Langford? Molly's grandson? No way. No freaking way. There was no way the grumpy man standing in front of me, who stitched up my forehead while grumbling and pouting the whole time, was Molly and Harry's grandson. Harry and Molly Langford were two of the sweetest people I'd ever met. How did they manage to raise such a grouch? That couldn't have been our grandson. But then again, they did have those same blue eyes. You're Theodore? I remarked, stunned.
Theo.
He grumbled.
Just Theo.
Only I get to call him Theodore. A grandma perk, I suppose. Theo, do you want to come in for coffee or just show Willow over to your place? Molly asked.
I'm confused,
Theo said, his bushy brows lowered.
I thought you said your old friend was coming into town.
Yeah, I did. This is Willow, Molly explained.
But you said old. She's not old,
he pointed out. Old as in the timeline of our friendship. Willow and I have known each other for a few years now. So, coffee? Molly asked. I couldn't stop staring at Theo and his bewildered expression. If I wasn't so concerned about the fact that just Theo was the one I was going to be playing house with over the next few months, I would have found his bad attitude comical. Yet, with our rough first meeting, I didn't see the next few weeks going as smoothly as I'd hoped. Theo didn't respond to Molly's coffee request. He kept his stare on me, eyes narrowed, arms crossed over that damn chest of his. I kept my stare on him, too. If I was a professional at anything, it was a staring contest. "Is everything all right?" Molly asked, her sweet voice dripping with concern. "It's fine," Theo and I said in unison. Theo shook his head.
"I'm good on the coffee. I'm gonna go say hi to Papa, and then we can head over,"
he remarked before heading into the house to see Harry. Molly moved in closer to me and smiled.
"I know he can come off a little rough around the edges, but beneath that tough exterior is a gentle giant. I hope you get to witness that over these next few months."
"It's fine. Besides," I pushed out a smile and placed an arm around Molly's shoulders. "I'm here for you, not your grandson." She turned to me and placed her hands against my cheeks.
"Thank you for coming, Willow. Things with Harry have been..."
The last letter I'd received from Molly was about how Harry's health had declined over the past year, and she wasn't certain how much time they'd have left with one another. Even though it was a written letter, I could feel her heart break through every cursive letter she crafted. Molly Langford was currently living through one of the most heartbreaking situations any human could have gone through. She was witnessing the decline of her other half, of her soulmate. I couldn't imagine how hard that had to be. Sometimes love seemed so cruel. How could it come rushing in as a massive wave, only to evaporate over time? Don't get me wrong, I loved love. I thought it was the most incredible thing to ever exist. I just didn't need it for myself. I liked to keep real love at a distance after one too many heartbreaks. But puppy love? I ate that up like a hobbit ate their second breakfast. Yet, when I read Molly's letter, I knew I needed to spend my summer up in Weston Lake, holding her hand as she held her husband's. I'd be the quiet friend catching her whenever she needed to fall a little. She even set me up with a job at their family restaurant, which would be helpful with my income. I'd been a wanderer since I was 18 years old, and over those years, I'd become pretty good at finding ways to make a living. I was a jack of all trades and a master of none, I'd like to think. I was a quick study. When Molly asked if I was good at making sourdough bread, I told her sure. How hard could it be? I placed my hands on Molly's shoulders. "How are you?" Her eyes teared up as she shrugged and said no words. I heard her loud and clear. Sometimes words weren't needed when the heartbreak could be read through one's eyes. I pulled her into a hug and held on tightly. "He's still here. Still here," she repeated, holding me tightly. "He's still here." That was something I wanted her to remember. It wasn't about what was coming ahead or about the days behind it. It was about the present moment that we had. Harry was still here, and at that moment, that was what mattered the most. Before we continued speaking, Theo came back out of the house. He glanced toward Molly and me, then toward Big Bird.
"Are you parking that beast on my property?"
"I was going to leave it here, actually. A little she shed for Molly to do some of her artwork inside of," I said. Not only did Molly bake and crochet, but she was also an amazing artist. When it came to creativity, Molly was beyond gifted and talented. I wouldn't have been surprised if one day she told me she wrote a novel. Theo grimaced, but that wasn't shocking. If I saw him actually smile, I might have passed out from shock. But I had no concerns about growing faint, seeing how I had high doubts his lips knew how to turn upward. He scratched at his beard.
"Where are your bags? I'll load them into my truck." "This is your room?"
Theo said as he placed my bags in the room. The space was very nice and toasty warm, too. A welcome basket sat on the bed, which made me raise an eyebrow. "You made me a welcome basket?" I questioned. He blankly stared at me.
"Do I look like the type to make welcome baskets?"
I laughed a little because his grumpiness was so over the top. "No, Theo, you don't seem like the welcome basket type." He brushed his hand over his forearm. I wonder if he knew his arm muscles were flexing when he wasn't even trying to highlight them. This This man was fit like no other. He made it look effortless, too.
I have to get going. You're free to roam around wherever you want. Just stay away from my boat. And anything in the fridge is
free for grabs.
Mine.
He corrected.
I can take you grocery shopping tomorrow if you need, but don't touch my shit.
I smiled. Fair enough. I think Molly said you're supposed to take me into the shop tomorrow for my first day, too.
First day.
Didn't she tell you? She hired me to work at the restaurant.
For fuck's sake.
Theo murmured under his breath before he raked his hand through his hair.
We don't have money to hire another employee.
That's not what Molly said.
She doesn't keep the books.
He scolded, cutting me off. I tossed my hands up in the air. I'm just repeating what I was told.
Well, you were told incorrectly. Let me call her fast.
He stepped into the hallway and made his call.
Hey, Grandma. Willow is saying you offered her a...
He was cut off.
Yeah, but...
Cut off again.
Well, does she...
Cut off. Grumble, grumble, grumble some more.
Yeah. All right. Love you too, Grandma. Bye.
I waited a few minutes, and then Theo reappeared in my room. He huffed out a low growl like a damn werewolf before brushing his hand against the back of his neck.
I'll take you to the restaurant in the morning. You're on sourdough duty. My grandmother has to go to a doctor's appointment with Papa, so I'll be showing you around the space. Then after the workday tomorrow, we can go grocery shopping for you.
I knew it was silly, but something was so remarkably sweet about a big, strong, grumpy man calling his grandfather Papa. It made Theo seem somewhat softer than before. Only slightly, though. His attitude was still there. Sounds good, I nodded.
Do you know how to make sourdough?
He questioned. I shrugged. How hard could it be?
How hard could it be?
He huffed, his deep, smoky voice dripping with annoyance.
Fucking hell.
He grumbled as he walked out of the room, leaving me alone for the rest of the day. Theodore Langford was my new roommate. Well, that wasn't how I saw my stay in Weston Lake starting, but if I'd learned anything about life, it was the fact that you had to allow it to take you wherever it wanted you to go. Float downstream was a motto I lived by. Unfortunately for me, it seemed that my roommate was a man who seemed to float upstream, making life much harder than it truly had to be. I'd met hundreds of people on my travels over the past few years, but I was almost certain that Theodore Langford was the grumpiest grump that had ever grumped. I walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator to find a Post-it note on a pizza box that read, "Do not eat this, Willow." On a jar of pickles, "Do not eat this, Willow." The orange juice, "Do not drink this, Willow." On a container with cookies, "Don't you even fucking think about it, Willow." I smiled. Even with his grumpiness, Theo was funny without trying to be. I definitely took a cookie. After relaxing on Theo's dock for a while, watching the water wave back and forth, I headed back to Molly and Harry's for dinner. Even though Harry wasn't feeling his greatest physically, the illness couldn't steal his joy. He still laughed and made jokes. Sometimes it took him longer to get his words out, but Molly simply stared at him, patiently waiting for his thoughts to complete. Something was so precious about witnessing their love. It had history built into every piece of it. I'd seen many love stories throughout my travels. I'd seen couples who were meant to be and some who were not so much a perfect match. Yet the best love stories I'd been able to witness were those of my two older sisters and their partners. Avery, my eldest sister, recently married her first love, Nathan, which was one of my favorite love stories to witness. Avery was currently pregnant with twins, which wasn't shocking. Nathan had 2 pairs of twin brothers, so the odds were in their favor. Needless to say, Avery was exhausted, but Nathan catered to her like no other. My other sister, Yara, was married to her own grump, Alex. They gave me the sweetest niece who I missed more and more as I traveled the world. I had to admit it was getting harder and harder not being home because I felt as if I was missing out on some of the happiest days of my family's lives. Yet being home also reminded me of how far I was from living the married with children lifestyle. There used to be a point when I thought I'd have those things, but the more time that passed by, the more that felt like nothing more than a dream. But still, those two couples were a young kind of love, something new with so much future ahead of them. Molly and Harry were an old school kind of love story, one that had been through more trials and triumphs than most could have imagined. I'd bet they had stories of hardships that never left the corners of their bedroom. I bet Harry's heart was heavy. Molly's eyes teared up. Their love story had gray hairs to it, each hair telling a story. With their upcoming wedding anniversary in a few weeks, the two will have been married for 60 years. 60 years of waking every morning and still saying I do. I never even had a friendship last beyond a few months, let alone 60 years. I couldn't imagine how hard it was for Molly to accept that soon her Harry would no longer be around. But he was still here, still laughing, still breathing, and that was the gift of each morning. When Molly asked me to plan her anniversary celebration, I knew I'd have to make it as remarkable as possible. It was even more exciting when they said they wanted it wacky and wild, based on Alice in Wonderland. I already had a million ideas running around in my head. She also wanted Theo to be involved with the party since it was taking place on his property. He and I would have to get along enough to bring the celebration to life at some point. I'd tackle that approach with Theo as I tackled everything in life. I'd kill him with kindness. After dinner with Molly and Harry, I headed back to Theo's place and sat in the rocking chairs on his back porch with my laptop, where I crafted an email. Every single week, I'd write my father a love letter. It was the promise I'd made with him when I turned 18 and told him I wasn't going to go to college, but I'd be a world traveler instead. After he almost had a heart attack over the idea, he agreed to let me go. He was the one who renovated Big Bird for me, too, when I had the silly idea of turning a school bus into a mobile home. That was the thing about my father, though. Even though he didn't always understand my choices, he always supported my freedom of choice in my own life. The only thing he ever requested was that I keep him updated with a weekly email so he knew where in the world I'd been. He always called me his Carmen Sandiego, and he'd leave the subject lines of his emails saying things like, "Where in the world is Willow Kingsley?" We'd been exchanging those emails for almost 8 years now, seeing how I was about to turn 26. Whenever I'd send him an email, I'd get one back sooner than I'd think. It was as if Dad sat by his computer waiting for my letter. And whenever his words would come through, I'd always feel as if I'd received a warm hug from home. That was what my father's love did for me. It made me feel less alone when I was driving around the world with no one else nearby. When I was at my lowest, I'd often reread Dad's emails just to feel a little bit of his love. He and my 2 sisters were back in the small town of Honey Creek, Illinois, where I'd grown up. The small town life was something they all excelled at. Yara with her dog spa business and Avery being the head coach of the baseball team at the local high school. Dad was the town's construction man. He'd probably built half the town with his bare hands. They thrived in that environment. Me, on the other hand, the small town life felt suffocating to me. After I'd lost a close friend, I struggled to feel as if I'd fit into that life, so the second I was given the chance to leave, I took flight. My papa wasn't a Rolling Stone, but I sure rolled around enough for us both. To Michael Kingsley at gmail.com. From Willow Kingsley at gmail.com. Subject, Willow News Update. Hey, old man. I made it to Weston Lake to stay with Molly and her husband, Harry. I can't believe I'm staying in the same place for more than 2 months, but I think it's important. I'm excited to see the small town. On the drive over, I heard a song by Billie Eilish that reminded me of Yara and Avery. It's called Birds of a Feather. Can you squeeze them the next time you see them? And give my niece a snuggle for me, too? How's Avery handling the pregnancy? I can't believe she and Nathan are having twins. Touch and kiss her belly if she'll let you, which I know she won't, but you might as well try. Also, tell Alex I'm not a vegan anymore, and I'll eat a fish fry in his honor. I'm sure that will thrill him. Anyway, I love you, Dad. Tell me something good. I'll see you soon. Your little bird. P.S. Don't worry. I'm okay.
To willowkingsley@gmail.com. From michaelkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Dad News Update. Little bird, I think I can call Billie Eilish's management to see if they can arrange a private concert for you and your sisters. I listened to the song and it made me a little misty-eyed. I must be getting softer with old age. I'm glad you girls have each other. That's my greatest dream come true. Other than you coming home, that is. I know. Feet like yours always have to be flying off onto another adventure. I get it. I just wish I could find the ability to not miss you so much. I told Alex you weren't a vegan. He grumpily replied, there must be a God. He also said he had the best fish fry and that you shouldn't waste your time on anyone else's. I think that means he loves you and wants to cook dinner for you when you're back in town. When will you be back in town? Maybe a day trip? Wisconsin isn't too far from home. Avery let me kiss his stomach for you. I think that means she loves you too. We all do. Kind of hard not to. I'm also so proud of you, Willow Rose. By you always being fully you, you've inspired me each day to be a little bit more me. Anyway, your old man is good. Just a few more gray hairs in the beard. I love you, Willow. You said you'll see me soon. Make it sooner than that. Your old man. P.S. I'll always worry. But I know you'll be okay.
He was right. I'd be okay. I was okay. I'd always been okay. Even when my heart felt as if it was being shattered into a million pieces, which it always did around this time of year. It was the 20th of June, which meant my birthday was in a few weeks. That also meant it was one of the hardest times of the year for me. I never went home for my birthday, and I stopped celebrating them all together with my family a long time ago since they were too hard for me. I understood why people loved birthdays. Heck, I loved celebrating others' birthdays all the time. It was just mine that I hated, because it was a reminder of everything I'd lost. With my life came another's death, and I'd never really made peace with that. My mother died during childbirth when she had me, and I never really processed how that affected me. All I knew was that the summer months were hard months for me to keep my feet on solid ground, especially in Honey Creek. I knew Dad and my sisters told me 1,000,000 times over that what happened to my mom wasn't my fault, but I couldn't help but feel the heaviness of their loss whenever my birthday came around. For me, it simply felt like an emptiness, like something was missing from my life puzzle, and it was my fault that the piece could never be recovered. I didn't have any memories to recall of my mother like Yara and Avery had. I didn't recall her favorite color or remember her favorite song to hum. I only knew the stories that others told about her, and Dad told a lot of stories about her. If life was built solely on being loved, then Mama would have lived forever based on how Dad cherished her. The last place I wanted to be during my birthday season was in Honey Creek, looking at my sisters who pitied me. They'd say they didn't pity me because they knew how much I'd hate their pity, but still, it would be there. My sisters in their eyes always told their truths. Unfortunately, my eyes did the same, which was why I couldn't go home. Not now.
What are you doing?
A voice boomed, making me jump out of my skin. I turned around to see Theo standing behind me. I almost knocked my laptop out of my hands based on how much he startled me. Jeez, I didn't see you there. You scared me.
What are you doing sitting there?
I glanced around and then pointed at myself. Who, me?
Yes, you. Who else would I be talking to?
That's hard to say, seeing how you're asking me a pretty straightforward question. I'm just sitting and I was writing.
Those chairs are off limits. Get up.
I laughed. Excuse me?
Those rocking chairs, they are off limits. I need you to get up.
You can't be serious.
Do I look like I'm joking?
No, you don't. I didn't think that man could find his way to a joking manner if he tried his hardest. I stood from the chair and held my laptop to my chest. My mistake for thinking that a chair could be used as a chair. You should have put a post-it note on it, I remarked sarcastically. He grumbled and didn't say anything else. His eyes fell to the rocking chairs. He gazed longer than one would deem a normal amount of staring. Then he started toward his boat. What an odd man. The grumpier he grew, the more I felt the need to do what I did best. Kill him with kindness. It drove me a bit mad that he seemed not to like me. People liked me. I prided myself in being liked by many. Theo not liking me was doing a number on my psyche.
By the way, I know you ate one of my cookies,
he said without turning back toward me. I smiled a little. It was a delicious cookie. Are you going fishing? I called out.
Yup,
he replied. Can I go fishing with you?
Nope.
4. Molly. We moved a little slower, as of late. Harry was a bit slower than me, but I never rushed him. As long as he was still moving, I was happy. I locked his wheelchair into place before I moved to the side of the bed where he'd been resting. His olive skin was soft from the bath I'd given him earlier. Emma, the nurse we'd hired to help around the house, said she'd be more than willing to give Harry his showers. But Harry said,
Ain't no damn way another woman's washing my balls. You've been playing with these balls for years. Why stop now?
Even with his health issues, he still was such a fool.
Willow looks good,
he mentioned as I helped him into his wheelchair.
I can't believe you two have been in touch for so long over the years.
She's a good thing, I replied. I never saw myself making such good friends with a young girl in her late 20s, but when I randomly met Willow at a crocheting class in Chicago, we instantly clicked. Something was so special about her spirit. I'd lived a long time and had met many people, but never anyone like Willow. She took being a free spirit to another level. Harry said that was why I connected with her, though.
She's a carbon copy of who you once were, and you are the blueprint of what she'll become,
Harry told me once before. He was right, too. Willow and I had much in common. We danced when no music was playing and laughed way too loudly. We'd strike up conversations with anyone and everyone, never falling short of words, and we'd always lead with love and color. Oh, how the two of us girls loved our vibrant colors. Harry called me his rainbow, a burst of energy and colors that lit up his world. When I first met my husband, he was a bit reserved. He'd just left the military and did things by the clock, literally. And if anything could rub a free spirit the wrong way, it was military time. Yet somehow, even with all our differences, the two of us fell in love over and over again. Even though he called me his rainbow, I knew that he was mine. I couldn't imagine my life's canvas without all his colors swirling around it. I also couldn't believe we were coming up on our 60th anniversary. I lived more life with that man than I did without. He was in every chapter, every paragraph, and every sentence. What would I do after he was gone? Still here, Molly, I told myself on repeat. He's still here. Each night, I pushed Harry to our back porch where we'd sit and stare at Weston Lake. That lake in front of us wasn't just a lake. It was us. We lived within those timid waves. Hundreds of our memories existed because of that water. We'd lived on our land for years and watched many of our grandbabies run by the dock and dive off the edge. We'd taken our boats out on dozens of adventures with loved ones. Harry sat on said dock and fished for hours with his friends. He'd counted 1,000 stars in the sky as he lay in the grass with my head in his lap. We'd held hands a million times out there, too. I couldn't even count the number of kisses we'd shared on that water. That lake was our story, and each day that passed recently made it feel so very bittersweet. Still here, Molly. He's still here. I sat in a chair beside my husband's wheelchair, making sure we were shoulder to shoulder. My husband didn't look like he did when we first met. He was chubbier now, and his shoulders curved forward. Those muscles he once flexed repeatedly to make me swoon were now soft. The brown hair on his head was now white with a bald spot right in the middle, and his thick dark beard was now Santa Claus white. He looked different in ways, but my love for him only grew over time. Plus, some things remained the same. His button nose, his laughter. Oh, if I could swim within Harry Langford's laugh forever, I'd be the happiest woman alive. Yet, it was his eyes that meant the most to me. When I looked into those deep blue eyes, I was 20 years old all over again, falling in love for the first time.
They aren't complete opposites,
Harry stated, starting in the middle of a conversation, yet I'd known him for so many years that I knew exactly what he was speaking about. I know, but they'll be good for each other.
You and your wild ideas, woman. Theo will hate it if he finds out you're trying to make him a friend.
I worry about him. He's been alone so long, and not having a friend makes me sad. Besides, Willow is an instant friend for everyone she crosses paths with.
Her personality is vibrant,
Harry said,
which means Theo will be annoyed by it.
I waved a dismissive hand. Theo is annoyed by everything.
Truth.
He held a hand out toward me. I placed my hand in his. His thumb gently rubbed the surface of my hand, as he'd been doing since we'd met.
It's a good night,
he said. It is.
And you're a good woman.
I am. He turned toward me and smiled. Oh, that smile. That smile hadn't changed either.
Everyone's going to be all right, my love.
I know. His smile softened as he placed a hand against my cheek.
Everyone's going to be all right, my love,
he repeated, this time his words so gentle and caring. My eyes welled with emotions, and I nodded once more. Yes.
Okay, if you say so. And say so, I do.
He knew I needed the reminder. I knew I needed him. He was right about one thing. It was a good night.
5. Theo. Willow Kingsley was a fucking fairy. I hated fucking fairies. Her over-the-top bubbly spirit was enough to make me want to take a sharpened pencil to my eyeball. I hated how fake her personality seemed whenever she came into a room. No one was that happy. There was nothing in life to be that joyful about. I'd watched her interact with Grandma and Papa over the past day, and it made my stomach turn in irritation. What was even worse was I had to be her chauffeur around town, because Grandma asked me to show her the basics. The problem with driving around Little Miss Sunshine? She made friends anywhere and everywhere that we went. Not only was Willow Kingsley a fairy, she was damn likable at that. She'd only been in Weston Lake for 24 hours, and somehow she'd found a handful of new friends within the small town. We started the morning at the restaurant, where she managed to mess up a dozen sourdough loaves. "How hard could it be to make sourdough?" she stated with a large amount of confidence. Then when she baked them, and they came out looking wonky as hell, she placed her hands on her hips, with a smile on those full lips, and said, "Oh, it could be that hard." She laughed to herself as if she didn't just waste my time and money. The oddest part was that my whole body heated when she laughed. I didn't know a person's laughter could make me feel warm. I hated the feeling because it confused me. I hadn't felt that kind of warmth since... I shook my head, sending the thoughts flying far, far away. There were many things in my life I didn't talk about, and even more things that I tried my best not to think about, too. Per Grandma's request, I gave Willow a tour of the small downtown area, which didn't include much outside of a few restaurants, antique stores, and our grocery store. And somehow along the way, the social butterfly Willow exchanged numbers with at least 10 people. She made more friends within a day in my hometown than I had in my whole life. I wasn't shocked by this, seeing how being an introvert was my superpower. At a point in my life as a kid, I wanted friends. The older I grew, the more I realized life was a lot easier without people around. If anything, I'd much prefer the company of a dog. They never brought much drama along with them, not like people did. Willow, though, thrived in the company of humans. As I sat outside Pete's diner waiting for her to pick up her dinner, I'd watched her laugh her head off with Ms. Jerkins. That was surprising to me because Ms. Jerkins was laughing with Willow. I couldn't remember the last time, if ever, I'd heard Ms. Jerkins actually chuckle. All I knew about her was that she was the grumpy old lady who lived on the corner of Race Street and Harrod Avenue, who was always telling kids to stay the hell off her lawn. It was as if Willow had a natural talent for making people feel seen and safe around her. Even the grumpiest souls.
I can definitely stop by and help you water your plants tomorrow. It's not a problem at all,
Willow told Ms. Jerkins before hugging her goodbye. Then Willow danced back over toward me on her tiptoes, because that was how she moved, as if she were floating through life. Fucking fairy.
Sorry about that, she said, smiling my way. I just met Dolores. Do you know her?
I know everyone in this town.
How many of them know you?
None. I don't let people get that close. I didn't reply to her. She didn't seem to mind.
I love small towns.
She smiled.
This one is kind of like the small town I grew up in, where everybody knows your first, middle, and last name.
You're from a small town?
Why did I ask that? I didn't care. Yes, Honey Creek, Illinois, home of the best gossips you'll ever meet.
I glanced around toward the group of women looking in Willow's and my direction. I bet you the people of Weston Lake can give you a run for your money. What made you leave your small town?
Why did I ask that? I didn't care.
She paused for a moment, seemingly growing somber before she answered.
I outgrew it.
Fair enough. I stood from the table, ready to head back to my place. Before she could reply, a person called out behind me. Well, if it isn't the talk of the town. Every hair on my body stood up when I recognized the voice. I turned around to find Peter, my cousin, standing behind me. He looked exactly how he always had. Like a fucking asshole. Peter was 5 years older than me and my only cousin. He had a kid named Jensen, whom I looked after every now and again. Jensen was about 14, and was the complete opposite of his father. The kid didn't know it yet, but that would have been one of his strongest traits down the line, that he was nothing like the piece of shit who raised him. Peter moved through life with a heavy level of smugness to him, even though he didn't have the life success to match said uppity personality. He peaked in high school and never really advanced past the asshole jock phase of his life. Being a young dad probably didn't help his arrested development either. Peter didn't have to work for much of anything in life because his parents spoiled the everlasting shit out of him, as if he wasn't a 30-something-year-old. The only thing he truly had going for him was his good looks and his high school quarterback stories about when they went to state. Oh, and shagging my ex-girlfriend. Peter's eyes moved toward Willow. He eyed her up and down as if she were the fresh meat on the deli line, and that instantly pissed me off. Sure, I had no reason to be overprotective of Willow, but the last thing she needed was a dick like Peter coming on to her. And that was exactly what he'd do. Come on to her. Especially since he'd noticed Willow was with me. I didn't know where the competition between Peter and I rose from. Truthfully, when we were young, I looked up to the guy. I thought he was the coolest, strongest person in our town. I envied how women, of all types, were enamored with him. When I was at my worst with being bullied for my speech and looks, all I used to think about was how I wished I could be just like Peter, cool, calm, and collected, liked by everyone, handsome, strong. When I first started going to the gym, my first and only thought was, WWPD. What would Peter do? It wasn't until a few years later that my rose-colored glasses were taken off, and I learned that my cousin crafted the nicknames that the bullies called me. I never really got over that betrayal. I thought family members were supposed to be better than others, but sometimes it appeared that they were the ones who could hurt you the most. Willow smiled sweetly toward Peter, and that pissed me off. Damn. I was officially pissed off. His mere existence did that to me. I hated that Willow was giving him a second of her time, but she didn't know the snake that lived within that man. She was as clueless and free as she could be. "The talk of the town?" Willow questioned. "Little old me?" Peter snickered and shook his head with a sinister grin. "You sure are a little thing, aren't you? For fuck's sake. Please spare her, you fucking sleazeball." It took everything in my power not to roll my eyes. I didn't want to give him that satisfaction. Peter knew how to get under my skin, so I had to learn how not to showcase when he had. "We were just leaving," I replied dryly, nodding in Willow's direction. "Without an introduction, cuz?" Peter asked, patting his hand on my shoulder with his wide, pearly smile that his parents paid for. He knew I hated when he touched me. That was why he did it. "Cuz? Are you two cousins?" Willow asked with a level of intrigue. Her right eyebrow lifted as the sunlight touched her raised cheeks. Peter beamed with fake pride. "Sure are." "Oh, lovely. I'm Willow," she said, offering Peter her hand. That pissed me off, too. It pissed me off even more when he took her hand and shook it. He held on a little too long, if you asked me. I needed to get back to my boat. I'd been around people for too long. "Peter," he replied as he slid his hands into his sweatpants pockets. "So where's your boyfriend, Willow?" Give me a fucking break. What a stupid fucking line. "I don't know. Haven't met him yet." She then turned to me and tilted her head. "You two look so different." "Thank you," Peter and I said in unison. Willow laughed. That sound made me a little less pissed off. Like I said, we were on our way out. Food's getting cold. I cut in. Peter ignored me, which wasn't uncommon for him. He ignored pretty much everyone else unless he thought he had the chance of getting laid. That was why it was so bothersome how his eyes were glued to Willow. "How long are you in town, Willow?" he asked her, raking his hand through his brown hair. "For the summer." Peter flicked his thumb over his nose. "You have nothing you're waiting to return to?" "No. I kind of live in the concept that you're always exactly where you're supposed to be. I'm in no rush with life," she replied. "I allow it to move me as it wishes." Peter smirked. It was ugly. "Speaking of moving, do you like dancing?" he asked. "I love it," she said. "Well, If life moves you, tonight there's a dance party down at the barn house, celebrating the start of summer. I'd love to take you as my +1. I would invite my cousin here, but I know he's not much of a dancer or partier for that. He patted me on the back. I considered slugging him. But if you're interested, I can pick you up around 9 tonight. Willow bit her bottom lip and glanced my way. You don't dance? I gave her a blank stare, feeling a knot forming in my gut. She knew my answer. Willow frowned, but it only lasted for a split second before she turned back toward Peter. A party sounds fun. I'm staying with Theo if you want to scoop me up from his place. Scoop you up I will do. He tipped an invisible hat toward Willow before pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. I'll see you later on. He took a puff of the cigarette, then blew a cloud of smoke in my face. What a dick. I'll see you later, cuz. With that, he scurried away like the roach he was. Willow looked at me and narrowed her eyes. Cousins, huh? We aren't close. Yes. She began to walk over to my truck. I know. How do you know? You might not know this about me, but I'm a professional at reading a person's body language. I arched an eyebrow. Is that so? Sure is. And do you know what your body language read during that whole exchange? What's that? I asked as I opened the passenger door for her to climb inside. Piss off, Peter, she said without a moment's hesitation. Well, I guessed I didn't have as much of a poker face as I thought. I shut her door and then walked over to mine. I climbed into the truck and put it into drive. The whole time I could feel Willow's eyes on me. I don't have to go tonight if it makes you uncomfortable. I just love meeting people, and dancing is my favorite pastime. Why would it make me uncomfortable? I don't know. She shrugged. You just seemed bothered by Peter. And I don't want to go against my roomie for the summer. I don't care what you do with your life. Yes. Okay. She kept staring. The unease of it kept building. You don't owe me your loyalty or anything. We aren't friends. Just because I don't like my cousin doesn't mean you shouldn't. I do play favorites when it comes to the man who saved me from drowning, though, she said. I smiled. It slipped out. She smiled, too. I accidentally liked it. I like when you do that. I like your smile, Theo, she softly stated. I don't do it much. I knew I had a resting bitch face. The whole damn town knew. Yeah, she agreed. I think that's why it's special. She wiggled around in her seat and fiddled with her hands. I swore that woman couldn't stand still if her life depended on it. I think you and me started off on the wrong foot. You started off on no feet. You were floating. Still, rocky beginning. Since we'll be spending a lot of time together, I was thinking maybe we can work toward being more friendly with one another. I'm not that kind of person. Friendly? Yeah. Molly and Harry say differently. They said you have a heart of gold. That's grandparents for you. Delusional fools. She laughed, and her nose wrinkled up in a cute sort of way. You know, people in town talk about you, she said, shifting the conversation. I didn't appreciate the subject change because the topic was still me. Of course they do. All people do in this town is talk. A few told me they felt bad that I had to stay with you. They said you're an asshole. I am an asshole. She tilted her head questionably. Is that so? That is so. She crossed her arms. Oh, Theo, she whispered.
I'm sorry. I glanced over at her. For what? She shrugged her shoulders with a slight shake to her head. For whatever it was that made you. You. She said it with so much gentleness that it made my skin crawl. She kept staring at me with her smile, and I couldn't help but grumble some more. Willow, you're being weird, I said. Yeah, she agreed. It's kind of my thing. That smile stretched. What do you think you were in a past life, Theo? For fuck's sake. Willow, I muttered. I was an oak tree, she continued as if she didn't just say the most bizarre thing. I think I was based in Montana, but it's really hard to say. You know, trees, they don't really know states. Just dirt. Fucking hell. I was talking to the oddest human being to ever exist. I blinked a few times at her, but didn't say a word. Unfortunately, she continued to say many things. I only say that because I believe in reincarnation, and with that, I believe we get to pick how we come back into the world, because as spirits, it's like a buffet of opportunities and lifestyles we can partake in. I chose to be a big, giant oak tree because I wanted to see what it felt like to be grounded for hundreds of years. And this go-round, I decided to come in and be a free spirit, because I wanted to see what it felt like to be free and floaty. So I guess I'm just wondering why you chose to be... She waved her hands in my direction. This. This? I echoed. Yeah, this. You know. She leaned in and whispered. Grumpy. I huffed. I don't believe in reincarnation. Yeah, she nodded. I had a feeling you'd say that. Her voice dropped more. Do you want to know a secret? No, I don't. She smiled. I frowned. I think you and I were friends in another lifetime, she said so knowingly. Maybe even lovers for a short time. I replied. I leaned in closer. Willow. Yes, she breathlessly replied. Are you high right now? No, of course not. I arched an eyebrow. I saw you get brownies from Matt Turner in town earlier. Yeah, he said only eat one at a time, but I ate 3 because they were delicious. Oh, hell. Willow was stoned. You ate 3 brownies from Matt Turner? I asked, a bit stunned that she was still awake at all. As I looked her way, her eyes were definitely fading quickly, though. Willow, those were weed brownies. Weed brownies? She gasped, sitting up straighter. No way. She narrowed her eyes even more. Is that why I believe in reincarnation? I don't know why you believe what you believe, but if you ate that many brownies from Matt Turner, then you'll believe in unicorns soon, too. I already believe in unicorns, she giggled. It sounded like heaven, soaked in joy. Disgusting. She then tossed her hands over her face, as if realization just set in. Oh my gosh! I'm high! I chuckled a little. Yes, you are. Oh my gosh, she started, glancing around. Don't let people know that I'm high, Theo. That's so embarrassing. Just ride it out. Ride it out? Her voice boomed, filling the space of my truck. I ate 4 brownies. You said 3. I know, but I didn't want you to think I was greedy, so I said 3, but really it was 4. Oh, damn. That's a lot of weed brownies, I said. Can people die from being too high? She asked, completely serious, which made me laugh again. She placed a hand on my forearm. Theo, I'm being serious. Am I dying? Oh my gosh, I can feel my eyeballs. She gasped, covering her eyes with her hands. You can't feel your eyeballs, Willow. I can. I feel them. She started mumbling in her hands like a weirdo. Then she dropped her hands into her lap. You know what sounds good? A vegan pizza. A vegan pizza never sounds good. Yes, it does. With pepperoni. I hate to break it to you, but pepperoni isn't vegan. She pursed her lips together, seemingly falling into deep thought. Oh, yeah. She giggled some more, falling back against her seat. I hated that I didn't hate the sound as much as I should have. Are you high, too? I'm not high, too. Why aren't you high? I didn't eat Matt Turner's brownies. Why didn't you stop me from eating Matt Turner's brownies? I shrugged. I figured you knew what type of brownies you were eating when you took them from a guy like Matt Turner. Oh. She pouted. That was sort of cute, too. Am I dying, Theo? You're not dying, Willow. Her pout deepened. Do I annoy you? Yes, but don't take it personally. All people annoy me. She laughed. You sound like my brother-in-law. He hates people, too. Sounds like a smart man. She kept staring at me, and I noticed as I kept my eyes on the road. It's rude to stare. Sorry, can't help it. She continued to fiddle with her fingers. You know what? I bet you'll tell me. One day, we're going to be friends, Theo. I just know it. Don't hold your breath. She blew air into her cheeks like a chipmunk. Christ, this woman would be the death of me if she had her way. I brushed a thumb against my nose, feeling one recurring thought shooting through my head. Peter's an asshole, I blurted out. She tilted her head toward me. I thought you were the asshole. I am, I replied, but I'm a different kind of asshole. I took a deep breath, thinking about my cousin and the jerk he'd been. Just be careful around him, all right? Oh. Her voice dipped low, and a sweet grin found her. It sounds like you care about my well-being. I don't. Right. She nodded dramatically. Because you're an asshole. Correct. A total dick. She smiled and turned to look out the window. Theo? Yeah. I'm really freaking high. I smirked when she wasn't looking. Fucking fairy. When we got home, Willow trailed me into the house. I grabbed a few beer cans from the fridge and then tossed on a sweatshirt. Do you want to eat dinner together? She asked me, following me around like a damn puppy who wanted love. Nah, I replied, opening the back door. Going fishing. I have some free time before the party tonight, she expressed. Okay. I didn't know why she told me that because I didn't care. She stepped closer to me. Can I go fishing with you? She asked. No. I shook my head, and I felt her frown without even looking at her. I glanced over my shoulder and grimaced. Willow? Yes? You can have my cookies in the fridge. Sober up before the party. And then I can go fishing with you? She asked with hope in her eyes. Nope. After fishing for less than an hour, I'd received a text message from Peter asking me where Willow had been. He said he'd shown up to the house and there was no answer. I sat in the middle of the lake, wanting nothing more than to be left alone. I also wished that Peter wouldn't text me. The only reason his number wasn't blocked was because if something happened to his son, Jensen, I'd want to know. Otherwise, I'd tell him to fuck all the way off. I read his message repeatedly but didn't reply. She's fine, I told myself, looking in the direction of my place. She's a grown-up. That was putting it nicely, though. She was hardly an adult when it came to her livelihood, and she lived as if she wasn't terrified of death. Diving naked off cliffs in the middle of the night. eating random brownies from strangers, considering dates with fucking Peter. Willow was the definition of childlike, just like Grandma. That stressed me out more than anything. It was like having a toddler who had to touch everything and talk to everyone. I bet Grandma put Papa through the ringer when they were younger. Whenever I asked if Grandma was a handful for Papa, he'd smile and shrug. What can I say? She's my vibrant rainbow. I wasn't one for much color in my life. I liked my neutrals. I kept staring at the house. I'd hardly caught any fish. She's fine. She's good. She's an independent woman. Damn it, I muttered once, before packing things up to head back toward the house to check on the problem child. I knew I wouldn't be able to fish in peace while wondering if she was okay. Sure, I was an asshole, but I wasn't a massive asshole. Just a regular old asshole. Besides, Grandma would murder me if anything happened to Willow. Then she'd bring me back to life to murder me again. After docking the boat, I headed inside and called out her name. Willow, you all right? I asked, walking through the space. I moved through the house, checked her bedroom, and when I saw she wasn't in there, a tinge of panic filled the pit of my stomach. She didn't go wandering in the woods by herself high, did she? I wouldn't put it past the freaking fairy. She was probably hugging trees and talking to frogs, little Snow White. Right before I went into a full-blown panic, I glanced down at the floor and saw a trail. A trail of cookie crumbs. Following the trail of crumbs, I ended up outside my guest bathroom. I took a breath and knocked. Willow? You good? I heard movement, and the anxiety building in my chest began to settle down. Yet she still didn't respond. Willow? Yes, she asked in a whispered voice. You good? No response. I stood taller. Can I come in? A long pause before she replied. Sure. As I turned the doorknob, I glanced across the bathroom space and saw Willow sitting in the bathtub with the container of cookies in her hands, a bag of spicy nacho Doritos in her lap, and bloodshot eyes. I almost cracked a smile from the ridiculousness of it all. She frowned slightly toward me and whispered again, I actually had 5 brownies, and I think I'm dying. A smile was cracked. This fucking woman. I moved toward her and kneeled so we were at eye level. You're not dying, Willow. Yeah, no, I am. I checked my Apple Watch and it says my heart rate stopped. I arched an eyebrow, lifted her arms and glanced at her wrists. Willow? Yes. You're not wearing an Apple Watch. She nodded. I know, silly. It's right here. She put down the cookie container and then picked up her watch, which was not on her body. See? It says I don't have a heart rate. I think that's because it has to be on your arm. She parted her lips and narrowed her eyes. No, that's not how watches work. But don't worry, I called the ambulance. They'll bring me back to life. Is it hot in here? It's so hot in here, she said, grabbing a handful of her shirt and fanning it in and out. I didn't respond to the heat commentary, because I was more concerned with the other thing she said. You didn't really call. Before I could finish, I heard sirens. For fuck's sake. I should have stayed on the lake. Willow, you called the ambulance? I asked, stunned. She tossed her hands up in the air, baffled by my puzzled expression. Well, yeah, Theo. I don't have a heartbeat. I grumbled and cussed under my breath before taking her hands into mine and placing her hands against her chest. You feel that, Willow? Her eyes widened. Yes. What's that? Your heartbeat. My heartbeat? She questioned, surprised. I have a heartbeat? I smiled even though I didn't want to. You have a heartbeat. Her eyes glassed over as if I'd told her the pathway to Narnia. I have a heartbeat. Before I could reply, my doorbell rang. I told her to stay, but she was only half listening. She was much more interested in those new heartbeats that she'd discovered. As I reached the front door, I opened it to see Stacy and Ralph standing there with their bags of equipment from their ambulance truck. They graduated a few years before me, and were both decent people. I just didn't have much energy to deal with humans after a certain hour of the day. That hour being 8 in the morning. Hey, Theo, we got a call about an issue, Stacy said, checking her phone. Something about missing heartbeats from the new girl in town? I raked my hand through my hair and shook my head. There was a misunderstanding. Willow hung out with Matt Turner, and he gave her 5 brownies, and she ate all of them. Ralph's eyes widened. She ate 5 of Matt's brownies? How is she still standing? I wouldn't say standing, exactly, I replied. Come on in. I'll show you to her so you can check her out and wrap this up. We walked toward the bathroom, and the second we stepped inside, we were staring at a sleeping Willow, covered in Doritos and cookie crumbs, with a chip resting between her lips. Stacy and Ralph crossed their arms and stared in amazement. I remember my first Matt Turner brownie. I thought my legs were made of Jell-O, Stacy said. I ate a 20-piece bucket of chicken and dipped the wings in Kool-Aid, Ralph replied. All right, since you seem all good here, we'll head out. It's been a busy night for you Langfords, huh? I arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? Stacy's face dropped slightly, and she shook her head. Molly said she'd tell you. We figured you knew. Knew what? I asked. The two glanced at one another. They hesitated. Ralph cleared his throat. Harry's fine. It was just a fall. They're at home. We were called out to check on him, but he's... Before they could reply, I was darting out of the bathroom, grabbing my keys and in my truck, speeding down the street to my grandparents' house. Without an invite, I burst through the front door to find my grandparents in the living room, watching the evening news. They turned to me instantly and looked at me as if I were a madman. I tossed my hands in the air. What the hell? 6. Harry. Haven't you heard a knocking? I asked, as I sat in my recliner chair, staring at Theo after he came bursting into the house. Molly and I never locked our front door, and people came bursting in all the time. I told her we should change the habit of unlocked doors to avoid people bursting in, but she said that was her favorite thing. You never know who's coming in. That was my exact issue with it. You never knew who was coming. Sometimes I just wanted to walk around in my boxers with freedom. Well, roll around nowadays. That damn wheelchair was pissing me off more and more each day. I hated it. I hated it more and more each day. Molly did her best to help me into it multiple times a day, but my lady was petite. I knew it was a struggle with her needing to help me up and down nonstop. Sometimes when I needed to get up, I just stayed down because I didn't want to bother her. She would have said it wasn't a bother. If the roles were reversed, I would have said the same thing to her. Why was the ambulance here? Theo asked, his voice covered with concern. Actually, I already know. Ralph and Stacy told me. What happened to privacy? I murmured, waving a hand toward my grandson. It was all a misunderstanding. Your grandmother called because she was overreacting. Harold Cole, watch your tongue, Molly scolded. You were on the floor for a long time. But I was fine, I replied. I got up. With their help, Molly said before turning toward Theo. Your grandfather thought it would be wise to try to take a shower. He slipped and fell. Could have easily broken a hip. What the hell were you thinking? Theo asked me with a parental tone. My stomach knotted up instantly, and so did my mood. I scrunched up my nose and narrowed my eyes. Who do you think you're speaking to like that, boy? Don't forget who raised you. You can't come in here scolding me like I'm a child. Theo's eyes that matched Molly's softened as he stared at me. He ran his hands through his hair before resting his palms on the top of his head. Sorry, Papa. I was just worried. Well, don't worry about me. I'm fine, I replied. The words left my mouth, but I hardly believed them. When I fell, I bruised up pretty badly. It hurt more than ever before. I felt ashamed, embarrassed that Molly had to find me in that position. People said getting older was a gift, but most days, as of late, it felt like a curse. I hated everything about it. I hated that I couldn't go fishing. I hated that I couldn't drive. I hated that I couldn't take a damn shower without needing assistance. It was as if I was transforming back into an infant, needing people to cater to me every step of the way. It felt dehumanizing in so many ways. I used to play all sports. Football, baseball, basketball. My joints used to not crack whenever I walked. I used to be able to stand on my own and not fall. I used to take care of everyone, not have everyone take care of me. I used to be strong. Now I was pissed off. I was angry. I was sad. Theo and Molly both stared at me with so much care and love in their eyes, but all I saw was pity. The last thing I ever wanted was for someone to pity me, even though I didn't feel well. I was tired. I ached. Everything hurt. My body, my mind, my heart. Everything was so painfully exhausting. Sorry, Papa, Theo said, his voice stuttering slightly. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just concerned. I nodded once. I get it. I'm fine, though. But I wasn't. I hadn't been fine in a long time. Some days I couldn't even look at my Molly because it felt as if each passing second was the last remaining moments I'd have to look her way. And that thought shattered every piece of me. I still stood by what I said to her 60 years ago on our wedding day. I wanted forever with Molly Ruth Langford. Even that didn't feel long enough. My eyes found Molly's. Instant calmness filled me. I didn't know a woman's eyes could bring so much peace until I looked into hers. I wasn't as pissed off. I wasn't as angry. I was still sad, but loved. That made it easier. She moved over to me and took my hand in hers. Her touches. Molly and her touches. I think when people love each other so much, it's normal to worry. But if it were serious, we would have reached out, Theo. I promise, Molly said. Her voice was always so gentle and caring. Though even if I wasn't okay, I wouldn't want to reach out. I didn't want to worry people. Molly was the opposite. She wanted everyone to be in the loop of things going on. Where did you run into Stacy and Ralph? Molly asked our grandson. They stopped by my place for Willow, Theo said. Both Molly's and my eyes widened. What happened? Is she all right? I questioned, alert. Why didn't you lead with that? Theo smirked and shrugged. I must take after my grandfather, and I didn't want to worry people. Touché, you little shit, I replied. Is Willow all right? Molly questioned. She's fine. She had an accidental crossing with Matt Turner and his baked goods. Oh, she got too high. Molly nodded, knowing Matt's baked goods very well herself. We grew up with Matt's grandfather, Frank. Those brownies must have been a family recipe, because when we were young, we used to be high as kites in the middle of the woods, dancing under the moon near some dirt roads. Speaking of, I should get back to check on her. I just needed to make sure you were okay, Papa. Now I have to go check on that grown adult who's really an annoying child that needs to be looked after, Theo said, grimacing. Well, I'll be. He liked her. He didn't say the words. He actually said the exact opposite of the words, but I saw it in his eyes. He was worried about her. Theodore was tough on the outside, a defense mechanism, but beneath the surface, he was a gentle giant who cared more than he'd ever reveal. He was a little too much like me. That was clear. Tell her we said hi, Molly said, moving over to kiss Theo's cheek. And take her some sweets from my cabinet to help her sober up. She's fine. I already gave her all the cookies you gave me, Theo stated with the deepest look of annoyance before he turned to walk away. Good night, you two. See you tomorrow. Call me if an ambulance stops by, he remarked sarcastically before going through the front door and shutting it behind him. Molly turned to me with a knowing grin on her face. She looked like a child on Christmas morning, standing under the sparkling, colorful tree lights. Did you hear that? He gave her all his cookies. That's a big deal. He hasn't shared one of your baked goods with anyone since he was 5 years old. He likes her, she said with a smirk of pleasure on her face. It's not shocking, though. Willow is easily likable. Just like you, my sweets, I mentioned, feeling any annoyance or worry I had fading away. Just like you. She walked over to me and bent down to kiss my forehead. And just like that, one forehead kiss, and I was in my 20s again, falling in love. Life was hard, and getting old was harder. There was no getting around that fact. But it was easier with her. 7. Theo. When I got back to my place, I headed straight to the bathroom to check on Willow. She was still there, sleeping in the tub, covered in crumbs. I moved in closer to find her snoring very lightly. I tapped her arm. Willow, you should go to bed. No response, just more snoring. She couldn't stay in the tub all night long, so with a short sigh, I bent down and lifted her into my arms. I carried her out of the bathroom to her bedroom, shaking off as many crumbs as I could. She still didn't wake. She simply snuggled in deeper against my chest, giving me nothing more than her inhales and exhales. With finesse, I used my foot to pull back the blanket on her bed, then laid her down. She instantly rolled on her side, grabbed a pillow, and hugged it against her chest, growing even more comfortable. I covered her up and tucked her in. I tucked her in. What the hell, Theo? Never in my life had I tucked another human into bed. As I turned to leave, I flipped off the light, only to hear her voice. Theodore? I didn't look back to face her. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't reply. I went back out on my boat. It was a hassle and a pain in the ass to take it back out on the water, but I was too awake to stay in the house. Plus, if I stayed in the house, I might have found the urge to check in on Willow more than once. Instead, I went out on the water and thought about the fucking fairy who got too high on Matt Turner's brownies.
8.
Willow. To michaelkingsley@gmail.com from willowkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Willow News Update. Hey, old man. My first few nights in Weston Lake have been adventurous, to say the least. I've been here a bit over 3 weeks and everyone has been pretty welcoming. About a week ago, I accidentally ate too many special brownies without knowing they were special brownies, and let's just say the night went in a direction that I didn't think it would. Remember when Anna and I got into your edibles and took too many when we were 16? Now imagine that times 50. Gosh, that was a handful for you. I'm surprised you didn't ground me forever after that. Those 6 months did feel like forever back then. I've been thinking about Anna a lot lately. I wish I could turn off that part of my brain sometimes. I wonder how she is. I always wonder how she is. I guess that's life, though. A blend of memories and regret and words left unsaid. Molly asked if her grandson Theo and I could move up the anniversary party for her and Harry. She came back the other night upset after a doctor's appointment for Harry. I think they got some bad news after a fall he had last week. They thought it wasn't that serious, but his hip is having a lot of struggles. I feel awful, and it makes me want to pour everything into their anniversary celebration. Theo and I are going into town to meet with a few caterers and shop for decorations tomorrow. Theo's a hard nut to crack. I still can't tell if he likes me, but he did give me his cookies, so that's a good sign. Then again, afterward, he told me not to eat any more of his food with the grumpiest expression. Anyway, I love you, Dad. I'll see you soon. Your little bird. P.S. Don't worry, I'm okay.
To willowkingsley@gmail.com from michaelkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Dad News Update. Little bird, I'm sorry to hear that about Molly's husband. That's a hard situation to be in. It probably means the world to Molly to have you there to help out. Just remember to take care of yourself, too. I know those issues can be very heavy. I saw Anna the other day in town. I'm sorry you're still struggling with that. I would say I could talk to her for you, but I know it wouldn't help much of anything. Grieving people who are still alive is tough. Also, I forgot about that edibles incident. It just upset me again, so you better come home because you're grounded again. Okay, maybe that's just me trying to get you home. If this Theo guy is rude to you, let me know, and I'll come kick his ass. Or if he tries to cozy up with you, let me know, and I'll come kick his ass. Avery is 25 weeks now, which is crazy. I can't wait to meet the twins, and I'm grateful that you'll be home for their birth. Something else to look forward to. I love you, Willow. You said you'll see me soon. Make it sooner than that. Your old man. P.S. I'll always worry, but I know you'll be okay. Dad said you're living with a grumpy asshole.
Avery said on the Zoom call that she, Yara, and I were on. I sat on the edge of the deck in Theo's backyard, bathing in the sunlight as my sisters and I caught up on life. Avery looked beautiful, pregnant, but she'd been put on bed rest, which must have been driving her crazy. Over the past few days, ever since she was told the news about being on bed rest, she texted Yara and me a crazy number of Instagram reels that I'd already seen weeks ago on TikTok. Avery hated social media, but she must have hit her boredom threshold. Now she was leaving me voice memos with random social media sound clips. I wouldn't say he's an asshole, I stated as I put on my sunglasses. I mean, there are asshole moments, but I think that's just him trying to be an asshole, not because he's an actual asshole, if that makes sense.
That makes absolutely zero sense,
Avery stated. I chuckled. It's like he's trying to be an asshole just to keep people away. Avery pursed her lips together in understanding.
Oh, that's a concept I can respect. I like keeping people away, too. People are the worst.
Not if you get to know them. Yara chimed in as she stood in her doggy daycare, mixing up a batch of homemade dog treats. I nodded. I agree. Some people put on an act until you get to know them, but I can definitely say he's a grump. As someone who fell in love with her own grump, marry him. Yara said. As someone who married a golden retriever, I can vouch that a grump and golden retriever pair well together. Avery agreed. It was odd seeing my two sisters so happily married and in love. For a long time, I thought that would be me. I thought we'd all live in Honey Creek together and raise our families. I thought I'd have Daddy build me a house on the lake with a view of the most stunning sunsets. I thought I'd be married young and deep in love. That all changed after the accident with Anna.
Willow.
Someone called out behind me. I turned to find Theo standing there staring my way with his always stern look.
We should get going if we're going to pick up decorations and meet with the caterers to sample the food.
Holy shit! Both my sisters exclaimed as they got as close as possible to their cell phones.
That's the asshole!
Avery hollered without thought. Avery! A whisper shouted, feeling my cheeks flush from her bluntness.
Sorry.
She cleared her throat and then whispered,
That's the asshole?
Theo huffed, arching an eyebrow. Oh, he is a grump, Yara commented. I know that huff. I fell in love with that huff and Alex.
Hey, asshole! Over here.
Avery said, waving her hands in the air. Theo stepped closer, his body directly beside mine, and he kneeled to get in front of the laptop's camera.
Yeah? Come closer,
she urged. He inched a little closer.
You see that, Yara?
Avery asked.
Oh, I see it.
The blue eyes? Yara agreed. He's giving extreme Bradley Cooper vibes circa The Hangover.
Hey, asshole. Did you know that Bradley Cooper was Willow's celebrity crush? It's almost like she's living with her celebrity crush. If she hasn't told you, Willow thinks you're super hot.
And that's
Enough, I said, rushing to shut my laptop. Note to self, kill my sisters. Theo arched an eyebrow.
Did you tell them my name was asshole?
No, I disagreed. My dad did.
Your father thinks I'm an asshole.
My father thinks anyone who's near his daughters is an asshole.
Fair.
He narrowed his eyes.
Did you give them the idea that we were something?
What? No, of course not. The embarrassment that crept up my body was almost unbearable.
Even though I'm your celebrity crush.
You are not my celebrity crush. He scrunched his nose in disbelief.
I don't know. It sounds like you have a crush on me.
I do not have a crush on you. I rolled my eyes in the most dramatic way as my heart began to pound at the wildest speed ever. Don't get a big head. You look nothing like Bradley Cooper. He looked everything like Bradley Cooper. In fact, I found myself drooling over him last weekend as he chopped wood in the backyard. He was shirtless. Shirtless! Theo almost smiled as he stood beside me. Almost. I saw the twitch at the corners of his mouth, but instead of melting into the smile, he shook it into a frown.
We should get going.
I grabbed my laptop, stood, and followed him to his truck. He opened the passenger side door for me, and I said, "Thank you."
Anything for my #1 fan.
He responded instantly, with a bit of sparkle in his eyes and a little wink. Was I in the Twilight Zone? Was he being playful? I paused and stood taller. What is this?
What is what?
I waved my hand in his direction. This. Are you happy today? He grimaced but shrugged his left shoulder.
I'm happy today.
What kind of human grimaced while saying they were happy? Since when do you do the happy thing? I questioned. He couldn't hold it in. A teeny tiny grin came out. He puffed out his chest.
I caught a northern pike last night.
I blinked at him repeatedly, trying to understand why he was so excited about catching a fish. You fish all the time, don't you catch fish often?
Yeah.
He agreed.
But this was a big boy.
I stared blankly at him. Forgive me, but I don't know the ins and outs of fishing. Define a big boy.
A 40-inch northern pike,
he exclaimed, clapping his hands and rubbing them together.
40 inches.
Now Theo had a full-blown smile, and it almost made my heart burst with joy. I didn't know a mouth like his could do such a thing. He looked completely different, almost as if he were transformed into a child. He looked so good. Like a freaking smiling Bradley Cooper. He held his arms out to show me the size of his fish.
It was massive. The biggest thing I've ever caught in a lake. This isn't a common thing. I almost lost it as I was reeling it in, but I got that bastard. So thank you.
Thank me? What for?
For getting high as a kite. I wouldn't have been on the water when I was if it weren't for you stuffing your face with Doritos and cookies.
I laughed. Not all heroes wear capes.
Yeah, some wear crumbs.
He shook his head, still pleased.
A 40-incher.
The things I would do with a 40-incher. I teased. Theo snickered slightly. I arched an eyebrow. Was that a laugh?
Laugh? Me? Never. I don't laugh.
It sounded like a laugh.
Don't worry. It won't happen again unless I catch another 40-incher.
Do people eat northern pike?
Smart ones do. Most people don't eat them, but they are pretty tasty. It's a whole process to fillet them because you have to cut the Y bone out. Northern pike have a lot of bones, which is why most don't like to deal with them. I'm good at pulling the Y bone out with a zipper method.
So, what I'm hearing is you're good with your hands.
Willow, I'm fucking fantastic with my hands.
That made me blush more than it should have. Theo continued talking about his big fish, and I couldn't stop smiling at his excitement. For the first time, I saw Theo, the real Theo that Molly talked about all the time. The light in his eyes made my own eyes almost water because he wasn't an asshole. He was just a man who kept to himself and didn't let others in easily. At that moment, though, he let his walls down. My mind couldn't help but wonder what it was that made him close himself off in the first place. Humans didn't come into the world shut off. The world had a way of making people distant. "I'm so proud of you," I told him, clapping my hands together in celebration. Something was so beautiful about watching someone achieve a goal of theirs. Even if it was on a topic that I myself didn't completely understand, it was so cool to witness someone else's joy. After I said those words, Theo's smile softened and he nodded once. He paused for a moment, shut his eyes, then gently said,
"Thanks,"
before closing my door. After closing the door, he turned his back to me, placed his hands on top of his hair, and shook his head slightly before he walked over to his side of the vehicle, climbed into the car, and began to drive into town. He glanced my way for a split second before looking back toward the road. He cleared his throat.
We have about a 45-minute drive to get to Green Bay for everything. It's the closest big city from here.
Sounds good.
So, as far as the ceremony, I'm not good at decorations or anything. My cousin's son, Jensen, said he'll handle the floral display since he's into landscaping and bouquets and stuff. So I'm hoping to leave everything else up to you if that's okay. I have no problem paying for everything, but picking it all out leaves me a bit clueless.
Luckily, decorations are my specialty. Plus, your yard has the best backdrop with the lake. I'm thinking just a ton of lanterns and strings of lights and color. Lots and lots of color.
Then that's what we'll do. Maybe for the table spreads, though, we can do a lot of rainbow things since Papa calls Grandma his rainbow.
I smiled. I think it's cute that you call him Papa.
It's all I've ever known. Calling him anything else would feel odd.
How are you doing when it comes to his health? I know Molly said it's been hard. Theo's eyes softened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly.
I try not to think about it. Thinking about it doesn't change anything.
It's okay to feel sad about it, though. His mouth tightened, and his grimace and discomfort returned.
We don't have to talk about it, Willow.
Oh, right. Okay. I felt bad because it was clear he was closing himself off again, and my question about Harry was the reason for it. I shouldn't have asked him. I should have just been thankful for conversations about fish. I bit my bottom lip, hoping to bring back the flash of Theo filled with light. "So," I sang, patting my hands against my thighs, "what other kinds of fish are there in Weston Lake? It was as if a switch was turned on because the light returned to Theo's eyes as he shifted around in his seat.
Well, there are bluegills, perch, and largemouth bass. Sturgeons are rare, but they can be found in the bigger lakes. Crappies and muskies. Walleyes are always good ones to catch.
He kept talking about fish, and I kept smiling at him, pretending he wasn't speaking a different language. He continued talking for the remaining 30 minutes of the drive, and I didn't think about turning on the radio for a second. Note to self, ask Theo about fishing. Makes him less grumpy. We shopped for decorations and tried more food than two people should have tried together. The day seemed to be going very well, and Molly would be pleased to know that her grandson and I were getting along. Sure, Theo wasn't chatty or anything, but he was less moody. His frowns didn't seem as permanent either. Everything was going swell. I talked a lot, he listened, it was all great, until we stopped in downtown Weston Lake to pick up a pizza for dinner. It was right outside of the restaurant that I ran into Peter, while Theo was inside grabbing the pizza.
Well, I'll be the woman who stood me up.
Peter joked the moment he saw me.
But as a victim of Matt Turner's goodies, I don't blame you for passing out.
I raised an eyebrow. How did you know about what happened? He gestured around Main Street.
News travels fast in Weston Lake. We don't have much to talk about outside of each other.
He slid his hands into the pockets of his black athletic pants.
So, do I get to cash in my IOU card for us missing our hangout? I'm having a party over at my place next weekend. More dancing will take place.
I'm always down for dancing.
Great. Then it's a date.
He said those words right as Theo walked out of the restaurant. The moment Theo saw Peter, it was as if all of his good vibes for the day instantly evaporated. His body language did a 180 as he tensed up.
Hey, cuz,
Peter said, moving toward Theo and slugging him on the shoulder before he wrapped his arm around Theo, pulling him into a sideways hug. Theo's discomfort was apparent, but Peter didn't seem to care.
I stopped by Grandma and Papa's place this morning. They said you ran off to Green Bay for their anniversary party supplies. You should have invited me. I'd love to be involved. Then again, if you were just trying to get alone time with the beautiful woman, I get that too.
Theo's jaw tightened before he shrugged Peter's grip off.
Didn't...
Theo shut his eyes for a moment. Peter smirked and crossed his hands over his chest.
Sound it out, cuz. So what did you both end up getting today?
He asked Theo. Theo took a deep breath. He started talking and continued tripping over his words, unable to get a sentence out. As he tried and failed, I cleared my throat. We ended up getting lights and a few table rentals. We also tried different catering and picked out a menu for the event. I told Peter. Theo grumbled under his breath and out of nowhere snapped at me.
Don't fucking do that.
He growled, throwing me off completely.
Don't fucking speak for me.
He snapped. Peter narrowed his eyes with disbelief.
Whoa. Don't talk to her like that. It's not Willow's fault you couldn't complete a sentence. Can
Theo's face was flushed red.
Fuck off, Peter.
He pushed out before marching off toward his truck. I stood there confused at what had just transpired, uncertain what to say.
Not to talk down about my cousin, but he's fucking weird.
Peter mentioned. I glanced back and forth between the storming off Theo and Peter. What the heck was that? I questioned. Before Peter could reply, Theo was driving off, leaving me stranded, as if he wasn't my ride back to his place. What the heck? I hollered, tossing my hands up in the air.
What an ass,
Peter said with a head shake.
I'm guessing he was your ride?
He was, and that was my pizza.
I can drive you over to his place.
Oh no, you don't have to do that. Peter smiled sweetly.
It's not a problem at all. I want to.
After a moment's hesitation, I agreed, simply because I didn't know the way back to Theo's house on my own, and I needed to give him a piece of my mind for leaving me stranded. Peter walked me over to his car and hopped into the driver's seat, and I walked around and climbed into the passenger seat. He put the car into drive after we buckled up and took off down the road.
I'm going to be honest. Theo's odd. I'm surprised my grandparents let him run the restaurant and the booth at the farmer's market because he's so socially awkward. They spoil the shit out of him more than they ever spoiled me, and I was their first grandson.
Why do you think that is? That they spoil him more?
Well, he grew up and was raised by them, so it's almost like he's their actual child. Not to be emotional about it, but I always was jealous of how they treated him compared to me.
I'm sorry that happened. That had to be hard. What's the deal with Theo's parents? Peter frowned.
It's pretty sad, actually. My Aunt Christina was taken advantage of and ended up pregnant. The whole thing messed her up pretty badly. When Theo was around 12, she abandoned him, saying she never wanted a kid anyway and wished she would have had an abortion.
My hand fell to my chest. Oh my goodness. That's heartbreaking.
It is. And it's clear that it made him a bit of a weirdo. That's not even me being mean. I wish life was easier for him. I've tried to connect with him over the years, but he's so distant. I guess that's the thing about people. We're all different. Some people like their space, others don't.
He smiled at me.
I get the idea. You're a people person.
Yes, I laughed. My eldest sister would say, I like people a little too much. I don't like being alone.
I think you and I have a lot in common, because I don't like it either. How many siblings do you have?
2 older sisters, Avery and Yara.
Aw, you're the baby.
I live up to it, too. I'm a handful. Peter arched an eyebrow and held a hand in the air.
I have big hands for handfuls.
I chuckled and shrugged. Most people can't handle all of me.
Trust me, Willow. I could handle you.
He mentioned as he pulled into Theo's driveway. He put the car in park and kept his eyes on me.
So, next Friday, I'll pick you up for the party.
Sounds great. Thanks for the ride, Peter.
Of course. I'd never leave you stranded.
I climbed out of his car and headed toward the house in search of Theo. After such a great day, I needed to understand why he was so quick to storm off without any true reasoning. But my timing must have been a second too late, because as I stepped onto the back porch, I saw him and his boat taking off on the lake with the pizza.
You could have left me a few slices,
I hollered, tossing my hands up in frustration. Freaking Bradley Cooper wannabe asshole.
9. Theo. Willow was sleeping when I returned from the lake after I stormed off from our interaction with Peter. I felt like a dick for abandoning her, but at that moment my mind was in a tailspin, and I couldn't think straight. What was worse was the fact that I could see the smugness in Peter's eyes that he was enjoying my struggles. The following morning I woke up early and moved around the house, feeling like a jerk for abandoning Willow. Our day wasn't bad. We'd actually had a decent time shopping for decorations. Willow talked a lot, but that was something I realized she just did. Ms. Chatty Cathy over there. It would have been odd if she didn't speak the whole drive to Green Bay and back. "What the heck, Theo?" I heard behind me as I finished clearing off the living room coffee table. I turned to see Willow standing there with a stern look, her hands on her hips. I blinked at her a few times. "Morning." "Don't you morning me. You left me last night." It looked like you and Peter were being buddy-buddy. Didn't want to get in the way. She looked at me as if I were out of my mind, and I couldn't blame her. My dramatic storm-off had been eating at me since it happened. I wanted to apologize. I needed to apologize. On the boat last night, I thought about a million ways I could have told Willow I was sorry. I beat myself up pretty bad about the whole thing, and on top of that, I didn't catch any fish, Even the lake seemed annoyed with my bad attitude. I wished Peter hadn't gotten under my skin so easily, and normally he didn't. It had been years since I'd had a burst of anger build inside me, forcing me to storm off from being around him. It happened a lot when we were younger because he'd push and push me into a corner, teasing me in a way that no one else could, without others knowing he was bullying me. He'd do it until I had a seemingly dramatic outburst, and that was the part that other people noticed. Not the build-up, only me hitting my breaking point. Then Peter would act as if nothing happened, and pretend to be as confused as everyone else when I had my explosions. To everyone outside of my grandparents, I was an unstable, stuttering monster. Well, to my grandparents and Talia, Jensen's mom. Talia and Peter had been together for a long time. She knew my cousin inside out, and even though no one else could see through his fake shock, Talia could. She was the one who taught me not to react, to hold my ground and not let Peter get under my skin, because that simply pleased him. Ever since she told me that, I'd done my best not to react. Until last night. Fucking hell. Why did I allow him to get under my skin so easily, too? It happened so quickly, and knowing that Willow witnessed me fall into my old stuttering ways sent a wave of painful heat throughout my whole body. I felt the stress sweats starting to build up more and more as the three of us stood outside the pizza parlor. I should have been stronger. I should have kept my cool, but for some odd reason I couldn't. And Willow witnessed it all. It wasn't until I stormed off that I realized Peter won. He wanted her to see me at my worst. He wanted everyone to see me that way. I was halfway to my place before I realized I left Willow stranded, which made me despise myself more. Willow's sister was right for calling me an asshole. What a fucking asshole I'd been. By the time I got to the house, I was too ashamed to stick around, so I hopped straight on my boat and left. Like a coward. I was still trying to mentally figure out why Peter bothered me so much at that very moment after so many years. The only difference in how he treated me this time was that Willow witnessed it. Why did I care what she thought? And how did I make my caring stop? You didn't want to get in the way? Theo, we were all talking, Willow explained, confusion floating in her eyes. We were having a normal conversation. A normal conversation? Fucking hell. She couldn't see how Peter was trying to bait me either. He was a snake, yet to her, he seemed like a stand-up guy. I hated that she saw him as a good guy. And me? I was the stuttering beast. Being unable to get my words out in front of her made me feel like when I was a kid on the playground and struggled to make friends. I felt ridiculous, ashamed, alone. Apologize, Theo. Just say sorry. I didn't want to have a conversation. I growled instead. Why? Hell if I knew. I just knew whenever I got defensive, people left me alone. And I wanted to be left alone. Gosh, why are you so angry? Peter was just making conversation. He wasn't just making conversation. Yes, he was. He was worried about you afterward, too. It sounds like he wants a relationship with you. Peter does not want a relationship with me. You don't know him. I spat out. So I'm supposed to believe that he was out to hurt you when you're the one who stormed out and left me stranded? I was there trying to help you, seeing how you tripped over your words and... I didn't fucking ask you to speak for me. I barked, feeling a nerve struck. I hated it when people spoke for me. I'd hated that for the longest time. I remember when I was a kid, I'd stutter so bad that teachers would try to finish my sentences for me. They'd make it a whole thing, and the other kids would snicker and laugh at me. The more teachers tried to figure out what I was trying to say, the more humiliated I'd become. which only led to the worst stuttering. I hated it. I hated when people spoke for me as a kid, and I damn sure hated it as an adult. I was a grown man. I didn't need a woman speaking on my behalf, especially a wildflower woman like Willow. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. She gave me a small smile, and it felt painfully sincere. And damn it, that smile made my chest tighten in the weirdest way. She looked beautiful. I wished she'd stopped doing that when I was annoyed with her. It made me really confused. Listen, I think we just need a breather. We are in Mercury retrograde, which can cause communication confusion. We should go dip in the water and cleanse the negative energy away from us. Willow. Yes. I'm never cleansing off my negative energy with you. She shrugged. Suit yourself. But if you ever need healing energy, you know where to find me. She headed through the house toward the lake, waving her hips back and forth. My eyes betrayed me, and I watched those damn hips the whole time they moved. My stare was only interrupted by my front door flying open. In marched Jensen with no eye contact at all. He darted through the house without muttering a word to me and went straight out the back door to the patio. I followed his steps slowly to find him sitting and pouting in one of the rocking chairs. I instantly knew what was happening, because whenever Jensen was annoyed with Peter, he'd show up at my place, storm through my house, and go sit in one of the two rocking chairs. Most people would have thought that him sitting in those chairs was a random act, and wouldn't read into it too much. I knew better, though. Jensen's mom, Talia, made those two rocking chairs for me before she passed away. They were a just because type of gift. She'd always go above and beyond, and whenever someone would ask why she'd done what she'd done, she'd simply shrug and say, just because. I didn't like many people, but Talia was on the list of good ones. She was way too good for Peter, and way too forgiving of him, too. Unlike Peter, Talia didn't come from a comfy background. She worked hard her whole life and still struggled. Peter made sure to remind Talia of her shortcomings whenever he could, because he was the definition of a shitty person. But what Talia didn't have in possessions, she had in heart. I figured that was the best kind of revenue. It was a shame that she lost her life shortly after childbirth. Jensen would have loved his mother, and Talia would have loved her son. They had so much in common. I bet their hearts beat the same, too. It was a certain kind of bullshit that good people could die young. The world hadn't had enough time to experience their love. The chair Jensen sat in rocked back and forth. They weren't just chairs to him. They were his mother. They were her warmth, her calmness, her gentle heart, her love. And when Jensen needed his mother, he'd sit with her in those chairs and rock for hours. I never rushed him. He could have stayed forever if he wanted to. If I had it my way, his father would stay out of the picture. Every time Peter let Jensen down, I wanted to stomp Peter's face with the heel of my boots. What a fucking nightmare. Jensen sat down on my back porch, keeping his distance from me. He probably knew how pissed off I was toward his father, and didn't want to deal with defending him. Maybe that was what upset me the most. The poor kid went to bat for his father all the time, as if Jensen wasn't being raised by a total tool. Then again, I wasn't the best at pep talks. I knew every time Peter disappointed his son, Jensen took that to heart, even if he didn't say a word about it. A lot of guys didn't talk about what hurt them. We simply buried that shit deep and kept life moving. Sometimes being a man felt like the loneliest thing in the world. Women had each other in a way that men did not. They talked and expressed their feelings on a deeper level, which probably led them down a road of healing. Us men were told from a young age to suck it up and keep it moving. Sometimes I wondered what it would feel like to just feel. To let the world know that some days sucked and some were so painfully sad. Instead, we as men kept it moving, pretending to be fine when our hearts were broken. I knew Jensen felt that way whenever a moment came up when he should have had his mother present. Talia passed away not long after Jensen was born. Even though he never knew her, he missed her every day. Losing a mother's love was hard. Mourning the relationship you'd never have. That kind of hurt left an emptiness within one's soul that was pretty damn impossible to seal up. I was pretty sure my heart was still wrapped tightly with caution tape. Caution. Don't get too close. Fragile when touched. I cleared my throat as I walked toward the back door of my place. As I pushed it open, the screen door creaked, the constant reminder that I needed to oil up the springs sooner than later. Probably needed to tighten a bolt, too. I probably needed a whole new door. I'd add it to my ever-growing to-do list. I didn't mind the to-do list at all. My mind worked best when it was overloaded with tasks to do. It didn't leave much time for me to overthink anything if I was busy. I was hoping the same could be said for Jensen. "I'm fine," he pushed out the moment he heard me step onto the wooden patio. The patio creaked too in certain spots. I should look into that. Jensen didn't look back toward me as he continued. "Dad's just a dick." "Didn't come to check on you," I lied. "Figured you were fine." I lied again. His shoulders dropped slightly, and he fiddled his hands together nonstop, forming fists repeatedly before letting them go. "Oh. Okay." I sat next to him and copied his hand gestures. We were quiet, staring out at the lakefront, uncertain if any words could make things better. I wondered what Peter did this time to push Jensen over the edge. Even though he said he was fine, he seemed extra tense that morning. Extra fragile. To the point that if I tapped my finger against his shoulder blade, he'd shatter into a million pieces. I sat my hands against my lap for a second before I flicked my pointer finger across my nose. I pointed toward the right corner of my land. Was thinking of getting that area dug up to plant a garden. Figured maybe you could help with the build. Jensen looked up for a moment and huffed before dropping his head back down. "Don't do that, Theo." "Do what?" "Try to make me feel better." "I ain't trying to make you feel better. I'm telling you I want a fucking garden." "I've been trying to get you to plant a garden for years." "Why now?" he quipped. "Because you're sad, idiot." With a shrug, I let out a small breath. "I'm sick of buying overpriced tomatoes." Jensen snickered. A laugh. I'd take a laugh. "How big of a garden are you talking?" he questioned. "Giant," I expressed. "Grandma would love some squash, zucchini, all kinds of things she could add to her sourdoughs, honestly." "Some red peppers could be good," Jensen commented, sitting up a bit straighter. He gestured toward the area. "You could probably get a good herb garden going, too, if we space everything correctly." "You think?" I figured it could all grow together. Spacing be damned. "Spacing be damned?" Jensen remarked, with a look of shock. "Language," I scolded. "You said it first," he replied. He tossed his hands up in a frenzy. "But the idea of just tossing together a garden without a plan is crazy." "Oh?" I shrugged. Didn't think it mattered. "That's because you don't think, bonehead," he commented, standing to his feet. "Gosh, lucky for you I stopped by. I can whip up a plan and something for the landscape of it all if you want. I tossed my hands up in surrender. Only if you feel up for it. What's the budget? Balls to the walls. Bring me your best A-game landscaping and we'll make it come to life. His eyes lit up. Balls to the walls? Don't say balls. That's not very gentlemanly of you. You said balls. I'm not a gentleman. Jensen smiled. A smile. I'd take a smile. I got some old construction paper somewhere in my office if you want to snatch that up. You can stay with me, too, as long as you need if it's easier for you to be on the property to plot this out. He narrowed his eyes. You're just doing this to make me feel better, aren't you? Why the hell would I need to make you feel better? You said you were fine. Aren't you fine? Yeah. He dipped his chin in a stern nod. I'm fine. Good. So just whip up a plan for me, will you? All right. He paused and kept fidgeting with his hands. It might take me some time, though. I might have to stay for a few days. Take weeks for all I care, as long as you're making something worthwhile. Okay. Cool. He headed into the house. The moment he was gone, I released a breath. That poor fucking kid. I stood from my chair, and before I could fully stand, the back door opened, and Jensen came rushing out. He didn't say a word, but darted straight for me and wrapped me in a tight hug. I paused for a moment before wrapping my arms around him and patting him on the shoulder. He sniffled a bit, but then let me go and headed back inside. A hug. I'd take a hug. I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling the heaviness on my chest. I wished I could take that boy's hurt and feed it into my own heartbeats. So they do exist, a voice said, breaking me away from my own thoughts. I turned to find Willow standing in a swimsuit, drying her hair with a towel. I huffed and grumbled before distracting myself from her and her body by moving the patio furniture around. What exists? I asked her, allowing my curiosity to get the best of me. I didn't know what it was about that woman, but she had a way of making me curious about the thoughts that lived in her head. I hated that. I hated that she made me wonder about her. Your feelings. I rolled my eyes. Don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about the fact that you saw that sweet boy sad, and sure, you didn't give him words of affirmation, but you gave him the best one of the love languages. Acts of service. What the fuck is a love language? It's the way we as humans accept and give love. There are 5 main love languages: acts of service, words of affirmation, physical touch, gifts, and quality time. They say every person has one that leads them. I glanced up toward her. That sounds like some hippie bullshit. What can I say? I'm a lover of hippie bullshit, she said with a smile. That was the first time I'd heard her cuss. I didn't know why it stood out to me, but it had. You don't say, I sarcastically remarked, as my body tried its best not to react to her smile. Damn her and those perfect smiles. I wished she'd frown more. It would probably make me feel a lot less confused. Why do you try so hard to appear cold, Theo? She asked me. It's okay to care, you know. If I wanted a therapist, I would have hired one, Willow. And if I did hire one, it wouldn't be you. I'm not a therapist. I'm just a girl who has a lot of feelings and thoughts. which you find the need to express out loud at all times, I mentioned. She smiled again. Made me almost want to smile too. I prayed that feeling would dissipate sooner than later. She walked toward me, the sun bouncing off her wet, shimmering skin, and tossed the towel over her shoulder. As she walked up the deck steps, she paused near me. She then looked out toward where I was planning the garden to be. "It's a bit late into the season to start a garden," she mentioned. "I know that. I just wanted Jensen to feel better. I wanted him to feel better because I cared." My words faded off as I realized she'd caught me in my feelings. The feelings I claimed I did not have. I grimaced. She laughed. Our current normal exchanges. Her smile widened, and she placed a hand on my forearm and squeezed it gently. "I know, Theodore. I know." "Theo," I growled. "Just Theo." "Right, of course. Just Theo," she remarked sarcastically. Or flirtingly. I wasn't certain. I didn't know how to read that woman. "Willow." "Yes?" "Can you leave me the hell alone?" She frowned. Fucking hell. That didn't make me feel less confused than her smiles. It actually made me feel bad and sad. The last thing I wanted to witness again was a Willow frown. It made my chest ache. "Can you stop being a fucking dick for just one day, Theo?" She wandered into the house, and I stayed there for a moment, trying to shake off the tingling sensation she sent through my system from that small touch. I also tried to shake off the guilt from seeing her lips turned upside down, and her eyes filled with hurt. Magic. It had to be magic. Willow Kingsley must have been a witch. Otherwise, I couldn't explain why she made me feel the way she had. It wasn't even as if she made me feel a few things. No, she made me feel everything. It had been a long, long time since I felt everything all at once, but somehow she'd managed to unlock that within my system, which was quite an odd sensation, at best. At worst, it was terrifying. That meant one thing and one thing only. I had to become colder, more distant. Otherwise, I'd drown in the confusion of how that woman made me feel.
10. Willow. "How has my grandson been treating you?" Molly asked as I sat on a stool at her kitchen island. She was folding her sourdough as she walked me through the process of making said dough. Still, I had low confidence that I wouldn't mess up my own loaf of sourdough. Coming to Molly and Harry's house always felt like walking into a warm hug. Their home had such a rustic feel to it and was vibrant with color and life. They had a collection of antiques that were passed down through the years from different family members, too. I figured that was what I loved most about the two of them. They weren't just two individuals. They were the ones who came before them, too. Molly and Harry Langford had history to their lives. That was why their place felt much more like a home than just a house. I'd been in many houses and around many people, yet there haven't been many that felt like a burst of love when I walked into them. Not like Molly and Harry's, at least. The only place I felt as much love was when I was back at home with my father and sisters. It was so odd to me that Theo grew up with those two, yet seemed to be the complete opposite of those who raised him. Nature versus nurture, I supposed. Maybe some kids were just grumpy out of the womb, and there was no getting around it. Just Theo seemed to be one of those people. "He's pretty standoffish," I said as I cut up some pieces of sun-dried tomatoes. But then again, I can't take it personal. He seems to be that way with everyone. "Oh, yes, my big old grump bug. I call him my black licorice. Not the best flavor-wise, but at the end of the day, still a little sweet. When does the sweetness come out? When you least expect it. I smiled. I better stop expecting it then. She reached for some rosemary from the planted herbs sitting in front of her kitchen window over the sink. You know what, Willow? I think I like that best about you. How you expect the best from everyone. It doesn't always work out to my benefit. Sometimes I get burned. Ah, yes, I could see that. I had to learn at a young age that just because I love big doesn't mean the rest of the world does too. And the problem with loving big is that big hearts could break in big ways. This is very true. Can I tell you a secret? She asked, turning on her water to rinse off the rosemary quickly. I love secrets. I think Theo has the biggest heart of all the people I know. And I think ever since he was a kid, it's been breaking in big ways. That thought alone made my own heart crack. A part of me didn't believe it, yet a bigger part of me knew it was probably true. Maybe Grumps were born that way, but the world made them cold. Maybe Theo and I both went through hard times, yet his situations caused him to close off his heart, and mine caused me to expand mine even more. Sometimes life had a way of making people hard. Sometimes life had a way of making people fragile. It was a toss-up of situations that led people down different paths. We were in town the other day when Peter and Theo had a strange interaction. I expressed. Theo left me stranded as he stormed off in a huff. Molly frowned. Ah, yes. Peter is only a few years older than Theo, and they've never really seen eye to eye. It's not uncommon for them to clash. It was pretty bad. Theo got a little tongue-tied, so I tried to help finish his sentences and—
Oh, no,
Molly said. I sat straighter. What's wrong? You were finishing his sentences? Well, trying, but he grew even more flustered and snapped. She finished. Yes, out of nowhere. It threw me off so much. She nodded slowly. Yes, I'm sure it seemed out of nowhere, but it definitely came from a place. Molly continued and informed me of how Theo struggled with speech issues as a kid, and one of the things he hated the most was how others tried to speak for him. It drove him mad. It took him blowing up once as a teenager in front of Harry and me before he broke down sobbing about it. He said it made him feel broken. Ever since then, we've worked our hardest to never speak for him. He'll get his thoughts out, even if it takes him a little longer than others. I felt like such a jerk. There I was trying to make Theo more comfortable by finding his words, yet instead I ended up tapping directly into one of his triggers, sending him into a frenzy. It turned out that his outburst wasn't out of nowhere. It came from a very defined location, especially when you tossed in the cousin aspect of the situation. I owed Theo the biggest of apologies. Later that day, I walked into Theo's place, hoping I would catch him before he went out on his boat for the night. I knew if I didn't see him before he got on the water, I wouldn't be able to apologize to him until the following morning. And the way the pressure and guilt of the situation was sitting heavily against my chest, I knew I needed to express myself to him as soon as possible. I needed him to understand that sometimes I was an idiot and misread situations, even if I was trying to bring peace. I caught him just in time. He was sitting in his brown recliner chair, tying up his shoes. Hey, Theo, about to head out? I asked. He glanced up toward me for a split second before turning back to lacing up his shoes.
No, Willow. I always put on my shoes to stay in the house.
Sarcasm! Ha! I like it. I awkwardly giggled. I'm picking up on your style of communication. You know when you first meet someone, it's hard to know what does and doesn't bother them because you are in a whole new situation with a whole new person. And sometimes wires cross and things get lost in communication due to different styles of expression and—
What do you want, Willow?
He growled, seemingly growing upset with the wordiness of my speech. I'm sorry, I blurted out, feeling my cheeks heat from nerves, for speaking for you the other day. He paused for a moment and then pushed out a slow breath.
You were at my grandmother's.
Yes, for a little bit.
She talks too much.
She talks just enough. I took a step toward him. I really am sorry, though, Theo. In an attempt to make things better, I made them worse, and for that, I apologize. He tilted his head up toward me as he sat in his recliner, then pushed himself up to a standing position.
All right.
He brushed past me against my shoulder and started in the direction of the kitchen. That's it? I called out, following his footsteps. He opened the fridge and bent down to grab something. I hovered over him. That's all? Don't you want to talk about it more? He fully stood and went back to being the one who hovered over me.
What's there to talk about?
The whole situation.
Why? You apologized. It's over.
But what about your feelings? I cried out, hoping he would give me a little more space to open a realm of communication where we could no longer misunderstand one another. I just wanted to know what Theo's heart was like and what made it beat. He stared at me as if I were a crazed person who grew 3 heads.
Not everyone has to feel everything, Willow.
I'm not saying you have to feel everything. I'm just stating you have to feel something.
What makes you think I feel nothing?
Well, come on, Just Theo. You don't present yourself as a person who feels much of anything.
That's just your opinion, and I learned a long time ago that I don't give a shit about others' opinions.
And why's that?
People are flaky. They shift their thoughts as quickly as the wind redirects.
He snatched a 6-pack of beers out of the fridge before closing it, and then started for the back door to head toward his boat. I followed his footsteps. Theo, wait! He released a deep growl and turned to face me.
What?
He spat out, annoyance dripping in every fiber of his being.
Don't you get it, Willow? I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to get to know you. I don't want to do this,
he said, gesturing between us.
All I want to do is go sit on my fucking boat and be left alone. I get that everyone else tends to love this overly bubbly fake persona that you're putting into the world, but it simply annoys the living shit out of me. So how about we don't do this back and forth thing anymore, all right? I'm not interested in your silly banter games.
Fake persona? I questioned, somewhat stung by his word choice. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't understand this cold, distant personality. I came to apologize. I came to try to shift our connection more toward a friendly one instead of our normal, oddly tense experience with one another. Yet now he was attacking my character, which made me feel sad and misunderstood.
It means exactly what you'd think it would mean. You're fake.
No, I'm not. I barked at him. There's nothing fake about me.
Everything is fake about you,
he argued. Explain how.
For starters, you get along with everyone.
I arched an eyebrow. And that makes me fake?
Yes. No one likes everyone. It means you're morphing into whatever it is that you think each person will like, also known as being fake. And everyone in this God-forsaken town seems to like you too, which means you're not being real.
You don't like me, I said, pointing a stern finger his way. And if I'm being honest, you're making it very hard for me to like you too.
Well, I'll be.
He snickered, but it wasn't from amusement. It was a mocking type of laughter.
The first real moment of your life, I assume.
Screw you, Theo.
There you go, slugger. Let the real you seep out.
Why do you want me to be this awful person so bad? Why do you want me to be something I'm not? He stepped toward me, his big, broad body making me feel tiny as I tried my hardest to keep my chest puffed out to make myself look as big as I could next to his gigantic self.
I don't want you to be an awful person, Willow,
he hissed, stepping closer. His voice dropped an octave, and he locked his piercing eyes with my stare.
I just want you to stop pretending that you're as happy as you are. Because you aren't.
Then what am I?
Sad,
he confidently said. Sad? I huffed. I'm not sad.
Yes, Willow, you are.
How dare you assume?
It's in your eyes.
He interrupted. This time his tone wasn't as harsh, though. It was gentler, quieter. A whisper of truths that grazed against my ears. I slightly shook my head. What's in my eyes?
Every ounce of sadness you've ever lived. It seeps out of you, Weeping Willow.
He remarked sarcastically. Or maybe he wasn't being sarcastic. Maybe he saw the truth behind my life of pretending. That left me uneasy. I didn't want to be perceived in such a way. I didn't want others to know that parts of me were so heartbreakingly broken. I didn't want them to see the nightmares that kept me up some nights. I wanted to be happy. I wanted others to think I was happy. I had to lie to myself and the world because if I didn't stop spinning and pretending and living in a false reality, then my feet would touch solid ground and I'd shatter into a million pieces. Theo was right. I was fake. But it was only due to me trying my best for the past years not to drown. Yet when I stood there staring into his blue eyes, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, if ever. Hatred. I hated Theo Langford because he saw me when he wasn't supposed to. I hated him for calling me out, for pointing out my truths that I'd worked years to keep hidden. I hated him for seeing me, the real me, the damaged me. An odd feeling began to bubble up in my gut as I stared into Theo's cold eyes. A feeling that I wasn't certain how to keep contained. A new, raw feeling. I think it was rage. "Fuck you, Theodore Langford!" I hollered, my voice cracking as the aggressive words flung from my tongue. I quickly covered my mouth and gasped to myself, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean—"
Yes, you did,
he said, standing taller with a slight twinkle in his eyes.
Now, say it with your chest. Call me whatever you want to call me. Don't be timid, Weeping Willow.
"Don't call me Weeping Willow, you freaking dick!" I barked. My chest heaved as my irritation built more and more. And what did this giant man hovering over me do in that very moment as rage was all I felt within me? He smiled. He smiled. Out of all the times we'd crossed one another, out of all the situations where Theo could have smiled my way, he waited until I was on the brink of annoyance to give me one of his grins. He only smiled during fish talk and when he hurt my feelings. What an asshole! With a freaking fantastic smile. I much more preferred his smiles when he gave them because he caught a big fish, not when he was mocking me. His mocking smile pissed me off so much. He should have been running around with the ugliest of ugly grins plastered on his face. But no, his smile held so much beauty and charm, pearly white teeth and 2 dimples on each of his cheeks. I wanted to slug him right in the face for having such a great grin. "Don't smile. Why are you smiling?" I snapped.
Don't know. Maybe because for the first time, you now feel real to me.
He turned on his heels and started for the back door.
And don't worry, Weeping Willow. I accept your apology.
"I take it back. I take back my apology, you freaking jerk!" I shouted. He glanced over his shoulder and smiled again. Effing A! It was an even more attractive smile than before. The guy smiled so big that I swore I could see his wisdom teeth, which he probably should have had taken out ages ago. I bet he was a freaking dental hygienist's nightmare.
"No takebacks, Weeping Willow,"
he said. "Stop calling me that, Mr. Grump." He walked outside with a chuckle and a head shake, leaving me standing there like a freaking Weeping Willow. Did he just laugh? 3 days had passed since Theo laughed at me. I was still licking my wounds from the whole interaction. I wanted to complain to Molly about it all, but I figured telling her that her grandson was a massive dick wasn't the politest thing I could have done. The only thing I could think to do during my days of simmering rage was try again and again to make sourdough. Maybe I couldn't make Theo like me. Not that I wanted him to, because screw him and his annoying non-ugly face. But I could try to make a perfect sourdough. And tried I did. When I pulled out my third loaf in 3 days, that was hard as a stone and the ugliest thing I'd ever baked, I grumbled to myself. And right on time, Theo walked in to see the ugliest thing I'd ever baked. He snickered and shook his head before walking out the back door toward his boat. His laughing at me made it even worse. I held the rock-hard loaf in the air as I followed him outside. He was already halfway to his boat.
I meant to make it like this,
I shouted. He didn't look back but continued laughing, shaking his head as he reached his boat.
No, really,
I lied, feeling my face heat from the fact that Theo seemed tickled pink by my sourdough failure.
Don't worry, I hear that stuff is a pain to make,
a voice said, pulling me away from my stare on Theo. I turned around to see Jensen standing not far away, working in the garden he'd been digging up. We'd met a few days ago when I helped him carry some soil outside. The progress he'd made on the space in such a short period was amazing. I smiled and tapped the hard bread on the palm of my hand. If there was an award for the world's worst bread, I think I'd win.
I've seen worse,
Jensen replied, probably being kinder than he had to be. If only his older cousin had done the same. Based on Theo's laughter, he would disagree with Jensen. I walked over to the garden area and smiled his way. No offense, Jensen, but I kind of dislike your cousin, I told him as we stood in the newly dug-up garden area. Ever since I'd heard Theo laugh, I'd been trying so hard to shake the sound out of my mind. I swore I had nightmares of that man's smile for days after he started calling me Weeping Willow. Weeping Willow.
Yeah, so creative, you asshat.
I shook my head, trying to brush the insults away. I still didn't love when my thoughts were so mean toward Theo, even though he deserved them. But honestly, I hated the fact that he was taking up any rental space in my brain cells. Yet, for some reason, I kept thinking of him even when I tried to stop thinking of him.
Which one? I have a lot of cousins that I hate,
Jensen said as he tossed down another bag of soil where the tomato plants would go. Theo. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at me.
Theo? Like, Theo? The owner of this house, Theo? Your roommate, Theo?
Yes, that one.
Oh.
He seemed confused by my words and shrugged as he ripped the bag of soil open and poured it into the raised garden bed.
That's weird.
I placed my hands against my hips, baffled by his confusion. What's weird about that?
I don't know.
Another shrug.
I thought you had the hots for him.
The hots? For Theo? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Another freaking shrug.
I've been over here for a few days and I saw you two bickering just like my great-grandma and Papa. I just always assumed that's what having the hots for someone is. Plus, there's a way you look at him when he's not looking at you.
Huh? I don't look at him any certain way. Jensen gave me a "you are full of crap" glare.
Yes, you do, Willow. There's a normal amount of looking at somebody, and then there's what you do.
I felt my cheeks flush. Did I look awkwardly long at Theo? Did Theo witness me staring? Oh gosh, how humiliating. Jensen smiled as he stood and picked up another bag of soil. He swung it onto his shoulder. For a 14-year-old, he was pretty strong.
If it makes you feel better, he hasn't been his normal grumpy self since you came around. This is calm, Theo.
This is a mellow grump, I remarked, stunned. There's no way.
Definitely is. It's almost as if he tamed down his temper for you. This is the nicest, most chatty I've seen my cousin in a long time. So whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just being me.
So keep being yourself? It's clear he likes that. That is definitely not clear. You haven't heard our fights. Yes, Jensen said. I have. It sounds like you're both trying your hardest not to like each other, even though you secretly want to like each other. A lot.
That's not it at all, I lied. I couldn't speak for Theo, but a big part of me did want him to like me. I wanted everyone to like me. Not the real hurting me, but the character I put into the world day in and day out. Why did it seem to work for everyone but Theo? How was he able to see beneath my exterior? And how could I make it stop? Jensen gave me a smile. The Langford smile. The same smile Theo gave me when he pissed me off. Freaking jerk. I didn't like him. I just wish I didn't care about him liking me back so dang much. Jensen poured out the pack of soil and said,
Don't worry, Willow. If it makes you feel better, he stares at you too.
11. Theo. A few days passed of me being a complete jerk to Willow to keep her away from me. And even though it was working, I hadn't managed to get her off my mind. Even worse than that, Peter was taking Willow out that night. I didn't know why a tinge of jealousy settled in me from that idea. Peter picked Willow up about 30 minutes ago. After she left, I went to my grandparents' house for a second to check if they needed anything before I headed out to the water to fish for a few hours. When I returned, I was surprised to see Jensen sitting on my front porch, tossing a baseball up and down in the air. "What are you doing over here?" I called out as I walked up to the porch. "I thought you were taking a break from the garden today." "I am. I was just waiting for your ass to get here," he said, standing from the top step. "Language," I scolded. "Come on, Theo. Ass is hardly a bad word. Shit and fuck are much worse." Papa and Grandma used to put a bar of soap in my mouth whenever I cursed. Don't make me bring that back around. "Ah, yes. Keep the generational trauma going. Smart," he joked. The kid was a smartass, and I couldn't help but like it. Even though I hated his father, Jensen reminded me of myself when I was his age. He was in a transition period of growth, battling a bit with being a heavier kid. Yet every time I saw him, I swore he'd grown a foot taller, and his voice was deeper. And I saw that kid a lot. I didn't mind having Jensen around. Even though he was a kid, he was a good seed. He helped me with the lawn work I didn't want to do. I lived on a lot of acres, and every 2 weeks, Jensen helped me mow the lawn. He was the one who also convinced me that I should plant some flowers around the house. I figured landscaping was something he'd go into down the road. He had an eye for that stuff in a way that I didn't. I could tell working on the garden was a good task for him, too. He seemed happier lately. "You fishing tonight?" he asked, even though he knew the answer. The moment it was warm enough to take my boat out, I'd be on the water every single night. "Yep. Want to join?" Jensen wasn't a big fisherman, but he liked to join me on the water from time to time. He was kind of like Willow, a yapper. He talked about everything and nothing all at once. It was one of his greatest gifts. I valued people who talked a lot. It made it easier for me to stay quiet. "Sure. Dad's having Willow over for a date and told me to get lost for a few hours," he commented as he walked toward the backyard. "Willow?" I questioned. "I thought he was having a party tonight." "A party for two," Jensen stated with an eye roll. "You know how he is. A fucking whore." "Language," I repeated, even though he was right. Peter Langford was a fucking whore. And he told Willow he was having a party. I bet she had no clue it was a party for two. What a fucking dick move on his part. I wondered if she was okay. "Don't overthink it, Theo. She's a grown woman who can handle herself." But what if she couldn't? None of your business. Get her out of your mind. But what if I couldn't? You sure he said he wasn't having a party? I questioned, not wanting to think the worst of Peter, even though I knew I was more than allowed to think the worst of him after his history of terrible choices. Positive. He said Willow came on to him the other day in town. Figured he'd see where it could go. Between you and me, I think she's too good for him. That was a given. Any living human was too good for Peter Langford. I grumbled to myself. She came on to him. When? I swear Peter lived in a state of delusion. If you asked him, anyone he found attractive was insanely in love with him. I figured that was his way of convincing himself that he could have whatever he wanted, even if that was a person like Willow. Did she want him, though? Did I miss something? No. She wanted to dance. Maybe I should just drive past his place and see. Did that count as stalking? I didn't need to stalk the woman. I was overthinking it. She was fine. She was probably more than fine. I needed to simply take my boat onto the water and let my thoughts evaporate into the stillness of the night. The last thing I needed was to be worried about a woman I hardly knew and one I'd been actively pushing away from me. But still. Hey, buddy, I forgot I have to check on something. Do you mind if I drop you by Papa's for a bit? I asked Jensen. Oh, yeah, okay. I told him I'd help him chop up some wood anyway, he said, not noticing how my anxiety was shooting through the roof. Willow was fine. I was certain of it. But still.
12. Willow. Theo was right. I wasn't as happy as I pretended to be, which was why I didn't like to be alone. It seemed as though Theo had no issues with the lonely factor, though I wasn't certain if lonely and alone were the same thing. I couldn't stand to be alone. My thoughts couldn't really handle that self-reflection concept. I much preferred to live as if I were a character in a storybook, writing a fiction script day in and day out. And when things started to feel a little too real, that was when I'd break into Act 2 and start the rewriting process to my made-up story. Most of my life was spent pretending, living in a fairy tale state of delusion to get through every single moment of every single day. That was why I surrounded myself with people. It was easier to pretend when others were around. When I was alone with only my mind and thoughts, it felt like drowning. I knew I drove around a lot on my own, but most of the time I had to find other people and other places to experience life with them. That was why I jumped at the opportunity when Theo offered me to stay with him at his place instead of in Big Bird. My thoughts would become too heavy when I was alone, and I'd struggle with remaining happy. I wanted to be happy, not pretending happy, but happy. The kind of happy that a person couldn't fake, no matter how hard they tried. Maybe that was what I wanted most in the world, but sometimes life felt like such a foreign concept. I'd only met a few truly happy people in my lifetime, and my former best friend Anna was one of them. I always called her my Clementine. Clementines had the brightest burst of joy filled with so much tenderness and sweetness. They were gentle, and I didn't think enough humans came across Clementines in their lifetime. If anything, I felt as if life killed off the Clementines, breaking them in ways that were so cruel and cold. When we were younger, Anna and I loved to dance. It was our favorite thing to do ever since we were kids. Unlike me, Anna was a fantastic dancer. She had dreams of becoming a ballerina and traveling the world on her tiptoes. She was so flawless with her dance moves, each movement appearing like artwork. I, on the other hand, danced like a person who just discovered how to walk. Poorly. I didn't care, though. I loved how powerful it felt to allow music to move your body in ways it wouldn't otherwise. I wasn't sure what became of Anna after our friendship came to an end. She still lived in Honey Creek, which was probably a reason I never liked going home. I didn't like to cross paths with the shadows of my past. If I saw Anna today, I wasn't even certain I'd know what to say to her. But still, whenever there was an opportunity to dance, I'd do so, and I'd think of Anna. The idea of dancing that evening was one of the main reasons I'd agreed to go with Peter, so you could have imagined my disappointment when we arrived. Peter Langford's house was not a dance party. It wasn't a party at all, to be honest. As we pulled up to the darkened house, my stomach knotted from the uneasy feeling that rushed over me. There weren't cars parked outside or people moving about inside the home. There wasn't any trace of music to be found. Maybe I misunderstood what exactly a dance party had been. Something was clearly lost in translation. "Where is everyone?" I asked as he parked the car in front of his home. He put the car in park.
There was a change in plans. We are going to do a party next week, but since you seemed so excited about dancing, I figured we should still have a dance party for two.
That was the last thing I wanted to do. I had a gut feeling earlier that I should have stayed home that night. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't always one to trust my gut. I would rather put myself in situations that would have stressed my father out extremely. My current one would have probably put Avery into labor. "Maybe it's best if we have a rain check on the dancing," I said with a smile, not wanting Peter to sense my discomfort. "Next week sounds much better for a party."
You're probably right,
he commented, still shutting off his car and climbing out of it.
but maybe we can have a nightcap to get to know one another better.
"I'm not much of a drinker," I told him, feeling those gut instincts hit a new level. He shut his door and walked over to mine to open it for me. I didn't climb out. "Plus, I'm feeling a little sick. I think I should get back." He arched an eyebrow.
Come on, Willow. You don't have to play innocent.
"Play innocent?"
It was clear we had a connection earlier when we met in town.
"I'm sorry, I'm not." Peter's sinister smile made my skin crawl. I swallowed hard, not wanting to say the wrong thing, but wanting to make it clear that whatever he had in mind, I did not have in mind. "Peter, I think I'd like to go home." He snickered and shook his head. His eyes, though the same color as Theo's, didn't hold the same light.
Willow, just come inside.
Every hair on my body stood straight up from the deep, serious control of his voice. The last thing I wanted to do was push him to a level of discomfort because he was a stranger to me. He was the kind of stranger that I went out of my way to avoid, truthfully. I'd traveled all over the world since I was 18 years old. I'd met a handful of people, an array of personalities, yet my least favorite of all types were ones like Peter. The personalities that acted as if they deserved to have whatever it was that they wanted. The ones who expected people to just bend over backward for them, no matter what. The ones who flipped the switch out of nowhere. People like Peter were why my father feared me traveling alone. People like Peter made my stomach turn. I climbed out of the car, not wanting to make him angry, and I held my phone tight in my hand. He smiled as if pleased to get his way. I wondered how often Peter had heard the word no in his life. We walked up to his front porch, and the moment I reached the top step, I asked him if we could enjoy the drink on his porch, since the weather was so nice. I used my sweet-as-pie voice to make him unaware that I was 2 seconds away from booking it down the road. He grinned his goofy grin.
Are you a whiskey or tequila girl?
I bit my bottom lip and held the railing of his porch swaying. Surprise me. He rubbed his hands together.
My kind of girl. Be right back.
The second he stepped inside of his house and closed his front door, I turned into Forrest Gump running down the driveway. I kept running and running as the sky darkened overhead. The second I felt as if I were far enough out of reach, I pulled out my phone to call someone. Unfortunately for me, dead zone. No service. One of the perks of being surrounded by nature. Crap, I muttered to myself, walking on the edge of the road, which had no streetlights. I glanced around the road, not seeing any other houses nearby. Did everyone in Weston Lake live on acres and acres of land with no other homes to be seen? Even though my anxiety was building, I did my best not to get too overwhelmed. With each step I took, I said a silent prayer. I'd been in worse situations. Once, I got lost in the desert while traveling through Dubai. I had sand in parts of my body where sand did not belong. Currently, I had no sand between my butt cheeks, so that had to be a positive. As I continued down the path, my heart skipped a beat when headlights came from around the corner. As I held my hand up in the air, I prayed that people in Weston Lake weren't terrified of hitchhikers. Then I said an extra prayer that the driver wasn't another Peter type of human. As the truck slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road, my heart skipped several beats as the passenger window was let down to reveal the driver. "Theo!" I shouted, tossing my hands up in celebration. "Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you."
Never thought I'd hear those words leave your mouth.
"You and me both."
What the heck are you doing?
He asked, leaning toward the passenger window as he sat in the driver's seat. "Being lost?"
And now found, I guess.
He unlocked his doors.
Get in.
I did as he said, and the moment I slipped into the seat of his truck, my whole body relaxed. I released a weighted breath I didn't know I'd been holding. I slammed my door shut and locked it instantly. "Thank you," I said.
The party was no good?
The party wasn't a party. It was Peter trying to hook up with me. Theo's face went stone cold as he clenched his jaw.
Tell me what happened.
I told him about the situation that went down with Peter. The more I spoke, the more I saw the rage building inside Theo. It was a quiet rage, though. A rage that others might not have noticed if they didn't look closely enough. Luckily for me, all I could do was keep my eyes on him as I spoke.
I'm going to kick his ass,
he muttered with a deep growl.
When Jensen stopped by my place and said there wasn't a party, I knew I should drive by and check to make sure you were all right.
I sat straighter. Is that why you were heading that way? To check on me?
I figured it couldn't hurt. I didn't want you to be in a situation that left you uncomfortable.
He stuttered, then cussed under his breath, as if embarrassed by his own stutters. That was the first time I noticed his stuttering voice since the pizza night situation, and I could see the nerves in his stare. But I didn't care about him tripping over his words because for the first time in a while, I noticed the real Theo, the non-grumpy, caring version of him. My own small-town, grumpy Superman.
Stop it, Willow,
he mentioned, glancing over toward me. Stop what?
Looking at me like that and crying. Don't fucking cry.
I'm not crying.
Tears are sliding down your face. You're fucking crying.
I lowered my head slightly and wiped away the falling tears. Sorry. Sometimes I cry without even knowing it's happening. I just didn't expect you to care. I was under the impression we hated one another.
Hate's exhausting. I don't got time for that.
Yes, well, but it's clear that you don't like me that much. He looked at me for a split second before turning back to the road.
I don't even know you.
I bit my bottom lip. Do you want to get to know me? He paused. I watched as his inhales deepened and his exhales elongated. He cleared his throat.
Did Peter hurt you? Did he?
His sentence faded before he cleared his throat again as his hands clenched the steering wheel.
Did he force himself on you?
Oh, no. No, he didn't. He parked his truck in the middle of the road, then turned toward me. His blue eyes locked with mine, and he placed a hand against my forearm. He didn't move his eyes away from mine as he spoke.
Willow, do you swear?
The worry in his eyes was heartbreaking. It was as if his soul was crying out from the mere idea that Peter hurt me. And there he was, the real Theo. I put a hand on top of his. The heat from his warmth shot through my system. I promise you, Theo, nothing happened. I ran away before it could have gotten to that point. I felt his body relax as a sigh slipped through his pressed lips. His eyes fell to our touch. My heart rate increased. I didn't pull away. He didn't either. Not right away, at least. Did he feel it, too? A change in his heartbeat? He slowly retracted his hand from my arm, and I oddly missed the warmth that retreated with him. The moment before his eyes turned back to the road, I saw something that would stay in my thoughts for as long as I could imagine. I saw Theo's heart. I saw the gentle giant who quietly cared. How silly of me to think otherwise. His heart simply whispered a different tune than mine. He put the truck into drive and started down the spiraling road once more. I stayed quiet for a while, unable to take my eyes off him. He must have felt my staring, but I didn't care. He went out on the road, driving around just to make sure I was okay. Then he almost cried at the idea that I wasn't. If I could, I'd stare at him forever, hoping to see those kind, gentle eyes locked with mine again. To the outer world, he seemed cold and distant, yet the reality of it all was he cared, and he felt everything so deeply. Maybe he cared more than most. That had to be exhausting. Hey, Theo?
Yes, Willow.
I'm glad you're nothing like your cousin. The corner of his mouth curved up, but he kept his eyes on the road and didn't say anything else. So, like always, I continued talking. Hey, Theo?
Yes, Willow.
Thank you for saving me again.
Again?
First on the boat when we first met, and now tonight. He glanced at me once before moving those blue eyes back to the road that was only visible due to his headlights.
Let's not make a habit of you ending up in shitty situations, all right?
I promise, no promises. He laughed, a real laugh. It was low and quiet, but I made him laugh. My heart did a little skipping around, something that happened a lot lately when it came to that man. Maybe Jensen was right. Maybe I did stare at him a lot more than I stared at others.
You eat?
He asked. Not yet.
Want dinner? I made some pasta back home.
He grumbled as he turned my way.
Willow, the fucking tears.
Sorry. Working on it. I wiped my eyes. Pasta sounds delicious.
Picked up some of my grandma's sourdough, too, to go with it.
We headed back to his place, and he told me to sit at the dining room table as he proceeded to warm up dinner for me. He set it down in front of me, along with a glass of ice water with 3 slices of lemon, just like I made myself each day. Thank you, I mentioned. He huffed once and nodded before he started toward the kitchen. Are you still planning to go fishing tonight? I called out, making him pause his steps.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I didn't ruin your night too much.
Didn't ruin it at all.
Hey, Theo?
Yes, Willow.
Can I go fishing with you?
13. Theo. How many times have you been fishing? I asked Willow as I helped her into my boat. Before we stepped outside, I told her to bundle up to stay warm. I also packed a backpack of snacks and drinks, along with a few of my favorite novels and headlamps, in case she decided she was more into reading than fishing. Counting this time? She questioned. Yeah. Well... She held her hand up and started counting her fingers, seemingly in deep thought. This would be the first time. I let out a small chuckle. Lucky for you, I'm a solid coach. Is that so? No, not exactly. I taught Jensen, though, so I got that notch under my belt. It blows my mind how different Jensen and Peter are. He takes after his mom, I explained. What happened to her? Health complications after childbirth. My voice cracked thinking about it. Talia was a good one.
I hated that life took the good ones away too soon. When I said those words, I saw a level of hurt in Willow's eyes that made my own chest ache.
She died after childbirth?
She questioned, her voice low and timid. Yeah, it was a hard time. She pushed out a smile, but it wasn't her normal warm smile. It was dripping with grief. I knew what grief smiles looked like. I was a mastermind when it came to spotting them. I stayed quiet, wondering if she'd finish her words, but she didn't. She just stayed still, sitting in whatever demons were inhabiting her thoughts. "Don't worry," I said as I untied the boat from the dock. "I get it."
"Get what?"
"That some things are too hard to talk about." Her eyes flashed with emotions, but no tears fell this time. I figured she'd spent enough time crying over whatever haunted her mind. Sometimes the darkest parts of us brought about the least number of tears. We stayed quiet as I took the boat out on the other side of the lake. Once I found a location that felt right, I turned off the boat and set Willow up with a fishing pole.
"What kind of fish are out here?" she asked.
"There's some bluegills, northern pike, some perch, a few bass."
"How did your northern pike turn out? Was it delicious?"
"Didn't eat it yet. I filleted it, and I'm waiting for the right moment to cook it up."
"Ah, yes. The prized fish can't be eaten on a random Tuesday."
"That is very, very true."
"If I catch a big one, will you make me a fish fry?"
"Define a big one." She scrunched up her nose in thought before holding her hands double the width of her body.
"This big."
I'd been on the lake we were sitting on for hundreds of hours. I knew the water and the life that lived within it. There was no way in hell Willow Kingsley would ever catch a fish that big on Weston Lake. Yet the sparkle in her eye made me not want to burst her dream. "We will definitely have a fish fry if you catch a fish that big."
"Not an if, but a when,"
she corrected, puffing out her chest as she rolled up her sleeves a little.
"I got this."
4 hours passed, and Willow did not have it. After we docked for the night, I helped a deflated Willow step out of the boat. She hadn't stopped pouting for the past hour or so due to her lack of fish. She must have seen her fish fry floating far, far away with every passing hour. "Don't take it too hard. The current was shit tonight," I said, trying to make her feel less shitty about not catching anything but weeds.
"You caught 18,
she exclaimed, tossing her hands up in frustration. "Yeah, but I'm pretty great at what I do. There's not much that I'm bad at. You should have gone with a shitty fisherman if you wanted to feel less bad," I teased. Her brown eyes met mine and she smiled.
"I like when you do that."
"Do what?"
"Joke around. I like your playful side. I didn't know you had one."
"It comes in waves." Her fingers tugged on the edge of her jacket as she bit her bottom lip.
"I hope the next wave crashes into me." "Good night, Mr. Grump."
She started to walk away, her back to me as I snickered. "Good night, Weeping Willow." She turned on the heel of her flip-flop, and her smile stretched even farther than before.
"I like it when you do that, too. Laugh."
I didn't say anything because sometimes when I looked at her, all words seemed not to exist.
"Hey, Theo,"
she whispered. I slid my hands into my pockets and tried to ignore my wild heart. "Yeah."
"Can I go fishing with you tomorrow night?"
The next day I caught Willow standing on the edge of the dock with a fishing pole in her hands, practicing her casting skills. Her technique was awful, yet she stayed there for a long time, trying again and again. She'd managed to tangle up her line pretty poorly, and I stood in the kitchen window sipping my coffee, laughing at her trying her best to undo the madness that she was creating. "What are you looking at?" Jensen asked, walking into the kitchen. I shook myself from the trance I'd been stuck in for far too long, stepped away from the window, and went to the coffee pot to pour more. "Nothing," I muttered, trying to play it off as if I hadn't spent the past 30 or so minutes creeping on Willow standing on the dock. Jensen ignored me and glanced out the window. He smirked before opening the fridge. "I told Willow, but she didn't believe me." "Told her what?" He grabbed a plum and shut the fridge door. He tossed the fruit in the air before heading back toward the direction he entered. "That you look at her when she's not looking, the same way she looks at you." "What the hell does that mean?" I asked, but he ignored me and continued on his way. I cleared my throat and shouted, "Hey, what do you mean? How does she look at me when I'm not looking?" Willow went fishing with me that night. She caught not a thing. "Theo," she said. "Yeah? Can I go fishing with you tomorrow night?" We kept fishing for days, and Willow did what she'd done best. She talked. She told me a lot about herself, then she'd apologize for talking too much, and I'd ask her to go on. Her favorite color was lavender, though it changed yearly. Last year it was burnt orange, and she had a suspicious feeling it would be deep forest green by next spring. She loved butterflies. Like loved butterflies. She once flew off a motorcycle and ended up with a broken arm. 2 years ago, she ran a marathon in South America with a man she'd met on a dating app. They were still friends. She had a lot of those. Friendships. She also had 14 tattoos in places that people could not see. If I hadn't been afraid of her dying the first night we met, I would have probably noticed more of them. The only one I could see was the one of the clementines sitting on her wrist. When I asked her if there was some symbolic meaning to the fruit, she smiled and didn't reply. The way her eyes glassed over was enough for me to realize that there definitely was a meaning behind the tattoo, yet it was too hard for her to talk about. I respected that. There were some things in my life that I didn't talk about either. On day 4, Willow tossed her hands up in the air in frustration and picked up one of my favorite books. She thumbed the dozens of tabs on the novel, in different colors, and raised an eyebrow. "You like this one, huh?" I nodded. It saved me time and time again. "I've never met a guy who tabs his novels." "Well, hello. It's nice to meet you." I rested my fishing pole on the floor of the boat, allowing it to lean against the side so the line would stay in the water. The fish were assholes that night, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind the company lately either, which was odd. Why didn't I mind? "Can I read it?" she asked me. "You can do whatever you want, Willow." She grinned, grabbed a headlamp, and made herself comfortable. A slight breeze brushed past, so I grabbed my extra blanket and tossed it over her lap. Why didn't I hate it? She read the rest of the night, thumbing through the pages I'd thumbed through in the past. After we finished, I walked her back to the house. We didn't talk, but she still had the book in her hands, saying she'd need to read it into the night. I didn't blame her. When I started that book, I also struggled to put it down. As I walked past her room to head toward mine, Willow hugged her doorframe. "Theo?" "Yes, Willow." I gave her a lazy smile. "You can fish with me tomorrow." She smiled, and I felt it in my chest. We'd fished together for the next week. We talked a little bit more, too. She still hadn't caught a fish, but she didn't seem to mind. I didn't mind either. After one night on the water, I found an emotional Willow banging on my bedroom door at 3 in the morning.
I rubbed the sleep from my eyes as I yawned, confused at her standing there. Willow, what are you... She held the book I loaned her against her chest as tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 42, she whispered before she broke into sobs. Oh, right. That chapter. I couldn't blame her for the emotional breakdown. Chapter 42 did me in too. He didn't stay, she said before covering her mouth as she gasped for air. I leaned against my doorframe and crossed my arms over my chest. I know. He promised he'd stay. I nodded. I know. It's not fair, she sobbed. They were happy. They finally found each other and were happy, and now he's left her. It's so sad. Maybe. I shrugged my shoulders. Sometimes it's even sadder when people stay. At least that's what I tell myself. Her heartbroken eyes found mine, and for some odd reason, I felt my own eyes flood with emotions. In an attempt to avoid her seeing me get emotional too, I cleared my throat and pulled her into a hug. There, I said, patting her on the back. She fell against my chest as if she'd always belonged there, and I tried my best to avoid her feeling my increased heartbeat, pounding rapidly against my chest. You'll be fine, Weeping Willow. How do you know? She cried. Well, for starters, you're only 3/4 through the story. You still have a whole 1/4 to reach a happily ever after. Besides, the plot is just getting good. She looked up at me, sniffling, and then fell back to my chest. I held her tighter and rested my chin on top of her head. Besides, even if you aren't okay tonight, you'll be fine by tomorrow. Why do you say that? Because we're going to go fishing.
14. Willow. I was officially a fisherwoman. Well, minus the actual catching of said fish. Theo and I had been fishing buddies for the past few weeks, and before we knew it, the third weekend of July was a few days away, which meant it was almost time to celebrate Harry and Molly's anniversary. The more days that passed by, the more we leaned into the Alice in Wonderland theme when it came to the decorations, with bright colors and crazy patterns. Theo's property was looking less and less like his and more like a wild art exhibit, which was exactly what the older couple wanted. Well, Molly wanted that, and Harry wanted whatever it was that made Molly happy. We even picked up a neon sign that read, "We're all mad in love here." I stopped by Molly's house to help her pick out a dress for the renewal of their vows. Their anniversary party was the talk of the town, it seemed. Pretty much everyone RSVP'd, which showed how much love that small town had for the Langfords. Nearly 150 people would be on Theo's property come Saturday, and I already knew that my antisocial roommate was dreading hosting the event. Still, he was doing it because of his love for his grandparents. Molly came out in a vibrant purple gown that looked remarkable on her. That was the 5th one she tried on that morning, and it was as if it were made for her body. I loved that each dress she tried on was colorful and out there. This one was dripping in ruffles, and it was beyond dramatic, just like Molly. "I think this is the dress," she said, twirling around in it. For a moment, she looked like a high school girl getting ready for prom. The youthfulness of the woman in front of me was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "This is the dress. The only dress that is now allowed for your vow renewal." She clapped her hands together before she collapsed on the couch beside me. "Good, because I'm sick of trying on different things." She patted my leg. "Oh, I've been meaning to ask you. I need someone to stand beside me during the ceremony. Would you be interested?" My eyes widened as my hands flew to my chest. "I'd be honored. Yes, of course." "Wonderful. Theo is Harry's best man. Peter is standing up as a groomsman, too. Hopefully the boys don't bicker too much. Speaking of, how have things been with Theo? Last I heard, he didn't accept your apology.
You'd be surprised to know they are going quite well. We've been fishing together and whatnot.
So he apologized for being rude?
Well, not exactly.
What does not exactly mean?
Well, he let me read his books. Molly narrowed her eyes toward me and then moved in closer. She placed her hands on my shoulders.
Sweetheart, I love my grandson, but at the end of the day, he is still a man who makes silly man mistakes. And we forgive those mistakes when apologies are made. So if he has yet to formally apologize for how he treated you, then you have to inform him that your growing friendship cannot grow anymore until he offers you his sincerest apologies.
How many times have you and Harry had to apologize to one another over the past 60 years?
Oh, thousands,
she said, waving the question off as if that were a given. She smiled, looking down toward her bedroom where Harry was resting.
But we said I love you 1,000,000 times more. It's not always about the mistakes made in relationships, friendships included. We are human. We are flawed. But it's about the amount of time each side admits their mistakes and owns up to them. And then they work hard to never make the same mistakes over again. That's what matters most. Theo hurt your feelings. Don't let him think your heart is one that can be so easily played with. Let him know you are still hurt by what he's done.
I laughed nervously. Conflict made me uncomfortable. How am I supposed to bring that up after so much time has passed, though? What am I even supposed to say?
Oh, sweetheart, as a woman who has told off men her whole life, I will tell you exactly what to say. Now, pull out a pen and paper.
She crossed her legs and leaned in toward me.
You'll want to take notes.
You owe me a big, fat, juicy apology. I spat out toward Theo that afternoon as he waited by the dock with me. My arms were crossed, my nose scrunched, and I had on my game face of control. Molly said I needed a stern and powerful approach. I'd practiced my game face in the mirror for the past 2 hours. Theo arched an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth slightly smirked. I almost folded right then and there. His confusion was annoyingly attractive.
An apology?
He questioned.
What for?
For how rude you were to me before we started fishing together. For how you said awful things to me. For how you called me fake. For how you left me and took the pizza. How you rejected my apology. For how you made me cry. He blinked at me a few times.
I didn't make you cry.
Yes, you did. I just cried alone in my room so you couldn't hear me. His bottom lip quivered for a second, and he stepped toward me.
Willow, I'm sorry.
No, I said, holding my hand up to pause his advancements. I don't want the apology now because you haven't had enough time to sit on how you've made me feel. So, well, sit on it. Think about it. And then come to me later on with the apology when you've sat in the guilt and suffering. Let that simmer. Then come to me when you're ready to be friends. He parted his mouth to speak, but I turned around in my flip-flops and walked away, shaking my butt back and forth as I did. I didn't know why, but Molly said a hip shake exit made for the best apologies. To Michael Kingsley at gmail.com. From Willow Kingsley at gmail.com. Subject, Willow News Update. Hey, old man. Theo and I are on a path of friendship. At least that's what I keep telling myself. I've gone fishing with him a few times, but I haven't caught any fish yet. Molly told me that I shouldn't fish with Theo again until he officially apologizes for being grumpy toward me before we built said friendship. I told Theo the same, so I'm not allowed to fish until he apologizes. It's been a few days, and I'm still waiting. And now I miss fishing. Who am I nowadays? Anyway, I love you, Dad. I'll see you soon. Your little bird. P.S. Don't worry. I'm okay.
To willowkingsley@gmail.com. From michaelkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Dad News Update. Little Bird, what do you mean he has to apologize to you? What the hell did he do? I'll come kick his ass. You know, I used to fish with your mom. She loved it too. I miss those memories. I miss your mom. I miss you. Sorry, I know how hard it is for you to talk about her, but with the approaching week ahead, I can't help but think about the both of you. Gosh, I miss you. Call me next Saturday if you're up for a talk. Even if you're not, I can sit on the phone with you and listen. I love you, Willow. Your old man. P.S. I'll always worry, but I know you'll be okay. P.S.S. No, really, I'll kick his ass.
Another week passed without any fishing or conversation from Theo. When he walked through the house, he'd give me a nod and no words before he went out on his boat for the evening. He'd drive me around town if I needed, but it was clear that he took my no friendship until you apologize to heart. Unfortunately, the more time that passed, the more I doubted the idea that Theo would apologize. It appeared he was fine without us having a friendship, and he moved as though he couldn't care less about building any relationship with me. I didn't know why, but that hurt me a bit. That was until I came back from spending a Saturday with Molly and Harry and walked into a dimmed house lit only with fairy lights. The whole day I tried my best to keep my mind off what date it was. My birthday. Molly and Harry knew of my birthday struggles, and they went out of their way not to wish me a happy birthday. I was grateful for that. All I wanted to do was get through the day without any reminders of my mother or Anna popping up in my mind. I wanted it to be just another Saturday, nothing more, nothing less. Though the dimmed house lit with fairy lights told me it was about to be the complete opposite of a normal day. "Theo!" I called out, confused by the setup. I looked around and saw lights shaped like butterflies, all in different colors, wrapped around the arched doorframe leading to the dining room.
"In here,"
he replied, the noise coming from the dining room. The second I stepped into the space, I gasped slightly, seeing even more butterflies and lights filling the space. They dangled from the ceiling, from the cabinets, and wrapped around the tables and chairs. Sitting in the middle of the table was a display filled with even more colorful butterflies, and against the wall, a banner that read, "Happy Birthday, Willow." My heart sat in my throat as I stood there, dumbfounded. "What is—" I started speaking, but my words fumbled against my tongue, and they faded away as overwhelm filled my chest. My eyes burned with emotions as I read the words on the banner. Theo stood wearing a burgundy shirt paired with tan pants. His hands were in his front pockets, and an almost smile sat against his lips as he cleared his throat. He rocked back and forth in his brown shoes as he gestured toward me.
"You left your ID on the coffee table a few weeks ago, and I saw your birthday was coming up. I figured this could be a good time to apologize. I'm sorry, Willow. I'm sorry for how I treated you when you first came here, and how I treated you up until we started fishing together.
He paused, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, they were the calmest of blue, with so much gentleness to them that I almost choked on my next breath.
You just remind me of someone I once knew, and I think that's hard for me. So this is my apology. Not that this will make up for the way I treated you, but I thought I'd throw you a birthday dinner."
He gestured toward the table.
"I even cooked the 40-incher northern pike, too."
His words faded as he took a step in my direction.
"Why are you crying?"
I hadn't even known that tears were falling down my face. I hadn't even known that I was breaking so deeply on the inside that the result of my tarnished spirit was leaking from my eyes. I parted my lips to speak, and my voice cracked as I said, "I hate my birthday." Seconds after the words left my mouth, I began to sob uncontrollably, my body shaking as I covered my face with the palms of my hands. I I felt my knees begin to buckle, yet before I could hit the wooden floors, Theo's arms wrapped around my body, and he began to pull me up. He held me in his arms as I fell apart against him, tugging on his shirt, trying to gasp for air, when every breath felt like a struggle. "I'm so sorry," I muttered, trying to choke out an apology for breaking so intensely. But Theo soothed me. He didn't let go.
Don't apologize. Don't try to explain. Don't worry. I got you. You can break down here,
he said, his voice low and controlled.
I won't let you go. I won't let you fall.
So I did as he said. I fell apart. I broke. I shattered. And he kept his word. He didn't let me fall.
15. Theo. Willow cried in my arms in the dining room for close to an hour. I didn't pressure her to talk or have her try to explain where all of her emotions were coming from. I let her fall apart, and I held her until she was ready to pull away.
"Oh, gosh. I'm sorry,"
she muttered as she finally let go of me. I idiotically missed her touch the moment she took it away. Her eyes fell to the table, and she placed her hands on top of her head.
"Oh, no. Your 40-incher. It's probably ruined."
"It doesn't matter. Not a big deal."
"It is a big deal. I know how much you wanted that, and how unique of a fish it was to catch."
I waved it off. Nah, catching a 40-incher is a normal event for me. I lied. It probably wouldn't have even tasted good anyway. She frowned. I hated her frown. I much more preferred it if she went back to her smiling self again. Something about seeing her sad made my chest ache. I wanted to know more, though. I wanted to know what made her crack. I wanted to know the demons that she'd worked so hard to keep hidden from everyone. I wanted to know the shadows of her soul that kept her mind imprisoned. Why did I want to know her so much? Why did I want to be near her? I didn't know what to say. I could tell she was self-conscious of her breakdown, yet that was the last thing I wanted her to feel. I knew what it was like to fall apart. I just did it in the privacy of my own space when no one was looking.
"That was really embarrassing."
She lightly laughed, wiping at her swollen eyes. "It's all right." She tossed her hands in the air and shook her head.
"No, it's not. I'm humiliated, and you probably think I'm a crazy woman for breaking like that."
"I don't."
"Well, I do,"
she said, tapping her chest.
"I feel like I'm crazy. Most people love their birthdays."
"I think they're overrated." She chuckled. "Well, of course you do, Mr. Grump." I smiled. She smiled back. That felt right.
"I don't even know what to do right now, though. Dinner's ruined, and I totally messed up your apology, which I do accept, by the way. But now I'm standing here like an idiot without a clue how to move forward."
Well, I sighed as I slid my hands into my pockets. I raised an eyebrow. Might I suggest fishing? We sat on the boat, not talking for a while with our lines cast out into the water. It was a quieter night. I hadn't caught anything. Willow hadn't either, but that seemed her norm. I'd actually never met a person who went so long without having one single bite.
"You were right,
Willow said.
"About me not being as happy as I pretend to be."
I grimaced. I didn't want to be right about that.
"Yeah, but you were."
She took a deep breath.
My mother died on my birthday during childbirth. I was born the day she took her last breath, and I think that did a number on me.
So that was why she hated her birthday. I placed my rod down and walked over toward her. I sat beside her and kept my eyes locked with hers. Do you want to talk about it more?
No.
She shook her head.
Okay. I don't want to talk about it, but I think I need to.
I'm listening if you're talking. She placed her rod down and put her hands on her lap.
I hate traveling so much. I hate moving from city to city, meeting person after person and trying to feel as connected to humanity as possible. But when I do it, I smile like I'm happy.
You don't have to keep moving around.
Yes, she disagreed. I do. Because if I go home to Honey Creek, the place I want to be the most, I'm reminded daily of the mistakes I've made and the people who lost their loved ones because of me.
Willow, what happened with your mother wasn't your fault.
Logically, I hear you, but mentally, emotionally?
She placed her hand over her chest.
I blame myself daily. On top of that, there was the accident with my best friend.
She paused and shook her head.
My former best friend, Anna.
What happened with Anna? She fiddled with her hands.
When we were 18, I was in a dark place. It was my birthday week, and I was in my head too much. I missed my mom.
She choked out.
But I tried to cover it up by being a free spirit. On my birthday, I was the life of the party at a random get-together with a ton of kids my age. Anna went with me and danced all night. She loved to dance. I know I love to dance, but Anna loved to dance way more.
She took another pause. Her silent moments felt so loud. I wondered if she'd ever spoken about these scars out loud, or if they solely lived in the darkest parts of her memories.
Anna didn't want to go to the party, but she'd known me since I was 5 years old. She knew I wasn't okay with it being my birthday week. So she came. She danced and partied because she couldn't stand the idea of me being secretly sad on my birthday around others who couldn't see through my fake happiness. She saw me like you did. And it was my least favorite trait of hers. I was so good at pretending to be happy that it was scary when others could quietly see the sad.
What happened to Anna? Why are you no longer friends?
After the party, I insisted on driving home. I was drunk and stupid, but she wouldn't let me. She didn't drink that night, so she took my keys. She probably saved my life that night thinking about it. But as she was driving us home, I accidentally distracted her by spilling a whole water bottle all across her lap. As she went to somewhat dry herself off, another truck came and slammed into us. The people driving the other truck were at the same party as we were, but they didn't have a good friend who took their keys. Anna,
Another pause. This time Willow covered her mouth. I waited patiently.
She was paralyzed from the waist down. I walked away with a few bruises. The two in the other car, Eric and Carter, didn't make it. After the accident, Anna's mother came up to me and privately told me I should leave Honey Creek. That I was a cruel reminder to the families of Eric and Carter for what happened. And that I'd be a daily reminder to Anna about how I took her life away from her. So that's why I keep traveling. Because I don't really have a place to call home anymore.
Holy shit, Willow. I'm so sorry.
I couldn't imagine what that kind of incident could do to a person's psyche. I never spoke to Anna again. Her mother never forgave me, and I can't blame her. I never forgave myself, either, Willow said. It was an accident. Yes, she agreed. But 2 people lost their lives that night because of me, and one lost the idea of what she thought her life would become. I shook my head. The other truck was drunk driving. You didn't cause the accident. But if I wasn't there, if I didn't go to the party in the first place, if I had left earlier when Anna asked to go... Tears rolled down her cheeks, and with every tear that fell, my cold, frozen heart began to defrost. And then, it began to break for the girl who carried so much blame in her chest. And I killed my mom. And I... She began to sob again, and I held her again. I wanted to repeatedly tell her that none of what happened was her fault. I wanted to explain to her that sometimes shitty things happened in life that were so far out of our control. I wanted to use logic to convince her that her deepest, darkest thoughts were falsities, feeding her brain lies. But that wasn't what she needed at that very moment. Sometimes people don't need logic. Sometimes they just needed to be held. Gosh, I don't know what it is about you. Ever since you told me you could see through my mask, I've felt super emotional and odd knowing that you could see the real me. A pocket of guilt hit my stomach. I didn't see you, I confessed. She looked up at me, confusion swirling in her eyes. What? I didn't actually know you were faking. I was just saying all types of bullshit to push you away. But why? Because, like I said earlier, you reminded me of someone I once knew. Who? I lowered my head slightly, pulling away from her, unable to hold my eye contact. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to relive my own past hurt, but the way Willow was so open with her scars made me slightly want to do the same for her. Besides, she deserved to know my truths, the same way she told me hers. Talia, I said, Jensen's mother. How do I remind you of her? She was just like you. She was a light in a dark world. She was good in many ways, in many shapes, in many styles. She was good for the most part. And you think I'm good? No, Willow. I know you're good. How do you know that? Because you think you're not. She smiled, but it was a sad smile, the kind that broke my fucked up heart. I cleared my throat and stared out at the night sky. Talia was my best friend, my only friend. When I was young, most people bullied me. She didn't. The first day I met her, she was so extremely kind to me, and I didn't know why. I thought at first she was faking it to play a big prank on me down the line. People had done that before. But she didn't. She just was good to me. She was good to everyone. And happy, so happy. She walked around as if the sun was always beaming. She didn't even believe in bad people because she thought most of them weren't bad on purpose. She was good. She was your Clementine. I arched an eyebrow. My what? Your Clementine. The type of person who is just filled with light and joy. That was Anna to me, before I ruined her life. I didn't reply. I wasn't certain exactly if Talia was my Clementine or not, but the concept was intriguing. Willow? Yes. I'm sorry I didn't see your hurt before because I was too busy dealing with my own mess. But you see me now? She whispered, her voice low, her eyes packed with hope. Yes, I said. And I won't stop seeing you from this point on. Her hands fell to her chest. I've been so tired. All these years. So tired from putting on a front. I wasn't trying to make you feel bad about yourself, Willow. I told her as I rested my arms on top of my kneecaps. I was just trying to stay away from you. Why? Because I didn't want you to make me feel the same thing Talia made me feel before. And what's that? I pushed out a tired smile, which fell almost instantly. Hope. Hope, she echoed in a whispered voice. Hope in what? Humanity. She smiled and my chest tightened from said smile. You do know what this means, right, Theo? What's that? We have to officially be friends now. I grimaced. I haven't had one of those in a long time. That's okay, friend, she said as she patted my shoulder. I'll show you the ropes. 16. Harry. It wasn't a good week. I was tired. I was moody. I was breaking. Normally I used to be up before Molly began to stir in bed, yet lately she was up and moving around hours before I even considered asking for assistance to leave the bedroom. My pride was shattered, and my manhood felt as if it was being ripped away from me. It was as if everyone in the world was still strong, except for me. I felt embarrassed and ashamed of my body for the way it betrayed me. Especially that morning. That morning I didn't want to get out of bed. Our anniversary party was the coming Saturday, and I'd been trying my best to be upbeat and good enough for Molly, but I'd be lying if I said my mind wasn't floating away with me lately. I felt closer to the end of our story than the beginning pages, and that broke my damn heart each time I thought about it. I wasn't afraid of death. I was simply afraid of an afterlife, without her by my side. As I was trying to build up enough courage to get out of bed, every now and then Molly would pop her head into the space and check on me. The last time she came, she walked over to my side of the bed, bent down, and began to comb her fingers through my white hair. Instant comfort. I shut my eyes and sighed. Sorry, darling. I'm just a bit tired today. That's okay. She kissed my forehead before she stood tall again. She walked over to her side of the bed and crawled under the blankets with me. I'm pretty tired, too. I huffed. You're not tired. I am if you are. So today, we rest. I wanted to argue, but she rested her head on my shoulder. I was useless to arguments when that woman's head was on my shoulder. So we rested. 17. Theo. The day of the anniversary party was a whirlwind. People were coming in and out of my place to set up for the celebration. By noon, I was already peopled out, yet I kept a semi-smile on my face because the day wasn't about me. It was Papa and Grandma's. I'd do whatever was needed and possible to make the day a success for the two of them. The other day, I stopped by to see my grandparents, and I could tell Papa wasn't doing his best. When I asked, he told me all was well, but I knew my grandfather well enough to know that he'd never tell me if something was wrong. He'd always put on a brave face, even in the darkest moments. I knew we were pasting through the darkest moment yet. Each second felt like a step closer to goodbye. I wasn't ready to face goodbye. Then again, I didn't think anyone was. Around 5 in the afternoon, Peter went over to our grandparents and picked them up to bring them over to the party. There were nearly 200 people who showed up from town to celebrate the couple. That wasn't shocking to me. My grandparents had a way of connecting with any and everyone. Everyone wore vibrant colors to showcase the wild Alice in Wonderland theme, pastels and neon tones. I myself wore a light blue suit. And Willow? Fucking wow. "How do I look?" she asked, walking into the hallway from her bedroom. She wore a pastel pink silk dress that tied around her neck, showcasing her back fully exposed. Her hair was straightened and pulled back into a high ponytail with a yellow ribbon tied around it. Her skin was smooth, and her eyes were beautiful. That was nothing new. She always looked beautiful, even when fishing on my boat in my oversized sweats. My brain must have short-wired because her brows knitted together as she said, "Is it not good?" I shook my head and cleared my throat. "No, I paused. I took a deep inhalation. "Breathtaking," I pushed out. "You look breathtaking, Weeping Willow." Her smile stretched out, growing fuller, and somehow it made my own lips turn up. It was as if hers had magnetic powers to make my own mouth happy too. That was a recently new experience for me. It had been a long time since another's smile could make me grin. "You look quite nice yourself, Mr. Grump." She walked toward me. Each step she took made my heart feel confused. "I have a little something for you." She opened her hand to showcase 2 forest green cufflinks. "I had them made for you." I studied them. One read Mad, and the other read Hatter. She gestured for me to hold my arms out. I did as she requested. As she began to attach my cufflinks, she asked, "Does it happen when you're nervous? The stuttering?" "Yes," I replied. "That, or uncomfortable, or angry." "Are you angry right now?" "No." "Are you uncomfortable right now?" "No." She tilted her head up, and that small smirk sat firmly against her full, glossy lips. "So do I make you nervous?" I paused. She did. She smiled bigger. She knew. She finished attaching the cufflinks and then smoothed her hands over my suit. "Dapper, Mr. Grump. Very, very dapper." I nodded once. "Beautiful, Weeping Willow. Very, very beautiful." Her cheeks rose, and she blinked those long, stunning lashes a few times. "Ever since we became friends, you've been knocking it out of the ballpark with your niceness." "It's a learning curve," I muttered. "You seem to be a quick study." "I have a good teacher." She smiled again, and fuck me. Were those butterflies fluttering in my stomach? What the fuck? Reminder to self. Rip off said butterflies' wings. Friendships didn't come with stomach issues. Before I could lose myself in her eyes once again, we were interrupted by the arrival of Grandma and Papa coming around to the backyard. I knew they had arrived by the cheers from the crowd. "Shall we?" I asked, as I held my arm out toward Willow. My friend. Nothing more and nothing less. She linked her arm with mine, As a friend. Nothing more and nothing less. We shall, she replied. Rip off those fucking wings, Theo. We walked to the backyard, and as I looked out, it was a full sea of color. When my eyes met with Grandma and Papa, my cold heart skipped a few beats. They looked stunning. Papa was in his chair, but he seemed so happy wearing his olive suit with a purple tie. Grandma looked as if she had just walked the red carpet in Hollywood. And the way they looked at each other, that was love. We all headed to the front of the archway I'd made, covered in flowers that Jensen decorated for the ceremony. Willow stood on Grandma's right, as Peter and I stood on Papa's left. Peter's father was the officiant for the celebration, and when it came time for my grandparents' vows, I was almost certain there wasn't a dry eye in all of Weston Lake. Grandma requested a wooden chair to sit down in, so when she spoke her vows, she'd be eye level with Papa. At that moment, they were transported back to their youth. They weren't facing their current issues. They weren't worried about tomorrow or what would come. No. They were just two dumb kids falling in love for the first time, promising one another forever. Grandma reached out and took Papa's hands into hers. Her vows came first. My Harry, my love, my friend. The past 60 years have not only been the most colorful years of my life, they have been the most joyful times too. Before you, I was convinced I was too much, too loud, too wild, too unpredictable, too bright, just too much. Then I met you on the back of my father's fishing dock, and you said I was just the perfect dose of everything. You never asked me to change. You never requested that I dull my color. You found me wild and still left me free. If I could tell anyone a love story, it would begin and end with you. My life was empty before you stepped into it, and you brought me the greatest days of my life. My heart is always yours to keep. Thank you for keeping it safe. Thank you for loving my wild. And I promise you, no matter how close we come to a goodbye in this realm, I'll find you again on the other side. Grandma said, before placing a homemade, colorful bracelet around Papa's wrist, the sign of her renewed vows. That got me slightly choked up. Then it was Papa's turn. My favorite artist, my greatest love, Molly Ray Langford. My world was a blank canvas before you spun into it, and spun you did. If I remember correctly, I was on that dock saving you from always falling in. When I caught your arm, you told me that you were too busy counting the stars. At that moment, I understood why Grandma and Willow were friends. They both had an obsession with the night sky, almost injuring themselves from looking up toward the moon and stars. Papa continued. Ever since then, you've made everything brighter. Before you, my world was black and green. Your presence has enhanced my entire existence. Because of you, I see the world in a different way. I am more in touch with myself because you've taught me what it means to be unselfishly oneself. Over these past 60 years, you have been my rainbow. It has been my greatest privilege to be loved by you, and my greatest honor has been to love you back. And even as we get older, just know I still mean what I said on our wedding day many moons ago. Forever, Molly Ray. In this lifetime and the next. Forever. I'll always meet you on the dock. I was choking on a sob that I swallowed down from Papa's vows. As I looked up, I caught Willow's eyes on me. Tears streaming down her face, because it was my weeping Willow, the girl who cried over any and everything. She smiled at me, and I couldn't help but to smile back. Lately, she'd been dragging those out of me. Wait. Rewind. What did I think before? My weeping Willow? I meant my friend, weeping Willow. We were friends. Nothing more, nothing less. She bashfully looked away, and I missed her stare the moment she stole it from me. I'd have to lie to myself and pretend I hadn't, though. Everyone's having a great time, Willow beamed as she sat down at the table I'd been stationed at since dinner was served. There were people scattered all around my property, some laughing by the dock, others signing the colorful souvenir bench that Grandma would sit in the middle of her garden as a memory piece. Yet most people were on the dance floor, moving as if they didn't have a care in the world. I turned slightly toward Willow, then looked back out toward the crowd. It was hard for me to stare at her for long periods of time. My mind became too jumbled. People love my grandparents. They are very lovable. I could feel her smile. My hands grew sweaty and I rubbed them against my legs. Shouldn't you be on the dance floor yourself? I'll need a dance partner first. I turned toward her and saw the hopeful stare in her eyes. I parted my mouth to tell her how there was no chance in hell she'd see me on that dance floor that night, but another voice spoke on my behalf before I could get one syllable out. My cousin doesn't dance, Peter said, walking over with a glass of whiskey in his hand. It was clear he'd been drinking and was plastered out of his mind. I wasn't trying to judge him, as most people at the party were drunk off their asses, but Peter became 50 times more annoying whenever he drank. His already unfiltered mouth only became more absurd. Peter held his hand out toward Willow. But I do. Besides, I think I owe you an apology still. Willow shifted slightly in her seat. Her discomfort was apparent. I swallowed hard, choking down some of my own pride, and then stood to my feet and held my hand out toward Willow. Shall we? Her doe eyes widened with surprise. She tilted her head slightly and raised an eyebrow, almost as if asking if I were serious. I nodded. It was funny how we could communicate without words being needed. She placed her hand in my hand, and I pulled her to her feet. We walked to the dance floor as a slow song was playing. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Peter down his whiskey, then head back to the bar for another. As Willow and I made it to the dance floor, she wrapped her arms around my neck, and I placed my hands against her hips. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I'd never slow danced with a woman before, but something about Willow made it seem effortless. It was as if my feet knew where to go, and she followed me without any thought behind it. Her eyes stayed on me the whole time, along with that soft smile against her full lips. Thank you, she whispered, tilting her head up to meet my stare. Have you two spoken since the incident? No. I've been going out of my way to avoid him. So I guess you and I have something in common, I joked. She smiled still, but it looked a little sad. What is it? I asked. Nothing. She lowered her head. I've been thinking about what Peter said. How I was coming on to him. How I was putting out signals. Maybe it was my fault and I overreacted. Maybe I came on too strong or seemed flirty and he just read the signs wrong. Maybe... I don't know. Maybe I was too much at the beginning. Do you do that often? Do what? Overthink everything? She nodded. Oh, yes. I'm a professional overthinker. If there was an Olympic medal for it, I'd take first. I'd probably give you a good run for your money. She raised an eyebrow. You're an overthinker too. When you talk as little as I do, all there's left to do is overthink. She kept swaying with me. Was this dancing? Was I a dancer? I just thought when you were quiet, you were thinking about fishing. To be fair, that is 95% of my thoughts. She laughed. I loved the sound. You didn't do anything wrong with Peter, I told her. He's always been like that. You could have been as disinterested as ever, and he would have assumed you were playing hard to get. Noted. I'll remind my overthinking mind of that repeatedly, she said. I smiled. If you could do that more often, I'd be forever grateful. Smile? Yeah. They look good on you. I wondered if she knew she was the reason I'd been doing the smiling thing more often. I shifted in my shoes. Grandma and Papa seemed happy today. That's all I wanted. I know things have been hard for them both. Speaking of, how are you doing with dealing with Harry's health? I frowned. I felt my eyes flash with emotions. I parted my mouth to speak and no words came out. The sting of emotions behind my eyes burned slightly. Willow stopped her movements. She placed a hand against my chest, against my heartbeats. It's okay, Theo, she whispered. I can tell when some things are too hard to speak about. I nodded. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for sharing. I huffed out a chuckle. I didn't say anything. You said a lot. You just didn't use words. A tiny grin found me. So what? Are you saying you can understand me with no words? I think I'm saying I can hear you loud and clear in the silence. I wanted to kiss her. Right then and right there, I wanted her mouth on mine. I wanted to part her lips and taste her tongue. I wanted her. Fuck. I was failing at this friendship thing, and it had only been a few weeks. But it seemed that when I decided to break down my walls with Willow, she came in like a wave and knocked me off my feet. I didn't know what it was about Willow. I didn't know why my brain seemed to short-wire whenever she was around me. All I knew was I was becoming more and more like Alice in Wonderland when it came to Willow Kingsley. I was becoming curiouser and curiouser. You know what we should do after this party is over tonight? Willow asked. What's that? She glanced over toward the boat. And my crush on my new friend was fully activated. Shit.
18. Willow. The party was sensational. I truly couldn't have thought of a way that it could have been better. I knew Harry was doing his best to be strong and attentive the whole time, even though he was in pain and exhausted. I'd never seen a person who would do any and everything to make sure his partner was okay, even if he was physically and mentally in pain. I'd seen many love stories before, but Molly and Harry's were a lesson in the masterpiece of what real love had been. If I were to ever fall in love, I'd only settle for a story as powerful as theirs. Anything else would have been a waste of time. After everyone left for the evening, I started to clean up, but Theo ordered me to stop.
We can do that in the morning. Now we fish.
If I would have told vegan Willow from a year ago that I'd be spending the next summer in a small town on a lake with a grumpy man fishing, she wouldn't have believed me. She probably would have thought I was sending out an SOS. The water was calm that night, and Theo and I didn't talk much. I always talked so much before I met him. For a long time, I hated silence. I thought there always needed to be words to fill up a space so people would know that I was interesting and engaging. Yet I'd learned from Theo that sometimes words weren't needed. Sometimes just sitting in the middle of the lake with calmness said more than words ever could have. As I lay on my back, reading the latest book that Theo and I picked to read together, I saw the weirdest thing out of the corner of my eye. It looked like my fishing pole got a tug on it. I sat up slightly. Holy crap! There's something pulling my line! I screeched. Theo quickly put down his fishing pole and gestured toward me.
Well, don't let it drag your whole pole away. Grab it and reel it in.
I hopped up and yanked the rod into my hand. I began reeling in the line, and it felt heavier the closer it grew. Theo was right next to me, watching the whole time as I reeled and reeled. No one told me fishing could have been a form of a workout.
Go, go, go!
Theo cheered, clapping his hands together.
Holy shit, Willow, go!
The moment the fish flew out of the water, I yipped and almost dropped the fishing pole. Theo was quick on his feet and wrapped his hands around it, pulling in one of the biggest fish I'd ever seen. Oh my gosh, I'm a fisherwoman! I shouted, staring at that giant fish in front of me. Theo smirked and nodded.
Yeah, Willow, you're a fisherwoman.
Heck yeah! My brows knitted. What is it?
It's a solid 5-pound bass,
he said with a slight grin on his face as he studied the fish that he was holding by the mouth. The fish was still hooked on, and I was somewhat amazed. But Theo looked really amazed.
Damn, Weeping Willow. That's an impressive first catch.
I narrowed my eyes. Is it? He smiled wider.
It fucking is. I'm proud of you.
I didn't know why, but those words made a swarm of butterflies flutter in my stomach. I'm proud of you. Why did that almost make me want to cry? I grinned ear to ear. We are so going to be eating good. Theo laughed as he unhooked the fish.
Well, we don't eat bass. We're going to toss this guy back, but first, you need your celebratory photograph. Here, let me place it in your hands.
He brought the fish over to me, and I held my hands out to grab it. The moment I did, I instantly dropped it from the slimy feeling of the touch. The fish fell to the floor of the boat and started flopping around like a wild beast, making me flop around like a wild beast. I jumped up and down before landing on the chair cushion, shouting like crazy, "Floppy fish! Floppy fish!" I screamed, pointing as if the fish was on a mission to attack me when, in reality, I was the one who dropped said fish.
What are you doing?
Theo laughed, shaking his head in disbelief. It's so slimy.
Well, it's a fish, Willow. Of course it's slimy,
he said, picking it up.
Don't worry, he won't hurt you. Here, let me take a selfie with you as I hold it.
I climbed off the seat and took a picture with Theo and Mr. Slimeball before Theo tossed the fish back into the water. Theo wiped his hands on the side of his pants before nudging me in the arm.
You just caught a 5-pound bass.
I smirked and shoved him back. I just caught a 5-pound bass.
Hell yeah, you did.
He replied, shoving me back. Hell yeah, I did, echoing his words with a shove. Another shove from Theo.
Little fisherwoman.
Like a little Debbie's snack cake, but just not as sweet. I joked, shoving him again.
You're just as sweet,
he softly said. Only this time, instead of shoving me, his hand caught my arm, and he held it gently. His eyes fell to our touch, and mine did the same. I felt the warmth of his fingers shooting throughout my whole body, up my spine, down my spine.
I'm so fucking proud of you, Willow.
Theo expressed, his voice deep and controlled. He said it again, the thing that caused me a massive number of butterflies. This time, he added the word fucking, which gave it an extra bit of flair. I didn't remove my hand from his hold. Instead, I used it to pull him a little closer, still staring down in his touch. How proud, I whispered. He inched me closer.
So fucking proud,
he replied. As I tilted my head up, I met his stare. He hovered over me, but I felt the safest I'd felt in a long time. Yeah? I asked, moving in closer, so close that if I wanted to, I could rest my hands against his chest. He pulled me closer and tilted my head up even more with his free hand.
Yeah.
He paused for a moment as his stare moved to my lips. I bit my bottom one softly. Theo, I know we're friends. I'm glad we're friends, but I just think as friends we should be completely honest with one another. Don't you think? His voice dropped lower, almost as if he growled slightly.
I do.
So, I think it's only fair to say that I am having some more than friendly thoughts right now.
Is that so?
Yes. I nodded. That is so. He pulled me closer, as close as I could get without living in his skin. My hands fell against his chest, his rock-hard chest.
And what exactly are you thinking?
I swallowed hard. I'm thinking about... Before I could finish my sentence, Theo wrapped his arms around me. His right hand cuffed my neck, and he pulled me into a kiss. He kissed me deeply, passionately, as if he'd been thinking about that kiss for a long time. His tongue parted my lips as my hands were wrapped around his big, strong frame. My mind was spinning, the butterflies were doing the tango, and Theodore Langford had kissed me. The crazy part? I kissed him back. Oh, did I kiss him back? As my lips parted from the sweep of his tongue, my nails dug into the fabric of his shirt, trying their best to meet Theo's skin. I wanted to feel him, all of him, more than I'd ever wanted anything else. He felt like warmth, safety, and protection all wrapped up into one soul. He felt present. He felt right. He felt like he was mine. Did he feel it too? As if the meaning of life was discovered for the first time ever? Me. Why am I here, God?
God. To kiss Theodore Langford. Duh, girl.
Why did he taste so good against my mouth? Why did I want to kiss him forever as we rolled into always? Why did he have to show me what kissing could have been and how warm and safe it could have felt? Why did he have to prove that every kiss I had before him was only the opening act and him, Theo, was the main show? My whole body shivered from his touches, the roaming of his hands as they slightly brushed against my ass and his sweats. His sweats. I was wearing his clothes while he was wearing my lips. Every inch of me quivered from his entire being. Then we stopped. He stopped first, and my lips followed. When we met one another's stare, we each took a step away from each other.
Shit.
Theo muttered, sitting his hands on top of his head as he paced slightly. He paused his steps. He turned toward me. My body was still recovering from the kiss that changed everything. Now, for the remainder of my lifetime, I'll be thinking about Theo and the kiss of all kisses.
I'm sorry, Willow. Shit.
He spat out, turning his back to me so I couldn't see his irritation or embarrassment. I stayed still for a moment, taking in his movements, noticing every piece of him and remembering the little things. How his shoulders rose and fell heavily, how his hands made tight fists, how his head sat lowered. My steps toward him were quiet. The boat only swayed slightly. I stepped in front of him. I moved in close and placed my finger beneath his chin to heighten his head. I smiled. He didn't. I placed my hands against his shoulders and rolled them back. I smiled again. He almost smiled back. I placed his hands in mine and loosened his tight grip. I smiled again. He smiled back. My heart felt that smile deeply. I pulled his hands up to my mouth and kissed every single finger. I then kissed his palms. I looked up and his eyes weren't packed with embarrassment or anxiety anymore. No. Now all I saw was gentleness, calm, security. Theo, I whispered.
Yes.
You don't have to turn away when you get too overwhelmed. I placed my hand against his cheek. You're safe here. He closed his eyes and exhaled a breath he seemed to have been holding for maybe a lifetime.
Willow.
Yes?
Want to go home now?
The way he said home made it feel as if it was somewhere I belonged to. Oh, to have a home again. Yes, I agreed. Let's go home. After docking the boat, we silently walked into the house, escaping to our rooms. I hopped into my shower, and I heard Theo's shower turn on too. The whole time I showered, I thought about his kiss. The whole time I dried off, I thought about his kiss. The whole time I applied my lotion and washed my face, I thought about his kiss. Then there was a knock on my door. I opened it to find Theo standing there with only a towel around his waist. Every muscle against his arms and chest was revealed as he placed his hands on each side of the doorframe.
Hi.
He whispered. Hi. I whispered back. He grimaced for a moment before he slightly shook his head.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
As you know, I'm new to this whole friendship thing.
I nodded. Yes, a newborn, one might say.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it is, I don't know all of the ins and outs of friendship, you know?
I smiled slightly. I could understand the learning curve, yes.
Right.
He nodded as he raked one of his hands through his still damp hair.
So, my question is this. Do friends kiss sometimes?
I wavered my head back and forth and followed it with a nod. I mean, yeah, I'm sure some friends kiss sometimes.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
He said, dropping his hold on the door and stepping backward.
Well, all right. Good night.
Good night. He started to walk back toward his room, but paused.
Willow.
I leaned against the door. Yes. He turned to face me and raised an eyebrow. His blue eyes were packed with so much intrigue that it made my own stomach flip.
Can we be those friends who sometimes kiss?
I bit my bottom lip. I wouldn't be opposed to that idea if you're okay with. And again, with haste, Theo's mouth crashed against mine, and he swept me up into his arms, lifting me from the ground. I wrapped my arms and legs around his body as I kissed him back. I felt all of him as he pinned me to the wall, his body and his tongue showcasing how much he wanted to be friends who kissed sometimes. I felt his thickness brushing against my inner thigh as he moved his mouth to my neck and growled against me. His tongue licked across my skin before he kissed my lips again. My hips began to grind against him as my heart rate picked up and my hands rested against his rock-hard chest. I was out of breath, but breathing seemed overrated as he explored me. He lifted me higher, his hands wrapped beneath my ass cheeks, making it almost impossible for me to consider anything else in life other than this, than us, than his hands roaming freely all over my body. He kissed me once more before pulling away slightly. His forehead rested against mine as he lowered me back down to the floor, yet I still felt as if I was floating. My hands stayed pinned to his chest. His hands stayed pinned to my shoulders. His eyes closed and mine followed suit as we stayed so close. All I could hear was his exhales and my inhales. Time stopped moving as I breathed him in. Theo ever so gently moved in and kissed my right cheek.
Good night, friend.
He muttered against my skin. My tongue danced over my lips as I murmured, "Good night, friend." When I opened my eyes, he was gone. But the memory of the kiss lingered. Who knew second friendship kisses could taste even better than the first?
19. Harry. After the anniversary party, I stayed in bed a lot more. I felt separated in some ways from reality. Everything felt exhausting. I felt tired in a way I never knew possible. Theo would come sit with me every day for a couple of hours. He wouldn't talk much, but I didn't mind. He didn't seem to either. Sometimes he'd hold my hand, just as I had when he was a little boy. Then Molly would come and lay beside me. She talked much, but I didn't mind. She didn't seem to either. Plus, I loved her voice. I loved her. I felt her slipping away, though. Or maybe it was me fading away. Everything hurt. I felt exhausted. Molly took my hand into hers and patted it gently. I felt a little less separated from reality. I felt a little bit more at home. I wanted to hold on because I knew how much it would hurt her for me to leave her side. Yet each passing day felt shorter, and the hourglass of my life was losing more and more sand. How many more breaths did I have left within my lungs, and how many of those breaths could I use to tell Molly how much I loved her? I love you. I love you. I love you, I thought, when words were too hard to produce. That was when she'd squeeze my hand as if she could hear me. Then she'd kiss my forehead and say she loved me too. Still, I was tired. I wondered how long the exhaustion would last, until it turned into a deep slumber.
20. Willow. I would have liked to say that Theo and I took the friendship makeout session slowly, but that was the opposite of what we'd done. We dove in and became masters at making out. We'd find random reasons to kiss, too. "Oh, you unloaded the dishwasher. Way to go, friend." Kiss. "Oh, you switched the toilet paper roll. Woohoo!" Kiss, kiss. "Oh, you showered today? Yay!" Kiss, kiss. In the shower. Yeah, we were in the shower together. Naked. But not because we were into each other. We were friends. Simply friends who showered together because we cared about saving water and the planet. Friendship showers were definitely a thing. There was no sex involved, though. Just heavy petting, if you asked me. We clearly both wanted to make sure we were as clean as possible. Just two friends looking out for one another. The verdict was still out when it came to friendship cuddling. If anything, Theo and I were playing a dangerous game as he sat on the couch and I sat between his spread legs on the floor, where he massaged my shoulders for me. He dug his fingers deep into my exposed shoulders, seeing how I was wearing a white tube top. My eyes were pinned to the television, watching Mr. Darcy and Elizabeth fall in love for the umpteenth time. I'd seen the 2005 version of Pride and Prejudice 1,000,000 times over, and I still have full-on body chills when Mr. Darcy clenched his hand. And the way he said words throughout the movie made my body fill with chills. "I love you. Most ardently. You bewitched me. Body and soul."
This is so corny,
Theo mentioned as he kept working out the knots in my upper back. "No," I disagreed. It's comforting. When I'm sick, I always watch this movie on repeat until I'm better. It's my comfort movie.
A corny comfort movie.
I laughed and turned my body to face him. Okay, Mr. Grump, what movies do you find comfort in?
That's easy. Only the best holiday movie ever. Die Hard.
Die Hard? It's not a Christmas movie. Theo stared at me as if I'd grown 3 heads, but he went back to massaging my shoulders, this time with me facing him.
Die Hard is definitely a Christmas movie. Most ardently.
He mocked. Okay, name 3 reasons it's a Christmas movie.
Fine. 1, it takes place in December. 2, it talks about gifts at some point. 3, it's a Christmas movie.
He exclaimed, making me break out in laughter. Those are awful reasons.
You didn't say my reasons had to be soaked in logic.
His fingers kept massaging my upper chest, and I let out a slight moan when he hit a good spot. He arched an eyebrow.
Oh, yeah?
I closed my eyes and smiled. Oh, yeah. Keep going. He kept massaging, and I melted into the warmth of his fingers. This was so friendship of us. What's another movie you love? I asked.
The Truman Show.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. I murmured, somehow losing a bit of focus as his fingers seemed to move lower and lower down my chest. What else?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
I placed my hand over my chest. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. It makes me sob.
Shocking. Something makes you sob. I would have never imagined.
He teased, still massaging my shoulders. His fingers moved a little lower, and I swore his thumb brushed against my nipple through the thin fabric of my tube top. His finger brushed against it once more, only this time his hand stayed on top of my breasts as he massaged.
Can I tell you a secret?
He whispered with a hoarse voice. What's that? I quietly said back.
I cried during that movie, too.
I arched an eyebrow, almost too comfortable for my friend to be massaging my breasts. Mr. Grump has cried before.
Very rarely.
I'm impressed.
Don't worry. You'll never see it.
Dang. I love seeing men cry. He laughed.
Some kind of kink of yours, huh?
He asked, his fingers lightly pinching my nipples, making my lips part, and a slight surprised moan escaped. You can say that, I murmured, placing my hands behind my back against the floor and arching my back. His hands kept roaming. I kept moaning.
What other kinks, friend?
Theo asked as my whole body began to heat. Trembles and pulses began to take place between my thighs as I stared into the bluest of blue eyes. I tilted my head as I saw the desire that was pounding between my legs also living within his eyes. I sat up a bit on my knees between his legs. My hands rested against his kneecaps for a moment before I began to massage his inner thighs. I bit my bottom lip and shrugged. I'm not against being pinned down, I told him. His hands moved from my chest and down my forearms to my wrists. He then effortlessly laid me down against the living room rug and pinned my wrists to the floor as he hovered over me.
Like this?
He asked. I nodded. Like this.
What else, friend?
His body weight melted against my skin. His mouth danced across my earlobe.
What else do you like?
My words stuttered slightly from the warmth of his tongue grazing my skin. Neck kisses.
Neck kisses?
Yes, neck kisses.
Like this?
He questioned, before trailing his mouth from the base of my jaw all the way down to my collarbones. My entire body began to warm up from the kisses, which shot a direct path of ecstasy straight to my pussy. Yes, I breathed out eerily. Without thought, my hips involuntarily arched up, pressing against the hardness sitting within Theo's gray sweatpants. Like this. A deep grunt unleashed from him as his hips slowly rocked against mine. I wanted him. All of him in me, on me, tasting me. I wanted to feel what it felt like for Theo to slide in and out of me over and over again as he claimed control of my body. I wanted to taste his desires against my tongue. I wanted to fall in love with him in the interlude of his exploration of my body. I wanted to make believe with him that our act of wilderness was actually an act of love, of passion, of purpose. I not only wanted to have sex with him, I wanted him to teach me, throw me around, own me. That was what his body pressed against my body did to my mind. That was how his touches infested my thoughts. I wanted Theo Langford to bury himself so far within me that I'd begun to think that he was the source of life, and I'd hang on to him as if he were my life support. I wanted each thrust, each moan, each growl. I wanted his dilated eyes to stay on me. I wanted his filthy mouth to call me names. I wanted him. All of him. The good, the bad, and the broken parts too. Maybe I wanted those parts the most. The parts of him that kept him up at night.
How about this?
He asked as he pinned one hand over my head and placed the other at the nape of my neck. His lips moved to the edge of my mouth, and my eyes fluttered closed as he growled.
You like being choked, my weeping willow.
My weeping willow. Did he just call me his? Did I just love being called his? My mouth parted, and I nodded. Yes, I stuttered, almost losing touch of reality as his hands pinned me down. He had full control over me to do whatever he wanted to do, and I'd hoped he'd do everything. Every single thought that was flying through his mind, I'd hoped he'd act on them. Theo bit my bottom lip, then sucked on it gently.
Willow.
Yes. One of his hands began to unbuckle the top button on my jean shorts.
Do friends touch each other everywhere?
He asked, sliding down the zipper of my jeans. Yes, I think they do. His hand brushed against the top of my pink thong as his fingers rolled between the fabric. Then he lifted it slightly and slid his hand beneath it. His thumb began circling my clit. Everything sped up from that point, or maybe time slowed down. All I knew was I was no longer living in a realm where anything mattered other than Theo's touches. His hand began to rub my pussy, his fingers almost teasing as if they were going to slide inside me. My body arched toward him as if I was trying to force said fingers to slide deep inside me. He still had one arm pinned over my head as he kissed me around my belly button. Gosh, I wanted him to feel how he was controlling me. I wanted my wetness to drip across his fingers. I hadn't told him, but I'd had dreams about his touches lately. I daydreamed about them too. I wondered what it would feel like if he slid his fingers deep inside me and... Fuck! I breathed out as he did exactly that. 2 fingers rolled inside me as he smirked with an untamed bliss.
Are you that wet for me, friend?
He growled against my ear, licking my lobe before sucking it between his lips.
Do I make you drip like that?
My mouth parted to reply, but nothing but gibberish came out as I ground my pussy hard around his fingers, almost losing it as he started working a third one inside me. His pacing controlled my inhales and exhales.
I like that,
he told me, his voice rich with desire.
I like how wet you get from me.
With my one free hand, I moved to the imprint of his cock resting in his sweats. I then slid my hand into his sweats, under his boxers, and gripped his massive cock in my hands. My thumb began to circle the head of his cock as he released a grunted moan. I smiled. It was nice to know that the control went both ways. He controlled me, and I controlled him. You like that, friend? I said, sitting up on my elbows as I stroked him up and down. His eyes fluttered closed, and he nodded.
Yes,
he muttered. I trailed my tongue against his neck and kept stroking him as he kept fingering my dripping pussy. You like how you make me feel?
Fucking hell. I love it, Willow. I love this so fucking much.
He slid my jeans and thong off completely before pulling down my tube top, exposing my breasts. His tongue swept across my right nipple before he began sucking it while he picked up the speed of his fingers gliding in and out of me. He worked my pussy as if it were his full-time job, and he was in search of overtime as he cherished my nipples with his mouth. I hurriedly slipped off his pants and boxers because I wasn't certain I could go another minute without him in me, without him filling me up, thrusting deep inside of my core. I wanted to see it in his eyes, too. I wanted to witness him losing himself and finding him while he lived inside me. I wanted to bring him to the edge of his orgasm, then make him beg for more. I wanted to climb on top of him and rest my hands against his chest as I rolled my hips back and forth against his cock. I wanted him to flip me over and slide into me from behind, from the side, with his arm tightly pinned around my neck. I wanted him to own me, and he did. The moment Theo slid his cock inside my wet pussy, I pulsed around his hardness. He inched in slowly at first, making sure I was comfortable the whole time.
You're so tight, Willow. Fuck me. You're so fucking tight.
He growled against me, wrapping his arms around my back as he began to pound into me. My mind couldn't even begin to consider responding to him because it felt too good to try to discover words. My arms wrapped around him and my fingernails dug into his skin beneath his t-shirt. I was certain when we'd finished, he'd have marks all across his back, reminding him that I was there. I liked that idea. I liked the idea that I marked him. I liked even more how he worked my body and my soul. Theo lifted me without hesitation and laid me over the edge of the couch, his hand wrapped around my neck, stabilizing me as he drilled his cock into my pussy. He picked up his speed and depth, making me cry out with the utmost pleasure. He didn't stop going to work until I reached my climax. Again, and again, and again. Fuck. I cried out, pounding my hand against his back as I orgasmed hard against him, losing myself as I found true bliss. I didn't know friendship could feel so good until Theo showed me over and over and over again. He flipped me onto my stomach and I arched my back for him as he slid into me from behind. His hands landed against my shoulders as he pounded me more and more. His grunts and growls showed me that I wasn't the only one having the time of my life as I backed my ass up against him. I kept grinding up on him as he fucked me as if it was our last day on the planet, and he wanted to make sure we'd both went out on a high. I moaned out his name as I hit another orgasm. He wrapped my hair in his hands and pulled me toward him. His mouth grazed against my ear as he said,
"I know, baby. I know."
In response to my moans, I loved how he felt inside me. I loved how he filled me up. I loved the thrusts and the grunts and the control he had over my body, mind, and spirit.
Willow. Shit. I'm going to...
He groaned, wrapping an arm around my neck, pressing his body against mine. He couldn't finish his sentence as he thrust hard into me, seconds away from finding his own orgasm. As he grew closer and closer to completion, I begged for all of him, each inch, every thrust, every drop. He gave it all to me, too, as he reached his orgasm. Theo lay on top of me for a moment, breathless, as he tried to gather himself.
Holy,
he murmured. Shit. I finished. I turned around to face him as he slid out of me. When my eyes met his, the bashful grin on his face made me feel things that felt a little more than friendship. He kissed me lightly and closed his eyes, resting his forehead against mine. He was out of breath, but in pure bliss, as he said,
"This is the best friendship of my life."
I giggled as I brushed a few pieces of hair out of my face. They kept falling back into my eyesight until Theo brushed them behind my ear. The gentle touch felt extra sensational. Then he said 6 words that would make me smile for the remainder of the week.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Then we showered together. Again. And again. And again. Theo and I had officially crossed into the friends with benefits realm. And those benefits, remarkable. 10 out of 10, no notes. I didn't know why, but after we broke the barrier into having sex with one another, that wall stayed shattered, and we kept finding ourselves with roaming hands and thrusting hips. During all times of the day and night, I couldn't keep my hands off him, and something was so comforting in knowing he couldn't keep himself away from me either. It was as if some magnetic pull drew us toward one another. It even happened when we'd go to Molly and Harry's for dinner. When it was time for dessert, I offered to bring it to the dining room. Theo offered to get another bottle of wine, too. When I walked into the pantry, I turned around to find Theo standing behind me. He had a devilish smirk on his face. "Oh, hi there," I smiled.
"Oh, hi there,"
he replied. He stepped in closer, and his fingers grazed the fabric of my thin, dusty blue dress.
"I like this color on you."
"You like all colors on me," I joked. He nodded.
"I do."
He paused for a second.
"Can I tell you a secret?"
"I love secrets."
"It's hard to be near you."
"Is that so?"
"Yes, Willow. That's so."
Theo stepped in closer. I stepped back. He inched in even more. My back hit the wall. "What are you doing?" I fluttered out, my words stumbling off my tongue as my heart beat faster and faster with every inch he grew toward me.
"Boxing you in,"
he said, his voice deep and his eyes locked with mine. "Why? I thought you said it was hard to be near me." I spat out, instantly turned on. Everything about Theo turned me on in a way I'd never even known possible. From his muscular physique to his grumpy demeanor, from his permanent frown to his deep, robust growls. Theo Lingford was painfully attractive, and I struggled not to want to rip his clothes off on the regular, which was exactly why I'd been ripping his clothes off on the regular.
"It is hard to be around you,"
he agreed, his mouth inching closer and closer as my back rested against the back of the chilled pantry wall. "And why is that again?" His mouth brushed the edge of my earlobe before he parted his lips and sucked gently on my ear.
"Because I get so fucking hard being around you."
My whole body sizzled from his words and the thickness of him brushing against my inner thigh. My mind and my heart were at war with one another, uncertain how to ever feel around that man. How was it possible to long for someone all the time? How did I miss him so much when he stood right in front of me? Theo Langford was going to be the death of me. Or maybe the life of me? Maybe that was what scared me the most. I swore I understood emotions. I'd studied with some of the greatest shamans across the world. I'd done the inner work. I'd tapped into my higher self and had conversations with my inner child. I was secure in my emotional state my whole life, except for when it came to him. Whenever Theo was around me, it was as if my whole system went into a reboot mode, and it took forever for said system to recalibrate. "Don't forget a knife to cut the cake," Molly called out from the dining room. Her voice broke up the intense energy between Theo and me, which was probably for the best. I didn't need to screw my friend's grandson in her pantry that evening, though I did consider it. The next few weeks were filled with sex and laughter and more sex. I should have left Weston Lake after the anniversary party and gone on to my next adventure, but for some reason, for the first time in my life, I wanted to keep my feet on solid ground. I didn't feel like running off to my next stop. I liked where I'd been a little too much. Theo and I giggled in the bed after another round of kissing. My favorite part, after our hookups, was how he held me in his arms. I never felt used after our interactions with one another. If anything, I felt cherished, based on how we talked after sex. Sure, I liked sleeping together. Heck, I loved it. But something was so comforting about the after-sex conversations where we were slightly vulnerable, lying there in bed, wrapped around the sheets and each other, talking about any and everything. "Do you want kids someday?" I randomly asked him. He pulled me closer to his side and kissed my shoulder. It was so gentle and intimate that I almost forgot we weren't more than friends.
"I wouldn't hate the idea,"
he said.
"What about you?"
I go back and forth. I didn't have a mom growing up, so I wonder what it would be like to be one.
"My mom walked down on me when I was around 12.
He confessed. Wow, I'm sorry. That had to be hard.
It was, until it wasn't. Sometimes the best thing a toxic person can do for you is leave you alone."
Do you still miss her sometimes?
"No."
He said shortly.
"I just miss the idea of her."
I miss the same thing. The idea of my mom. I sometimes wonder. I started staring up at the ceiling fan spinning around. What kind of mother my mom would have been to me if she ever had the chance to raise me.
"Like you,"
he said, with another kiss on my shoulder.
"She would have been just like you."
I lifted my head and raised. What do you mean by that?
"She would have loved loudly, soothed softly, and been so perfect that even the bad seeds would start to believe in good apples."
Theo.
"Great."
He cut in.
"She would have been great to you, Willow. And you would be great to a child of your own, too."
"Careful," I whispered, "or else you might start making my heart beat in a way it shouldn't for you." A small smile stayed on his face. I bit my bottom lip. "Theo?"
"Yes, Willow."
"Are we playing with fire?" Before he could reply, we were interrupted by the ringing of Theo's phone. He glanced over toward it, and when he saw the name on the screen, he sat up. He moved to the edge of the bed and answered the call.
"Hey, it's late. Everything okay?"
He asked the person on the other line. The serious stare on his face made me sit up in bed, too. I placed a hand on his shoulder. His body was stiff as a rock.
"Okay, yeah, I hear you. It's okay. Breathe. Everything's all right. I'm on my way."
He hung up the phone, and I felt his entire body sigh against my touch. "You okay?" I asked. He sighed again and went quiet. He sniffled and spoke once more.
"Papa had a seizure. Grandma and him are at the hospital. I have to text people to let them know. I need to drive to the hospital,"
he said, standing from the side of the bed. He began pacing as if looking for things, but his mind was swirling too fast for him to settle. I stood and grabbed clothes for him, followed by socks and his sneakers. "Here," I said, placing them in his hands.
"Thanks,"
he murmured, changing into the clothes. I changed into an outfit, too. He then darted around the house looking for his keys. I found them on the kitchen island. "Here," I said, giving him the keys.
"Thanks,"
he murmured again, striking his hand through his messy hair. I put my shoes on as he put his shoes on. He looked disoriented. "Here," I said, holding my hand out toward him. "I'll take the keys. I'll drive."
"No, it's fine. I'm fine. I can—"
"Theo," I said, this time a bit firmer. "Don't worry. I got you. I'll drive." He took in a deep inhalation and released it before he placed the keys into my hand.
"Thank you, Willow."
"Always. Let's go." 21. Molly. I sat in the lobby, alone, waiting for someone to tell me something, anything, praying for answers, but fearing the worst. The moment Theo and Willow walked into the waiting room, I stood slowly to my feet. Theo's eyes, which matched his grandfather's, locked with mine, and I burst into tears. He hugged me instantly and didn't let go. Peter arrived next. He had Harry's eyes, too. He joined in on the hug. Jensen joined in, too. The doctor came out a few hours later. Harry was on life support, and they didn't think he'd make it due to the damage to his brain. And just like that, my world came crashing down around me. Yet it was my family that kept my knees from hitting solid ground. My Harry passed away 3 days later. He took all the world's color with him. 22. Willow. Harry passed away the same way he said he came into the world, surrounded by love. Theo and Peter handled a lot of the paperwork the following days, while I helped Molly go through some old photographs. Over the past few days, it felt almost as if Theo was avoiding me. He came in late each night, and by the time I woke up, he was gone. If I saw him long enough, I'd try to ask him if he wanted to fish, but he'd say no time and time again, saying he was too busy to fish. Too busy to fish? Theodore Langford? No way in hell was that man ever too busy to fish. He was avoiding me, but I had no right to call him out on it. The way he processed his grief was his and his alone. Who was I to judge him? Theo made it clear that he needed space, so that was exactly what I gave him, even though doing so crushed my spirit because my heartbeats were so deeply worried about his. I knew Theo wasn't all right. I knew how much Harry meant to Theo. He wasn't only his grandfather, but he was in many ways his actual father. He raised Theo from day one. He taught him how to fish, how to throw a football, how to be kind, how to treat a lady, how to love. Everything good in Theo was the product of Harold Langford. His words, not mine. Still, I gave Theo his space. The evening before Harry's funeral, the August weather had been quite warm. Molly and I sat on the top step of her back porch, taking on the light breeze that skirted over our skin. I'd made us cups of tea, and my hand stayed wrapped tightly around my mug, and Molly held hers the same way. She hadn't really said much over the past few days either. Maybe that was the way the Langfords coped with hardships. Well, at least 2 of them. Rumor had it, and the rumor teller was Jensen, that Peter hadn't stopped drinking since Harry passed away. I sat next to Molly on that top porch step, unable to form words. What could I say that could make any of this situation better? How could I express my deepest sorrows toward a woman who'd lost her lighthouse? How would she ever find her way home again? "Ask me," she whispered as her feet repeatedly tapped the step. "I know you're wondering, so please, Just ask. How are you?
Not too good. Not too good.
Her eyes flooded with emotions, and she lowered her head.
I just don't know if I'll ever see them again.
See what?
The rainbows.
She set down her mug, then placed her hands against her chest and shook her head.
I think he took them all with him. He took all the rainbows, and all that's left is rain.
I pulled her into my side, and she allowed herself to fall apart against me.
You know the worst part of it all?
She whispered.
I want to go with him, but I know he'd beg for me to stay. He'd tell me heaven didn't have enough color yet, and he'd have to spice it up before I found my way there. He'd tell me to be patient and not rush the process. He'd say the best reunions would be the ones with a lot of time and space between our last meeting. He'd ask me to stay. So, I stay.
I'm so sorry, Molly.
Yes, well, we were never promised forever. That's why we made every single day count. We never lived by the idea that we shouldn't go to bed angry. It's just not realistic. Some nights in marriage you're pissed off. You're raging for days, weeks even. But we did have the rule that when we did go to bed angry, our feet would still touch. Even if they came with grumbling and curse words, our feet always touched beneath the cover. It was a reminder that we were still us. Even when our emotions didn't match, our hearts still did.
She smiled, but I knew it was a smile of grief, of sorrow.
I'll miss his voice. I'll miss his laugh. I'll miss his bad jokes. But I think I'll miss his touch the most.
Can you tell me what he was like when you two were young? I asked. Her eyes smiled more along with her lips, and she began telling me stories of her first and only love. I saw the color come back to her skin as she laughed and shared many stories about Harry. Maybe that was where the color of life lived for many of us, in the memories of love. That night, I headed back to Theo's place. I saw him sitting on the couch in the living room as I was walking up the front porch steps. A spark of hope filled me. Maybe we could finally talk. Perhaps I could officially check in on him. Maybe he'd let me in like Molly had and share some stories about Harry. Maybe it was his turn to find relief. Sadly, the moment I opened the front door, Theo only made eye contact with me briefly before he stood to his feet. He turned away from me as if he didn't see me at all and began to walk away. "Not even a hello?" I called out, hoping he'd join in. Instead, I got a grunt from him. "Theo, come on. You haven't spoken to me in days. I just want to make sure you're okay," I said, standing behind him with his back still facing me. He kept walking. I sighed. "Theo, you said we could be friends, and you'd let me teach you how to be a friend. Well, this is part of friendship," I shouted. "Getting through the hard stuff together." He stopped his steps. His shoulders sank. I moved in a little closer and placed a hand on his back. "Talk to me," I whispered.
I can't talk to you, Willow.
He confessed. "Why not?"
Because you'll make me feel better.
He turned to face me, and his eyes were packed with emotional turmoil.
And I don't know if I'm ready to feel better.
Without a thought, I took his hands in mine and held them for a split second.
See?
He softly spoke.
That already made me feel better.
My touch. He nodded with his eyes closed.
Your touch.
He took a deep breath and said,
He was my father.
Yes, he was.
And now he's gone.
My heart was breaking for him. Yes, I know.
I feel like I have to keep it together for my grandmother. I can't fall apart because she needs me to be strong.
Molly's not here tonight, though. You are more than allowed to break. We don't have to talk, and you don't have to feel better right now. You can fall apart, though. You just no longer have to fall apart alone. You can shatter, Theo. Don't worry. I'll collect your pieces.
I'm not ready to fall apart just yet.
He told me.
But please, keep holding me. All right?
I can do that. Theo pulled me into his chest. I wrapped my arms around his large frame and held him tightly. He rested his chin on top of my head, but he didn't cry. I wondered when the last time had been when he allowed himself to truly fall apart. We stood in the hallway for a long time, as long as he needed me to stand with him. Then we went to bed together, and I held him through the night. Around 3 a.m, I felt Theo gently kiss my forehead. His arms were still wrapped around me, and he pulled me closer to him.
Awake?
He murmured against my ear. Awake, I muttered back. He nuzzled his head into my shoulder, yawning.
Weeping Willow.
Yes, Mr. Grump.
Thank you for existing.
23. Theo. Death was the only life guarantee that humans had. We weren't promised riches and fortune, or fame, love, or success, yet we were all promised a final chapter. A novel's ending would find all of us one day, and that was the only promise made to us when we took our first breath on this planet. With life came death. Still, that didn't make it any easier. The celebration of Papa's life took place at my grandparents' home. It was nothing like a regular funeral. There weren't sad stories being shared around or sad songs being sung. It was more so a grand celebration of life. Bright, vibrant colors. A tie-dye t-shirt making station out back by the water. Whiskey shots. A lot of whiskey shots. Irish music and dancing happening throughout the place. Papa always said when his time came he wanted people to celebrate, to sing and shout, and that was exactly what everyone did. Even with heavy hearts, we still gave Papa the send-off that he requested. His final request was to be cremated, and then spread around within all of the elements. That way you can all see me and feel me within everything, he told Grandma and me once at our nightly dinners. Grandma moved around the whole night as if she were on autopilot. She talked to everyone. She smiled and she'd dance. She acted as if she were okay even though I knew she was far from all right. How could she have been? She was missing the biggest part of her soul. Nothing would ever fill the space in her heart the way her husband had. I couldn't imagine the amount of emptiness she was feeling. It wasn't until I crossed her path in the kitchen that I saw her reality. She was alone in there when I walked through her French doors. She stood in front of an open cabinet with a coffee tin in her hands. Inside the tin was all of Papa's homemade recipes that he'd written down. I walked over to her and placed a hand against her shoulder. She jumped slightly and wiped at her eyes. "Oh, sweetheart. Hi. I didn't hear you come in." Quiet on my feet. "You always did move around like a mouse. I swear when all the other kids ran around wild, you were so quiet."
She turned to face me and placed a hand against my cheek. Papa always said you were the quietest, with the loudest thoughts. Why do I get the idea that your thoughts are pretty loud as of late? She smiled and sniffled a bit. She glanced around the kitchen, then back to the recipe cards. It's loud in the house, but it feels quieter, doesn't it? It does. I miss him. Me too. She smiled, but it fell quickly to a frown. I was glad she didn't find the need to pretend to be okay around me like she had with everyone else. Theo, Before she could finish her sentence, the French doors were pushed open, and in entered a woman wearing all black. Who in the hell would wear all black to my grandfather's funeral? Color. The theme was fucking color. It wasn't until I locked eyes with the woman that I realized who exactly I was staring at. What the fuck are you doing here? I barked out, my whole body heating up instantly. She blinked a few times before she parted her lips and said, Hi, son. My mother. My fucking mother. She stood there in the kitchen as if she weren't a ghost who'd just barged into my grandparents' home. I hadn't seen or heard from the woman since she walked out of my life when I was 12 years old. Yet now there she was, on the day of Papa's funeral, saying, Hi, son. Did hell just freeze over? Was I hallucinating? What the fuck are you doing here? I repeated, because those were the only words that could shoot out of my mouth. I stood in front of Grandma slightly, as if to protect her from the daughter who broke her heart all those years before, when she walked out and left us all behind. To my surprise, Grandma didn't seem nearly as shocked by my mother standing there. I told you not to come today, Grandma scolded my mother. You swore you wouldn't. Mom tugged at the sleeves of her black dress and bit her bottom lip. I know. I just couldn't miss this. He was my father. My eyes darted back and forth between Mom and Grandma. My mind buzzed with confusion as I stared at the two of them. I looked at Grandma, feeling hurt, betrayed, livid. You've been in contact with her? I asked, pain soaking through my words. You've been talking to her? For how long? Grandma parted her lips to answer me, but instead she shook her head and turned toward Mom. You swore you wouldn't come. He was my father, she repeated, this time the words irritating me more than the first time she'd said them. He was my father, I shouted, gesturing toward her as if she had lost her damn mind. How dare she claim Papa is hers after she broke his heart? She didn't know it, but I heard him sometimes, crying over his daughter, worrying about her safety, mourning the loss of a daughter who was still living. How dare she show up to his funeral to mourn his death, as if she was there when he was living? My chest burned with anger the longer I looked at my mother, because she looked like the best parts of him. In her eyes I saw Papa. In her frown I saw him too. But he wasn't hers, he was mine. He was my father. He was my mother when he had to be, and he was my friend when I had none. I choked out. How fucking dare you show up today and act sad for a man you abandoned, for a family you left behind, and for the little boy who begged for you to come back night after night after night. Mom parted her mouth to speak, but no words were produced. Tears kept streaming down her face, but I didn't care. She had no right to be fucking sad. She could have spent the past decade loving Papa, but instead she left. What did that say about her? I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't have come here, she said, hurrying out of the room. Grandma raced her hands over her face as her overwhelm grew stronger. But I still wasn't up to par with how she didn't seem beyond surprised by the first-time arrival of her daughter, who had been in no contact with the family for over 18 fucking years. That was when reality set in for me. It wasn't the first time they'd seen one another over the past 18 years. What's going on, Grandma? I asked, feeling sick to my stomach. I'm so sorry, Theo. She wasn't supposed to be here. I told her not to come today. Today? I cut in. I narrowed my brows. You've seen her recently? She frowned and nodded her head, no longer able to hold eye contact with me. Yes, we have. We? I questioned. Who's we? Papa and me. We've been seeing your mother. She's not my mother, I corrected. Yes, well, Christina has been visiting us both for a while now, Grandma said as she leaned against the kitchen island. What? She's been seeing him ever since he got sick. Twice a week. Bullshit, I said through gritted teeth. There's no way. He's been sick for 2 damn years. Yes, I know, she nodded. She's been coming up ever since. We made sure she'd visit when you were out fishing. Papa didn't want your wires to cross just in case. In case what? In case after Papa passed, she'd disappear again. I didn't want to open that door for you, Theo. I didn't want you to go through losing your mother again. How dare you? I growled. I began to pace with my anger growing at a concerning speed. Anger or sadness. It was hard to tell what I was feeling. But it had to be one or the other of those two. Or maybe it was both. Definitely both. Son, Grandma started. You lied to me. No, she disagreed. I just thought it best not to share Christina coming back to town. You withholding this from me was a lie, Grandma. No, You fucking lied! I shouted, bringing my pacing to a halt. My chest burned as I stared at my heartbroken grandmother. My chest filled with a million marbles of instant regret. Grief filled the rest of the space. I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to yell like that. I lowered my head and shook it. You didn't think that today, on Papa's send-off, might have been the worst day for me to cross her path? I was holding on by a thread. The space between heaven and hell was Earth, and at that moment, Earth was the last place I wanted to be. I was pissed off at Grandma for holding on to this secret, but I was even more pissed off at Papa that I wasn't able to rage at him about how angry it made me. How hurt I felt. How my heart shattered into a million pieces, because why would she want to see them and not me? I was her son. Her heartbeats lived within my chest. Why did she not want me? Why was I never good enough for her? I would have been better if she needed me to be. I would have been the perfect son. I would have behaved how she told me to. I would have never stepped out of line. I would have loved her forever. Still, she left. She walked away and didn't look back for years. Then when she did make her way back to Weston Lake, she never tried to reach out to me for 2 years straight. She never tried to check in to make sure I was okay. She never came back. Fuck her for leaving. I only wished she would have stayed gone instead of fucking up my already fucked up thoughts that afternoon. I wanted to tell you, Theo. Trust me, I did, but Papa thought it would be too much to put on you, and I wanted to respect his final wishes, and I told her not to come, Grandma stated, her voice cracking. Then the tears fell from her eyes as she shook her head. I begged her not to come today. I didn't. She stumbled over her words, and I knew exactly what that felt like. To try to speak, but nothing coherent came out. I knew that panic. I knew that level of struggle and hurt. What I didn't know was losing my soulmate. What I didn't know was coming to terms with the fact that I'd never see my other half again. What I didn't know was having a daughter who walked away many years ago. What I didn't know was the heaviness of Grandma's grief. I could only experience my own as a grandson, as a son, but as a partner? As a mother? Grandma's heart had cracks in it that I would never begin to understand. And the last thing she needed was for me to hammer into her about my mother arriving for Papa's funeral. I moved closer to her and wrapped my arms around her. I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to react like that. It's just a lot to come to terms with. She patted her hands against my back as she hugged me. I don't take words personally during the storms, baby. Don't you worry. We're gonna be all right. She said those words, but I couldn't imagine how they could be true. Nothing was all right. Grandma sniffled. I'm going to go check on things. Make sure everyone has enough booze to forget we're sad. She pulled back slightly, brushed away her tears, and then placed her hands against my cheeks. Grandma loves you. I bent down and kissed the top of her head. I love you too. She walked out of the kitchen and headed back to the rowdy living room space that was playing all of Papa's favorite music on the jukebox. As she pushed open the swinging door, A Horse with No Name by America blasted through the air. I wished more funerals had insanely inappropriate music for the occasion. It made it all feel a little less traumatic. I wasn't ready for the music, though. I stayed in the kitchen, standing still in my fucked-up emotions. I picked up Papa's tin of recipes and began to flip through them. They were covered in flour and oils from being used so often. For decades, his fingers paged through those cards. His fingerprints were imprinted on the cards. His love was within his cursive writing on those pages, but still, he was gone. I felt sick. I felt confused. I felt lonely. The kitchen door pushed open, and in walked Willow. She stood there with her hair in 2 French braids, dressed in orange, and a small smile on her face. Her eyebrows knitted together the moment she saw me. Hi, Mr. Grump, she whispered, walking toward me. Hi, Weeping Willow. I heard rumors of your mother maybe being here. Yes. Did you see her? Yes. Are you okay? No. Sad? Yes. Confused? Very. Okay. She took my hands into hers, laced our fingers together, and then she pulled me into a hug. I shut my eyes. There it was. Comfort. Willow Kingsley and her goddamn comfort. I tried to stay as stable as I could as I leaned into her. It's okay, Theo, she softly said. Go ahead and break. I'll keep you from falling. That permission was all I needed,
before I burst into grown man sobs. I never cried in front of anyone, except for my grandparents, when I was a kid and got fed up with the bullying. I never fell apart in public where another could witness my cracks. I'd never shattered with an audience. Yet for some reason, Willow didn't feel like just another person. She felt like another piece of me. A stable post that kept me from drowning. I still felt sick. I still felt confused. But I didn't feel alone. 24. Theo. I wish I could say the night got better, but it didn't. My mother stormed off after ruining the whole afternoon for me, and then I had to deal with walking past people and hearing them whisper about the latest gossip of Christina Langford's return from the dead. My annoyance with Papa was still high, but hell, yelling at a ghost didn't seem like it would do me any good. I walked through the crowded house, being stopped by individuals who truly didn't give a damn about me, asking me how I was coping. "Oh, sweetheart, it's a shame," Jane Forrest said, tapping her hand against my forearm. "I cannot believe he's really gone. He was a good man." "Wild that your mama popped back up too, though," her sister Sarah stated. "Have you two been in contact?" I stared blankly at the two sisters before walking away without offering them a word. That kept going on, and people grew more and more bold with their gossiping as more whiskey was poured. The one who started speaking the most whiskey thoughts out loud, though? Good old Peter Langford, my dumbass cousin. He crossed my path in the dining room as I was collecting empty beer bottles. Peter patted my shoulder, the whiskey scent almost oozing from his pores. "Holy shit, Christina's back, huh?" I grumbled. He was the last person I wanted to speak to about the arrival of my mother to Weston Lake. "Not talking about it," I muttered. He took a swig from the whiskey bottle in his hand because that was the level of drunkenness he'd made it to. No glassware needed. Drinking straight from the bottle. Mr. Classy over here. Peter tapped his temple. "I don't know about you, but that would fuck with my mind. My mama coming back to town for 2 years and not wanting to see me at all." "Peter," I scolded. "Fuck off." He held his hands up in surrender with a chuckle. Whoa, don't rage at me, Theo. I'm not the one who abandoned you. Just imagine, he said, sliding an arm around my shoulders. Your mother hates you so much that she would go out of her way not to see you. That's almost comical. I bet Saturday Night Live could do a hilarious skit on it. I shrugged his arm off me. I'm not in the fucking mood, Peter. Well, then get in the mood, cuz. Gosh, you're always so wound up. Relax. He rubbed my shoulder with his hand. Drink a little, he said, tossing whiskey straight into my face. The rage I felt in my soul was seconds from boiling over, yet I tried my best to keep it at bay. I knew that was what Peter was looking for, some kind of reaction from me. He wanted me to snap. I couldn't give him that satisfaction. I wiped the alcohol from my face and took a few deep breaths. You're a fucking mess, Peter. Get help. I turned to walk away from him, and he followed me into the living room like a fucking annoying rodent that didn't know when to be evicted. Come on, Theo, lighten up. It's not like your lifetime enabler didn't die, and then your deadbeat mother showed up in his place. Peter said loudly enough for other people to hear. Dad, what the fuck? Jensen said from the side of the couch, staring at his father as if he'd just witnessed a monster appear. Peter, I growled, my voice low and controlled. Maybe it's time for you to go home. What? No way. He took a swig from his bottle.
The night is still young. And isn't this what Papa wanted? For us to act like everything's just one big party? Yes! Let's celebrate, everyone! He shouted, holding the bottle up in the air. Let's celebrate the life of a man who played favorites his whole fucking life. The man who couldn't manage not to love his grandchildren equally. The one who spoiled stuttering Theo because he had a fucked up weak personality. Let's all raise a glass for Harold Dwight Langford, he shouted. The man who went out of his way to love Theo's weird ass the most. Now that's enough, Peter, Grandma said, walking over to Peter and snatching the bottle from his hand. You're making a fool of yourself. Right, Grandma. That's right on time, isn't it? You telling me how much of a failure I am, how much of a fool I am. I glanced around at the crowd of people holding their phones up to record Peter's outburst. I didn't like the asshole, but he lost Papa too. It wasn't my place to tell him how to mourn, but I was certain he'd regret seeing the recorded videos of him drunk out of his mind the following morning. That would only add more grief to his life. Peter, you're drunk. Let's get you some fresh air, I said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't fucking touch me, he yelled, shoving me hard against my chest, forcing me to lose my footing. Dad, don't! Jensen blurted out, leaping over toward the two of us. Without thought, Peter shoved Jensen backward, making him stumble into a side table. My mind shut down instantly from watching Jensen get shoved to the side. I didn't even realize that my hand made a fist and slammed into Peter's jawline until I saw him stumbling backward. It only took him a second to recover from the punch. He dove toward me, and we both fell to the ground, wrestling back and forth like fucking idiots, while everyone stood around and watched. That's enough! Grandma cried out, trying to untangle Peter and me from one another. Peter! Theo, that's enough! Stop it right now! We kept going at it. I had him pinned down because he was too drunk to get any true movement or hits in. I held him until I felt another hand on my arm and looked up to see Willow standing over me. Theo, hey, it's okay. Let him go. It's all right, she told me. Let him go, she begged. The fear and panic in her eyes scared me enough to let go of my hold on Peter. Fuck. I didn't want this. I didn't want any of this. I stood to my feet, feeling embarrassed and ashamed of myself for allowing my emotions to take lead. I should have never even let Peter get me to that level of irritation, but that day was already hard. I'd simply reached my breaking point. Unfortunately, that scared Willow, which was the last thing that I'd wanted. Peter sat there on the floor, laughing slightly with a shake of his head. Blood from his busted lip dripped down his chin. He took the back of his hand to it, wiping it away. Fuck you, Theo, he blurted out. Fuck all of you. Why do you have to be like this? Jensen cried out. Why can't you just be normal, Dad? Look what you did. What I did? Peter asked, stunned. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm the one with the busted lip, not Theo. You started it, Grandma said. That's right, Grandma. Peter pushed himself up to a standing position. Take his side again, Mr. Perfect Theo, who was always our grandparents' favorite. He slurred. That's not true, Peter. Grandma started, but he waved her off. Don't try to lie, Grandma. Everyone knows it. We've all known it our whole life. Little broken Theo who had a mother who didn't love him. Poor stuttering Theo who couldn't pronounce words. Let's give him everything handed on a silver platter. Watch it, Peter, I growled, stepping closer to him. The whole house had their eyes on the two of us, uncertain what Peter might have done next. He was wasted out of his mind. He fucking shoved his own kid. Grandma agreed. Yeah, honey, this isn't going to make anything better. Back off, Grandma, he spat out. Jensen stepped up with his chest puffed out. Dad, don't talk to her like that. Peter turned toward his son with daggers in his eyes. He moved in closer, hovering over Jensen. Before he could say anything, I stepped between the two of them. My hands turned into fists. If you say or do anything to that boy, I will end your life. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Peter hesitated for a moment, his breaths heavy and erratic. He must have found some common sense, because it was clear that I would kick his ass again if needed. Peter might have been big, but I was bigger. He might have been able to take me when we were kids, but not anymore. Peter slowed down his breathing and noticed everyone in the space was staring. All eyes were on him. He laughed, but it was laughter packed with embarrassment. I didn't even know Peter had the ability to be embarrassed. But maybe that was what whiskey and funeral rants did. He shook his head. Of course. Even my kid loves you more than me. Well, maybe if you weren't such a dick, that wouldn't be the case, Jensen spat out, shocking the hell out of me. Jensen was a good kid, and he never talked back to his father. But there he was, next to me, eyes packed with emotion and pain. I knew that pain. Wanting a parent to be something they would never know how to be. Staring into the eyes of the person who brought you into the world and not understanding how they wouldn't want to give you all the love they had within them. Jensen's hands were in fists. I placed a hand against his shoulder. It's all right, Jensen. Breathe. You're all right. Peter huffed and gestured toward me. Just like that. Theo's the hero. What's your problem with me, huh? Why have you been riding my ass for the longest time? Oh, I don't know, Theo. Maybe it's because you act like you're this stand-up guy who just keeps to himself, but the truth of the matter is you're a snake. You're a fucking slimy snake who takes things that aren't yours. You're the one who slept with his girlfriend, Dad, Jensen spat out, his words packed with angst. All right, I think this is all going on way too long, Grandma chimed in, moving to step between us, but Peter's eyes were locked on his son. Peter's chest rose and fell with his heavy inhalations. Yeah? Yeah? We'll call it fucking payback for him fucking my wife! The room went silent after those words escaped Peter's mouth. I stood back, stunned. Holy shit. He knew about Talia and me? How? My mouth parted, but no words were found. What the hell was I supposed to say? Peter laughed, still wiping at his face. Yeah. I bet you didn't know that I knew, huh? I bet you didn't think I'd read Talia's damn diaries after she passed away, but I did. I read every fucking page she wrote, and you know what? All of the love letters she crafted were written out to you. You piece of shit. The whole room gasped from the reveal of Talia's and my history. The most concerning looks came from Grandma and Jensen. Pure shock and heartbreak. I stood there with my mind spinning. I didn't know what to say, what to do, how to engage, how to make anyone understand what had happened between Talia and I all those years ago. How it was a one-time thing. How I didn't mean, you two were broken up. I spat out, feeling as if I had to avenge myself. He broke her fucking heart. She came sobbing to me about it. I held her. I didn't even want to sleep with her. I just wanted to hold her and let her know she'd be okay. She was my friend. My only friend. I didn't mean I felt dizzy and confused. Ashamed. I felt so fucking ashamed. There was nothing else I could do. So I left. Embarrassed. Ashamed. But mostly heartbroken.
25. Willow. After Theo left Molly's house, I wasn't far behind him. I saw the pained expression in his eyes. What hurt me the most was the idea that he'd suffer alone with the heavy thoughts flying around in his head. I couldn't imagine how intermixed all of his emotions had been that evening. I wasn't certain I would have recovered at all from the back-to-back hits that Theo experienced that night, all during his grandfather's funeral. As I walked into the house, I found Theo in the bathroom with the door open, washing his hands. I leaned against the door, waiting for him to speak to me, but not wanting to pressure him at all. We didn't have to talk if he didn't want to. Sometimes a person just needed to know another was right there in their corner. He sighed as he shut off the water. He dried his hands on the towel hanging against the wall, then turned toward me.
Sorry,
He shifted in his shoes. He cleared his throat, and his eyes seemed packed with shame.
How things went tonight. I know Papa would be so disappointed. And well,
his shoulders dropped low, and he couldn't allow himself to look me in the eyes. I bet there was a lot of regret and confusion, making it hard for his thoughts to make sense. I placed a hand against his forearm. Hey, Theo?
Yes.
You want to go fishing with me? As we sat quietly in the boat, the night sky was sprinkled with more stars than I could have ever imagined. Even with all the heaviness, the sky decided to be beautiful. I wonder if Harry had any say in how the stars shone that evening. Theo and I didn't even put our lines into the water. We simply headed out on the boat, still in our outfits from the celebration of Harry's life, and sat in the middle of the lake. I didn't speak, which must have been a first for me. I didn't have a clue what I could say to make him feel better. Theo sat with his elbows resting against his legs as he fiddled with his fingers, staring out at the water. He lowered his head for a moment.
I'm ashamed.
You shouldn't be. Peter was drunk and pushing you. On top of that, the situation with your mom...
No.
He cut in, shaking his head.
What I mean is, I'm ashamed that I fell in love with her.
I tilted my head, confused by his words. Who? Talia?
Yes. Like I mentioned before, she was my best friend. The only person outside of my grandparents who was kind to me. I'd do anything for her. I knew I was in love with her, but I pushed those feelings down because I didn't want to lose her as my friend.
Can I ask how you two ended up hooking up? He huffed slightly, but it wasn't a huff of irritation. It was an embarrassed one.
You're going to judge me.
I glanced at our surroundings and gestured toward them. Theo, do you hear that? Do you see that? The water, the nature, the peace. This is not a place where judgments exist, especially from someone who cares for you the way I do. Please, share your story. He brushed his hand against his chin before he spoke.
She came over after she and Peter got into one of their massive fights. It was nothing new, honestly. Whenever they'd fight, Talia would show up at my doorstep, kind of like how Jensen does. Only this time, she said it was different. She asked me if she could stay with me for a few weeks while she figured out where she was going to go. I, of course, said yes. What else would I have said? She was my best friend, my person. I'd do anything for her. She stayed a few days and I took care of her. She told me all the awful things Peter had done toward her that she didn't share with anyone. He never hit her, but he'd throw things. He'd spit at her. He'd rage when he drank too much.
Theo's eyes stared out at the water as he shared the story. I couldn't take my eyes away from him as he continued.
She told me that she wasn't shocked that she got together with someone who was just like her father, a man who was mean and cold. I knew Talia's father. He was exactly like Peter. Cocky, rude, arrogant. But then Talia said she wished she could fall in love with someone different. Someone like me. I didn't think much of it until she asked me to hold her one night. Then she asked me if I loved her. Like an idiot, I said yes. Then she asked me to kiss her. Like an idiot, I said yes. She was my first kiss. My first and last until, well, you.
That fact made my head swirl a little. You haven't been kissed in that long?
Yeah, it's been a while. I didn't miss it, though. I didn't miss any kind of physical or emotional intimacy after her. When she was at her lowest, she asked me to sleep with her. I was a virgin at the time, but I knew it was right because I loved her. I loved her so damn much, and I swore I'd spend the rest of my life treating her like a goddess. That night, we slept together. The following morning, she told me she was going into town for eggs, and she never came back. I called her repeatedly to check in, but no answer. Later, I found out she and Peter talked things out. She went back to him.
Oh, Theo.
Yeah, that did a number on my psyche. It wasn't long after that I learned she was pregnant with Peter's kid. We never spoke again until she showed up after Jensen was born. This was when she was sick and knew she didn't have much time left. She asked me to look after her son for her, to take care of him if he needed anything. She also gifted me those rocking chairs for Jensen. She asked me to hold on to them and let him sit in them when he wanted to feel closer to her.
Even after what she did to you, you still took those chairs from her and looked after Jensen? I asked.
Yes,
he said, his voice low and controlled.
Because that's the bullshit no one tells you about love. It doesn't just turn directly into hate. Most of the time, love turns into sorrow, not hatred. Then other times, love lasts forever, and you do right by the very people that did you so wrong.
Sometimes, I think love is a curse.
Yeah,
he agreed.
But what a beautiful fucking curse it can be.
I feel that way about my friendship with Anna. After her mother told me Anna never wanted to see me again, I left town because I loved her too much to be a reminder in town of what I stole from her.
How did that situation change you, losing Anna in your life?
I told him exactly how it changed my life. I'd spent years trying to live the life Anna dreamed of because I felt I'd stolen that world from her. When I was a child, I never thought I'd travel the world. I always thought I'd stay in the small town with my small town life that felt so big to me, married with kids, a lot of kids, a litter of them. I'd always joke. I wanted to have a garden that I tended to each and every night. I wanted to fall in love with the same person over and over again until we both kissed the earth goodbye. I wanted a slow life, a slow love, and a slow existence. A life like Molly's. Anna was the opposite of me. She craved the road. She craved that freedom. And after the accident, she lost all her future plans in an instant. I felt the heaviest level of guilt for what I stole from my friend. I stole her life. I stole her freedom. So all I could think to do was live for her. See all the places she talked about and kiss all the souls she dreamed about kissing. It wasn't healthy, but the longer it went on, I'd pretend that it was fine. The faster I moved through life, the less I thought about it. I'd pretend I was happy. I'd pretend I was all right. It was all going fine. Until I met him. Theodore Langford. The boy who showed me what it looked like to slow down. The boy who lived life slowly, not chasing anything but the next bite on his line. Watching Theo, even the grumpy chapters written in the story of him, was like watching a vision of the life I used to daydream about for hours. He and his world were everything I'd ever dreamed of for myself. A slow life. Not easy, but peaceful. Meeting him was triggering in so many ways because I truly forgot about my dreams until he walked into the picture frame. Theo and I shared everything that night. Our hurts, our pains, our struggles. He talked about his mother, and I talked about mine, something I never did. He listened to every word I shared, and I listened to everything he said too. Theo turned his chair toward me and placed his hands against my raised kneecaps that I was tugging into my chest. He stayed there for a few moments, simply maintaining eye contact with me. We didn't say any words, but that wasn't uncommon. At first, I thought his lack of words meant a lack of interest, but I now realized how silly I was to ever think such a thing. His silence wasn't disinterest, it was comfort. I never knew silence could be comforting because I never sat in it long enough to hear its calming whispers. Next, Theo reached his arms around me and pulled me into his lap. I wrapped my arms around his neck and rested my head against the crook of his neck, closing my eyes as I breathed him in. The boat swayed slightly from me falling into his lap, and then it steadied again. I steadied again against his chest. It amazed me what being in his arms could do to the loudness of my soul. It was as if words were no longer needed when he wrapped me in his arms. It was as if this little bird didn't find the sudden need to so desperately fly away. My wings were tired. All I wanted to do was rest. And he became the weighted blanket wrapped around me that silently fed me my new favorite lullabies.
Willow.
He whispered, his voice low and controlled. I liked that about him. I liked that he always seemed to be in complete control of himself. I wondered if he knew how he controlled me too. Yes.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing.
Can I tell you a secret?
Of course.
I think you're it for me.
His chin brushed against the top of my head as he held me close to him.
You're my Clementine.
I looked up at him to find his stare on me. He took a few deep breaths, and I mimicked his breathing pattern as I stayed glued to his lap. You're my Clementine, too, I softly said. I slowly closed my eyes as my mouth grazed his lips. We kissed gently, with a kind of care I didn't know kisses could hold. Our foreheads fell together, and I fell in love. I fell in love right then and there in the middle of a lake in small town Wisconsin. Oh, my heart. I didn't know it knew how to fall in love. I thought it would always and forever hover around the concept of love, never sticking a landing. Yet there I was, completely grounded in my love for him that night. I didn't say the words, and neither did he. Yet, maybe right at that moment, we didn't have to say, I love you. Maybe tonight, clementines were enough. 26. Willow.
To michaelkingsley@gmail.com from willowkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Willow News Update.
Hey, old man.
So, I think I'm in love. That's all.
You're a little bird.
P.S. Don't worry. I'm okay.
To willowkingsley@gmail.com from michaelkingsley@gmail.com. Subject, Dad News Update. Little bird, I know that's not easy for you, and I think you're so brave for letting yourself fall for someone else. He better treat you right. How lucky he is to be loved by you. Bring him for Thanksgiving so I can get a read on him and make sure he's good enough for you. Then again, no one's good enough for my girls. But lately, these guys have been doing all right. Love you. See you soon, your old man. P.S. I'll always worry, but I know you'll be okay.
27. Theo. I woke up the following morning with Willow in my arms. For a while I just lay there, debating whether I even wanted to get out of bed. Whenever she was in my arms, everything seemed a little bit easier. When my feet hit the floor, though, reality set in, and I was reminded of how shitty the world around Willow and I had been. I liked our haven. I liked how things were easier when she was around. When someone pounded on my front door, I knew I had to pull myself up from Willow's warmth. After I stood from bed, she snuggled up against a pillow and fell into a deeper slumber. That was good, seeing how we were out on the water pretty late. The pounding on the door didn't stop, and the more the person slammed their fists against it, the more irritated I grew. "What?" I hissed, annoyed as I opened the door. My anger quickly disappeared the moment I saw Jensen standing there. "Jensen, hey, what do you do?" "Am I your son?" He spat out, his words straightforward. They threw me for a loop more than I thought they would. I narrowed my eyes and crossed my arms over my chest. "What are you talking about?" "Last night, Dad said you slept with my mom. Did you?" I grimaced. "Listen, what happened between your mom and—" "Don't give me the runaround about it, Theo. I just want to know. Is there any chance you're my dad? Did you sleep with her around the time I was born, or what?" I couldn't tell from his tone if he was pissed off at me or hoping that I was his father. "Your mother and I only slept together once, Jensen." Now, I'm not a rocket scientist or anything, but it turns out people can get pregnant from one night of sex. And if you slept with her— I frowned because I saw it in his eyes now. The hope. I shook my head. "Buddy, I don't think I'm your dad." "But is there a chance? Just a slight chance?" "Jensen, Please, Theo," he begged, his eyes flooding with emotions. "Can you just take a test with me or something? He shook his head, and the tears began to fall down his cheeks. "Because if you're my dad, everything would make a little more sense to me. If you're my dad, I would understand why I'd only felt comfortable when I was around you. If you were my dad, I'd be happy." I didn't know what to say to him. I didn't know how to express that I was 99% certain I wasn't his father. "I hate him," Jensen continued. "I hate that he's a drunk, and he's cocky, and he doesn't give a damn about anything I'm into. I hate that he wants me to be different from who I am. I hate that he doesn't do anything that makes me feel like he's my father. I hate him, Theo. But that would all be okay if it turned out that I was never supposed to love him anyway." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Jensen, listen." "I'd be a good son to you, Theo," he cried. His voice cracked as his whole body trembled in front of me. In a flash, I saw his mother in his eyes. I saw how she used to stand on my porch, crying over her hatred for Peter, too. I saw her hurt, her pain, her struggles. Talia was flawed. There was no getting around that. But Jensen? Fuck, he was just a kid. A kid who was hurting. I knew what that was like. Jensen and I had more in common than I'd ever want to admit. I pulled him into a hug, and he continued to fall apart in my arms. "We can take a test," I told him, even though I was 99% certain I knew what the results would be. Still, if it made him breathe a little easier at that moment in time, then I'd take the damn test. "Thank you," he cried, squeezing me tighter. "Thank you." After spending the morning with Jensen, I headed to Grandma's to check in on her. After walking through the whole house, I spotted her through the kitchen window, sitting out on the edge of the dock. "In need of company?" I called out as I walked over to her. She glanced over her shoulder and then back at me.
Always, if the company is you. I smiled and sat down on the dock beside her. I placed my hands on my lap and released a heavy sigh. Yesterday was a circus. Grandma laughed, shaking her head. Luckily enough, Harry loved clowns. I'm sorry. That wasn't the send-off that Papa deserved. It was the send-off he would have wanted, though. It was real. Life is complicated and hard and real. I don't want you to think for a second Papa would have thought everything would have been perfect. He knew how complex life could be. He would have understood. I grimaced. I'm still processing most of yesterday. We all are. And we might be doing that for a while, which is okay. We're all still grieving, too. We'll come out on the other side. She leaned against my arm. Peter stopped by this morning to apologize. He made a bit of a scene last night. Yeah, well, who hasn't made a scene once in their lives? You know, when my mother died, my sister threw a whole peach pie at me because she thought I was trying to show off by making Mama's favorite pie. Hit me square in the face. I arched an eyebrow. Betty pied you? Pied the heck out of me. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I picked up the coconut cream pie and smeared it on her face. We ended up in a wrestling match in front of everyone. Bullshit, I murmured, stunned. I know. Watch your language. But I know. I remember being ashamed for being a part of that big scene. Afterward, I was crying in the bathroom, wiping pie out of my nose. And Harry appeared. He began cleaning the pie out of my hair, and I sobbed, telling him how embarrassed and ashamed I'd been. Mind you, my mother passed away when I was young, and Harry and I had only been on a handful of dates at that point. I was almost certain he'd think I was a madwoman and end things with me. But do you know what he said? What's that? She turned to me, and her eyes were packed with tears. What's life without a little mess? That was Papa for you, the greatest man to ever live. Then he took me home and made me a peach pie. We ate it all at 2 a.m. She placed a hand against my knee and patted it. So I know you and Peter both feel heavy guilt about last night. But grief has a way of stirring up a lot of emotions that have not been dealt with. You two have been butting heads for years now. It's no surprise it all came out finally. I should have never crossed that line with Talia, I said. Yes, well, messes happen. Now all we can do is clean them up. She patted my leg. Like the mess I've made with your mother. My stomach knotted up from the mention of her. It's going to take me a minute to wrap my mind around all of that. I know. And I'm sorry she showed up. I'm even more sorry that we didn't tell you. We thought we were doing the right thing by keeping it from you, but clearly that was wrong. I wish you would have told me. I do too. I wish even more so that I had enough strength to say I didn't want Christina around after she left, but she's my baby. Even with all the heartbreak, she'll always be my little girl. That's the curse of parenthood, I think. Caring all the time, no matter what. That trait must have skipped over my mother. I doubt it. She probably just keeps all that trauma to herself. She shifted her body on the dock. She left town this morning. Said she wouldn't be back around. I told her that was probably for the best for a while. You don't have to stop seeing her because of me. Grandma placed a hand against my forearm. I love you, Theo. I almost smiled. Love you too. She turned and looked out at the water. We're gonna be all right, aren't we? It might take some time, but we'll get there. Yeah, I agreed. We'll be all right. Maybe not today, but we'll be all right. She rested her head on my shoulder. So, are we going to talk about Willow? What about Willow? Oh, I don't know, she teased. Maybe about the fact that you're in love with her? I arched an eyebrow. What? It's okay, Grandma said, patting my leg. It took your grandfather a second to realize he was in love with me, too. Men are a little slower, after all. I huffed but didn't reply. Me? In love with Willow? Impossible. Hell, we'd only spent a summer together. We'd just become friends not even that long ago. I couldn't be... Love needed more time before... Oh, fuck. Me? In love with Willow? You should tell her, Grandma said. I shook my head. We haven't even known each other a long time. That's ridiculous. I can't love her. I can't. My words faded off because I could love her. It seemed like one of the easiest things I could have done. Grandma simply smiled and patted my hand in hers. We get one shot at this thing called life, Theodore. One shot at living it to the fullest. We might as well fall ridiculously in love every chance we get. I promise you, when your last day comes on this earth, you'll never think, wow, I should have loved a little less. So go ahead and love a little more.
28. Willow. A month had passed since everything unraveled at the funeral service for Harry. I'd been checking in on Molly often, yet so had the whole town. She was never alone for more than 2 minutes, and I was thankful for that. Theo checked in on her the most, and I checked in on him the most. Even though he said he was all right, I still kept an eye on him. Each night we shared a bed together, and I was getting more and more used to waking up next to him. I knew it was probably time for me to move on to my next adventure. Back in June, I never even thought I'd be seeing Weston Lake in late September, yet somehow as the leaves were changing, my heart was transforming too. I didn't feel like flying away to the next unwritten chapter of my storybook. I selfishly began to adore my current chapter, and if anything, I wanted to do a reread with Theo over and over and over again. Theo's morning forehead kisses and nighttime embraces were my 2 favorite meals of the day. It wasn't until late one Tuesday that I received a call from my sister Yara saying I should make my way back to Honey Creek. Avery had been admitted to the hospital and they were talking about having the twins come early. We knew her having twins made it more likely that Avery would have to give birth early, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. I needed to get back to Honey Creek to make sure my sister and my future nephews were okay. Theo returned to his place after his visit with Molly to find me packing a suitcase. He raised an eyebrow as he stood in the doorway to my bedroom.
Are you running away because I called you my Clementine? Did it freak you out that much?
He semi-joked as he slid his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants. I laughed a little as I zipped up my suitcase. My sister Avery is having her baby soon. I just need to go back for a while to make sure she's okay. It's earlier than planned, which scares me, but it's all right. He walked over to me and knelt.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're crying.
Am I? I wiped the falling tears from my eyes. I'm okay.
You're scared.
I took a breath and nodded. I'm scared.
How far is the drive?
About 5 hours or so.
All right. I'll go pack a bag.
I raised both my eyebrows. What? No, Theo, you don't have to do that. I'll be all right.
It's already dark outside, you're overwhelmed, and you'll be exhausted in 5 hours. I'll drive. We can take my truck.
Theo, I can't expect you to...
I don't want you to drive tired and scared. So let me do this, Willow. Let me take care of you.
I stood from the floor and wrapped my arms around him. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, finish packing, and I'll do the same.
We arrived in Honey Creek a little after midnight. We pulled into my dad's driveway, then Theo put the truck into park. He turned to me and combed his hand through his hair. I tilted my head. You look nervous.
Nervous? Me? No, why? It's not like I'm about to meet your father for the first time and stay at his house.
He scratched at the side of his neck.
Maybe I should get a hotel room for the night.
I laughed. There are no hotels in Honey Creek, silly. Now come on, you're going to be great. I opened my door and stepped out of the truck, only to turn to find Theo still sitting in his chair. I snapped my fingers. Hurry, before you force my dad to come outside after midnight.
I'm already out here,
a voice said from the front porch. I turned to see Dad walking outside with a big grin on his face. Without hesitation, I hurried over to him and pretty much leaped into his arms. Hey, old man.
Hey, little bird,
he replied, hugging me tightly.
Gosh, I missed you. I'm going to have to start requesting that your sisters give me more and more grandchildren because their births always seem to bring you back into town.
I chuckled and turned around to introduce Theo, who was now walking over with both of our suitcases in his hands. Dad, this is Theo. Theo, this is my dad, Michael. Theo set the suitcases on the porch, then he held his hand out toward Dad.
It's nice to meet you, Michael. Oh, no need to be so informal. Please, call me Mr. Kingsley.
Dad said. I pinched my dad's arm. He yipped a little.
Or Michael is fine. Mr. Kingsley works too.
Theo stuttered. I smiled. The poor boy was so nervous. Don't you dare call him that. I smiled as I nudged Theo's arm. Daddy's just teasing you a little.
Yeah, just a little joking around.
Dad agreed. He placed his hands against his hips.
So, Theo, where do you plan to stay while you're in town?
Dad! I shouted, seeing all the color draining from Theo's face. I grabbed his arm and pulled him closer to me. He's kidding. He has an odd sense of humor. Theo nodded, too flustered to say anything else. We all walked into the house and Theo carried the suitcases into the room we'd share. Dad wasn't far behind. He stood in the doorframe wearing his slippers and robe with his arms crossed.
It's pretty late, so I think we should converse and get to know each other a bit more in the morning. Theo, do you hunt? No, sir, I don't.
Theo replied. Did he just call my father, sir? That was comical. I hadn't ever heard anyone call my dad sir before. It seemed so professional.
That's okay. I can still show you my impressive gun collection come morning.
Dad replied before walking off.
Night, you two. Don't do anything that will make God frown at you in that room of yours.
I laughed a little and told Dad good night before I closed the bedroom door behind me. I turned to see Theo staring at me as if we'd just witnessed the scariest person alive. Don't tell me his empty threats got to you, I teased. You look terrified.
Why didn't you tell me your father was the size of an NFL linebacker?
I shrugged. He's just Dad to me.
He could murder me with his bare hands.
Yeah, that's probably true, I said as I unpacked my suitcase. I turned to see Theo still staring at me with terror in his eyes. Don't worry, I exclaimed. He likes you.
He likes me? How could you tell? That interaction was the complete opposite of a person liking me.
He called you by your name, though. Theo arched an eyebrow.
I'm sorry. What?
My dad. He called you Theo.
That is my name, yes.
My dad doesn't call people he dislikes by their names. Well, at least not men who are dating his daughters. For years, he called Yara's ex-husband by the wrong name. Same with Avery's ex-fiancé.
And he calls their new partners by their actual names?
Uh-huh. That made a small smirk appear on his face.
Hell yeah. I'm Theo.
Yeah, you are. But don't get cocky about it. You could be a Leroy in a heartbeat.
Noted.
He then moved to the bed and began to build a pillow fort down the middle. What are you doing?
Making sure we don't touch during the night.
Why aren't we touching?
Because we can't do anything that God or Michael Kingsley might frown upon.
I laughed. That was a joke.
Not taking any chances.
He said, taking off his clothes so he could change into his pajamas.
I'm not trying to be a Leroy by noon.
After putting our pajamas on, I shut off the light and we hopped into bed. Like a scared child, Theo stayed on his side of the bed while I hugged my pillow on my side. I bit my bottom lip. Hey, Mr. Crump.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be funny if I started making moaning noises? Theo sat up straight in bed as if he was a dead body rising from a gravesite. He pointed a stern finger my way.
Don't you dare,
he whispered. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right there, I called out, moaning dramatically. I love that, Theo. With haste, he tossed the pillow barrier to the side of the room and then straddled me. He placed one hand over my mouth and I giggled as I wiggled around, trying to get from under his hold. He pinned one hand above my head. Shh, he ordered, but I continued any time I was able to slip my mouth from beneath the palm of his hand. Harder, 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 I started shouting. But before I could get the words out, the bedroom door flung open, and all I saw was Dad standing in the doorframe with his big, broad frame. Theo was right. He did look like a linebacker. Dad's eyes shot daggers straight to Theo, the straddling man. Theo's eyes widened with fear. Rightfully so.
29. Theo. I stood outside of another spare room in Michael's house, hugging the pillow and blanket he'd given me after he kicked me out of Willow's bedroom. I stood there in front of him, almost certain I was going to piss or shit myself any second now. Maybe I was going to do both. Piss shit. I was going to piss shit myself. It amazed me how much I felt like a kid who got caught looking at his parents' porn stash or something. I wasn't even the guilty party. Willow was. I bet she was all snuggled up and cozy right now, hugging a pillow and giggling to herself. If I didn't love her, I'd hate the woman. But I did love her. Fucking hell, did I ever. Her and her ridiculously ridiculous self. I cleared my throat. Listen, Mr. Kingsley, I know it looked bad in there with me, with you straddling my daughter. Yeah, that. I cleared my throat again. You see, Willow thought it would be funny to make inappropriate sounds even though I asked her not to do that, and she did that because she's Willow and, well, that's enough talking. It's late, Michael stated, turning to walk away. I felt as if I'd just swallowed a brick. Good night, sir. Don't call me sir. Makes me feel old. Okay, sir. Mr. Kingsley. Good night, Mr. Kingsley. Good night, Bradley, he replied, making my heart sink to the pit of my stomach. The moment I walked into the bedroom, I shut the door and pounded my head against it. Bradley? I was officially on Mr. Kingsley's hatred list due to his daughter and her witty sense of humor. Piss shit. After a night of little to no sleep, I woke up to the smell of coffee. As I pulled myself out of bed, I scratched the back of my neck and headed out of the room. I grumbled as I floated toward the smell. As I stepped into the kitchen, I saw Willow sitting on the countertop, tossing a piece of bread into her mouth and laughing loudly with a woman who looked like Willow. From what I remember from the video call I interrupted a few months ago, that was Yara, the middle sister of the Kingsley family. She looked very much like her father. To the right of the room was Michael, and some guy who was unloading a basket with breakfast sandwiches. Then in darted a little girl, who ran straight into my leg, almost making me stumble. She ran right over toward the Willow look-alike and hid behind her leg. "Mama, who's that?" the little girl asked, peeking between Yara's legs. Everyone looked up to see me standing in the entryway. I paused, feeling very underdressed, seeing how I was the only one still wearing pajamas. How long had I slept? I combed my hand through my messy hair and cringed as I held my hand up. "Hey, all." Michael and the guy with him narrowed their eyes toward me. The guy walked over looking grumpier than ever, and he crossed his hands over his chest. He nodded once. "You must be Bradley. I'm Alex, Yara's husband." My name's actually Theo," I said, feeling some kind of way that I'd been called the wrong name twice by 2 people in Willow's family within 12 hours. I glanced over at the girls and they were giggling a little, as if they were in on some kind of joke. I then looked over toward Michael, who had a smirk on his face too. Alex still had his grumpy frown on as he said, "So wait, you're not Bradley Cooper?" My eyes darted straight toward Willow and Yara. I pointed a stern finger. "Jerks!" Everyone burst out laughing. Michael walked over toward me and patted me on the back. "Don't worry, Theo. We knew your name. Willow just thought it would be fun to tease you a bit." Freaking Willow. Freaking beautiful, funny, silly, annoyingly perfect Willow. "As long as you're not a vegan, you'll fit in perfectly," Alex mentioned. "He's definitely not a vegan. He has a 40-incher, Willow said with a beaming smile. "And that's why I put them in separate bedrooms," Michael chimed in. Yara giggled, and it sounded exactly like Willow's laughter. "Ignore my family. It's nice to meet you, Theo. I'm Yara, and this is my daughter, Teresa. Say hi, Teresa." "Hi, Teresa," Teresa echoed her mom before darting out of the room giggling. I grinned. She was a cute kid. "Nice to meet you all." Willow hopped off the countertop and poured me a cup of coffee. "Alex made us some breakfast sandwiches, and we just spoke with Nathan, Avery's husband. She's doing okay, and they are planning a C-section in a few hours. If you're up for it, we can head to the hospital after you shower and are ready." "Sounds like a plan." I took the mug of coffee from her and thanked her. "All the Pierces are already at the hospital, too. Evan messaged me earlier to bring them some breakfast sandwiches, so Yara and I might head over now to drop some off for them," Alex mentioned as he picked up a sandwich and tossed me one. "The Pierces?" "Nathan's family. That's their last name," Willow said. "They own the farm here in Honey Creek, and the butcher's shop." "Ah, I see. That's funny. There was actually a baseball player named Nathan Pierce, one of my favorite players a while back. He had an accident a few years ago, though, and couldn't keep playing." Willow took my mug out of her hand and sipped it. "Yeah, that's Nathan." I narrowed my eyes. "What?" "That's Nathan, my brother-in-law." "I'm sorry, hold on. Your brother-in-law is Nathan Pierce? Like the Nathan Pierce?" I exclaimed, stunned by how Willow never dropped that piece of knowledge before when she'd talked my ears off for the past few months. That woman talked about everything. Just the other day she told me all about how octopuses have 3 hearts, but 2 of them stop beating when they swim, and then she proceeded to tell me how wombats produced cube-shaped poop, which they used to protect their territories. Yet somehow, she'd managed to forget to tell me that her brother-in-law was Nathan fucking Pierce? How the hell did that slip her mind? "I thought I mentioned it," she said. "You most definitely didn't mention it," I said, my jaw on the floor. I set a hand on top of my head in disbelief. "Holy shit!" That was my reaction too when I found out, Alex offered.
How did you forget to tell me that? I questioned Willow. She shrugged. I didn't know you were into football. Baseball, everyone said in unison. Willow danced on her tiptoes and grabbed a sandwich of her own. Potato, potato. Let's get this show on the road and play ball. Willow's family all headed off to the hospital as I showered and changed into regular clothing. While I stood in the shower, I heard the bathroom door open to my room, and in walked a naked Willow. I arched an eyebrow as she opened the glass shower door. Feeling dirty? Filthy, she replied, stepping into the shower. She grabbed a loofah and soaked it up before rubbing it against my chest. Her slight touch was enough for me to think about nothing else in the world other than her. You had me stressed out, thinking that your dad hated me by calling me Bradley. She smiled. I loved it. Whatever. It was a little funny, she said. I began soaping up her back. It was a little cruel. I'm sorry. She tilted her head up toward me and puckered her lips as she batted her doe eyes. Forgive me? No, I don't think I will. She smiled a little and pressed her hands to my chest. I'm sorry. She leaned and kissed each peck. Forgive me? I almost smirked. Probably not. No. Her fingers danced down my chest, and her mouth trailed behind them with kisses. Forgive me? I might consider it. I closed my eyes and smiled as she lowered herself a little more. She found herself on her knees as water spilled over her. She sat on her knees, her mouth inches from my cock, as she looked up toward me with those fucking doe eyes. God, those eyes. I loved them. Whatever. Forgive, she said, her mouth grazing ever so slightly over the tip of my cock. Me? Her mouth parted as she slowly began to suck the head. Please, she muttered, before sliding her mouth all the way down my shaft, making my back fall against the shower wall. She began moving up and down on my cock, licking me like her favorite flavored popsicle, as the water kept falling over us both. She was soaking wet as she fucked my cock with everything she had, moving her hands up and down my dick, twisting and turning her head to give me the best damn blowjob of my life. Shit, Willow, fuck. I breathed out, slamming my hand against the glass panel door. Yeah, baby. Yes. Right. My eyes rolled to the back of my head as I fell into a deeper euphoria, losing myself as she found all of me. Willow, I'm going to... Shit, I'm right there. Those words only made her work her gifted mouth harder to bring me to completion, and when she had, she swallowed every piece of me. I loved the way she drank me down like her favorite shot of vodka. She wiped her mouth with her pointer finger before sucking it clean, too. Then she stood back on her feet while my body tried to recover from its shakiness. She wrapped her arms around me and gave me those doe eyes one more time. Forgive me? Instead of replying, I slid my hand between her thighs. I moved her back to the tiled wall, and my mouth brushed against her neck. Yes, I whispered, before I gently sucked on her earlobe. My thumb rubbed her clit slightly, before I slid 2 fingers inside her pussy, rocking them back and forth. Her eyes fluttered shut as she arched her hips toward me. I forgive you. I forgave her over and over and over again. Then one more time for good measure.
30. Willow. When Theo and I arrived at the hospital, we had a grand welcoming party. All of Nathan's family members were there, his 4 younger brothers, Grant, Evan, Easton, and River, along with their mom, Laura Lynn.
You must be the guy who got Willow to pause a little,
Evan said, nodding toward Theo.
I didn't know she had it in her to stay in one place for longer than a month or so, let alone a whole summer.
Evan sat there with a grimace because he always wore a grimace on his face. That was outside of whenever his 2 kids were around. His daughter, Priya, was off at college now. She was one of the sweetest girls I'd ever met and the best baker I'd ever come across. She and her younger brother, Timothy, were the only 2 things I'd ever seen make Evan smile. A few summers back, he and I bumped heads a bit, but I knew he was a good guy. If I had it my way, he would have given Lainey, the owner of Honey Creek's winery, a chance. Lainey was as sweet as Moscato wine, and sometimes, while in town, I'd witness her looking Evan's way. The 2 were single parents and had a few rounds of heartbreak, but I figured that might be why they could have made sense. They understood things that others could not. Nathan's other brothers were all as single as could be. Great men, too, which wasn't shocking, based on who their mother had been. Laura Lynn Pierce was one of the kindest women I'd ever met. At one point, Yara joked that Laura Lynn and Dad would have been a perfect second-chance match. But truth be told, those 2 didn't seem to have any interest in dating seriously again after their last 2 relationships. Dad had many, many women in his life since Mom passed away, but it was never anything serious. He never opened his heart up to more when it came to women. I was almost certain Laura Lynn hadn't had another man in her life since her husband passed away years before. Still, it was always good to see the Pierce clan all together.
So, she's that much of a floater, huh?
Theo asked. Yes, everyone said in unison. I smiled. I just craved adventure. I plopped down on a couch beside Yara. She kept fiddling with her hands. Nervous? Terrified. They started the surgery already. We should have had an update by now. I'm sure everything's okay. Positive thoughts. I just hope Avery's okay. She's Avery, I said, resting my head on Yara's shoulder. She's always okay. Was that true? No. But it was a lie I needed to tell myself because I was nervous as ever too. But if any of us girls would be okay through a big surgery, it would be Avery. She was the definition of strength. An hour passed of us all sitting packed in the waiting room. Every time one of us stopped pacing, another would hop up and take their place. It was a non-stop rotation of people standing and sitting. The moment Nathan came into the waiting room wearing scrubs, everyone stood to their feet. He walked in with a big smile and his hands resting on top of his head.
So, we got a baby boy and a baby girl. Stanley Michael Pierce was born at 1:15 p.m., 4 pounds, 4 ounces. His middle name is Michael.
Dad asked, his eyes flashing with tears. Nathan sniffled a bit and nodded.
Of course it is. Named after one of the best.
Well, now I was crying. And baby girl? I asked.
Riley Laura Lynn Pierce. A beautiful baby girl with a head full of hair. 4 pounds and 1 ounce. They are both in the NICU and they will be there for a while, but they're doing okay.
They named the babies after Dad and Laura Lynn. What a way to showcase love through generations.
And how's Mama doing?
Laura Lynn asked. Nathan's eyes released his tears as he smiled.
A fucking trooper. You should have seen it. She handled it so well. She's everything. She's fucking everything.
All of Nathan's brothers headed over to him and pulled him into hugs and congratulated him. Yara and I did the same, along with Laura Lynn and Dad. As I glanced around the room, there wasn't a dry eye to be seen, including Theo, who stood back a little as he took everything in. I walked over to him and nudged him in the arm. Is that water in your eyes or allergies? He sniffled slightly and cleared his throat, wiping at his eyes.
It's just nice, that's all. To see a family who's so close. I had that with my grandparents and with Jensen, but you all have so much of it. That's nice. I bet your holidays are amazing.
They are my favorite reasons to come back home.
I hope you never forget how lucky you are.
Oh, Theodore, my gentle giant. We all took turns to see Avery. Since the babies were in the NICU, we wouldn't be able to visit them for a while, but I was so grateful to see my sister. As Yara and I walked in with balloons and flowers, Avery smiled our way. "Hey there, superstar," I said, setting the flowers on a table. I then walked over to the left side of her bed, and Yara moved to Avery's right side. We both placed our heads against her shoulders. I combed the hair out of her face. She looked exhausted, but happy. "I'm so proud of you, Ave." "You did it," Yara said. "You brought 2 babies into this world." Avery sniffled a little and closed her eyes.
I was so scared.
"I know you were, babe, but it turns out you can still do hard things when you're scared." I kissed her forehead.
I know it's silly, but I just wish.
Avery sighed. She shrugged her shoulders ever so slightly, and her words faded away. Yara and I both knew what she'd wished, though, because I'd been thinking it since the day I took my first breath. I wished Mom was there, too. Yara smiled, holding back her own emotions for a moment before her tears started falling.
"Sterling and Riley are going to feel her love in everything you do, big sister. I promise. And even more, you have her smile, so they'll see her every single day when you smile toward them. And maybe Auntie Willow can stick around a little because she has Mama's eyes,"
Avery said as she yawned. I kissed her forehead. "It's been a long day. You get some rest. We'll come back around tomorrow to check on you."
"Okay, thank you."
Avery yawned again.
"Yara, if Alex wants to make me a medium steak and some sushi rolls, I wouldn't hate him for that."
"Noted." We kissed our sister goodnight and then walked out to find Theo and Alex waiting for us. I said goodnight to Yara and Alex, telling them I'd stop by tomorrow to hang out with Teresa a little. Then, once all goodbyes were said, Theo glanced at his watch.
"So, what's there to do here on a Saturday night in Honey Creek, Illinois?"
I grinned and rubbed my hands together. "Boy, oh boy, there's so much I could show you. What do you want to see?"
"All of the places that made you, you."
31. Theo. She showed me everything. She took me to Main Street and showed me where she walked into a mailbox and lost her first tooth. She showed me Yara's doggy daycare, the pup around the corner, and Alex's restaurant across the street. She took me down Presley Road, the street where she had her first kiss, and then instantly threw up from it because she was young and thought kissing was gross. She took me to her childhood house and showed me the window she broke when she tried to sneak out. I saw every building that her father built, which was a lot. We went to Alex's restaurant for dinner, and I ate everything that sounded delicious, which was a lot. And Willow kept talking, and I listened to every single word, which were a lot. I loved that, though. I loved how she talked. I loved how she walked. I loved her. Holy shit. This oddball, silly woman who randomly showed up naked in my lake one night because she was howling at the moon was now sitting across from me talking about how explosive ants explode or some weird shit, and I was hopelessly, desperately, wholeheartedly in deep, sickening, maddening in love with her. I silently prayed to God that Willow Kingsley would forever give me all her words. Every single word. Every single syllable. Because I loved her. Shit.
32. Willow. After dinner at Alex's restaurant, I told him we should stop by the popcorn shop to have dessert. After an argument about whether popcorn was a dessert, it totally was, we ended up stopping at the popcorn shop and the ice cream parlor. Since the ice cream parlor was packed, I waited at a table outside while Theo went inside to get his ice cream. Butter pecan was his favorite flavor. He was mine. As I waited outside, I opened the bag and started snacking on my triple-flavored dessert popcorn. As I did so, a woman in a wheelchair came past us. As the woman passed, my heart dropped to my stomach. Anna. I hadn't seen her in so long. I was so good at avoiding her, but there she was, being pushed in a wheelchair by her father, with her mother on the other side of her. The moment I looked up, Anna's eyes fell to mine. Her eyes looked so sad, heartbreakingly sad. She looked so tired, too, as if she hadn't slept in years. The moment she recognized me, I saw the little bit of light fade away. She instantly turned her head to stare the other way, and when Mrs. Lane's eyes found mine, it wasn't sadness I saw. It was rage. Chills shot down my spine as I sat at that table. Mrs. Lane leaned over to her husband and whispered something. Mr. Lane looked up, made eye contact with me, then began to push his daughter's wheelchair faster. I sat back in my chair, feeling sick to my stomach. I was seconds away from throwing up when I saw Mrs. Lane marching back toward me. The rage was even more intense than when she first walked by. "What are you doing?" she whisper-shouted, glancing around as if terrified of anyone seeing us talking to one another. I stood. "Mrs. Lane, You swore you wouldn't be around a lot, and you promised to text me whenever you were back in town." I shook my head. I know, but I forgot. You see, Avery went into delivery early and nothing. Do you know what seeing you does to my daughter's psyche? Do you know how much of a trigger you are to her, to us, to this damn town? You being seen doesn't just bother Anna. It bothers my whole family. Carter's family, Eric's family. She spat out. My whole body fell into shock. I couldn't breathe. Everything felt dizzying, and my knees felt as if they were going to buckle. Carter and Eric, the two boys who lost their lives on my birthday all those years before. I hadn't heard their names in such a long time, but I thought about them daily. Not a day went by when Anna, Carter, and Eric didn't cross my mind. Anna's eyes, they were so sad. I wanted to ask her a million questions, a million words I wanted to give her. I wanted to know how she'd been, if she was okay, if she still laughed during sunsets and cried during sunrises. I wanted to know if her favorite color was the same or if it changed. Was it now midnight blue? Did she still cry during thriller movies and skip to the end because she loved spoilers? Did she ever get that first kiss? Did she still like love stories most of all? Did she ever miss her former best friend? Did she ever think of me?
"You're a devil, Willow Kingsley,"
Mrs. Lane spat out.
"an evil person who ruins lives of everyone who she comes in contact with. You don't know the damage you just caused. This will affect Anna for a good while. Just leave. Will you? Leave and give us peace."
With that, she turned around and marched away, leaving me standing there in a full-blown panic attack that no one knew about except for me. After a few minutes, Theo came over, looking as happy as could be, with a smile as big as a kid on Christmas Day. He held a triple-decker ice cream cone in his hand, each scoop almost the size of a small child's head.
"This is turning out to be a fantastic day,"
he exclaimed.
"Where to next?"
His eyes fell to me, and his childlike persona shifted instantly.
"What happened? What's wrong?"
I smiled and shook my head, trying to play it off. "Nothing. I just got tired. It's been a long day. Maybe we can just go to my dad's so I can get some rest." He narrowed his eyebrows, not buying it.
"Weeping Willow, what happened?"
"Please, Theo," I begged. "I don't want to talk now. I just want to sleep." He didn't push for more, but I could tell he was concerned. That evening, he fell asleep with his arms wrapped around me as I stayed awake for the remainder of the night. I cried in his arms, thinking about Anna, Eric, and Carter. They were so young. They were robbed of a life because of me. At least Eric and Carter didn't know they were robbed of living. Anna had the reminder every single day for the rest of forever. How hard it must have been to wake up in the morning and need someone to help you out of the bed, to only be able to move when others were there to help, to take endless amounts of medicine every single day, to be angry and not able to storm away, to hurt and not be able to control the pain, to feel and want everything in this lifetime, but not to have a chance to live out your wishes and dreams. I stole Eric's and Carter's lives, but I ruined Anna's. And now she had a recent vision of me in her mind. I bet I was smiling when I looked up toward her. I bet I looked happy. Because I was at that moment. I was so painfully happy, and it made me sick to my stomach that Anna witnessed that part of me. I didn't deserve to be happy. I didn't deserve to mindlessly stuff my mouth with popcorn as the love of my life was getting a triple-decker ice cream cone. The love of my life? No, I didn't deserve that. Did she ever have her first kiss? Did she ever fall in love? The love of my life? No, I didn't deserve that. Yet there I was, wrapped in the arms of a man who made me feel safe when everything in Anna's life felt so unsafe. Did she ever have her first kiss? Did she ever fall in love, the love of my life? Oh my gosh, no, I didn't fucking deserve that. For the next few days, I was quieter than normal. I did my best to act normal, but my mind was in a spiral. Anna, Eric, Carter, Anna, Eric, Carter, Anna, Eric, Carter. On the whole ride back to Weston Lake, Theo did the most talking. He offered to let me choose the music. I declined. He still put on music that he knew I'd love. I saw the sadness in his eyes. I was going to break his heart. I wanted to die. We got back to his place. He opened the passenger door for me and held his hand out to take mine. He helped me out of the car. I tried to walk away quickly, but he pulled me into a hug. He held me tight. I was going to break his heart. I wanted to die. When we walked inside the house, I told him I needed a shower. He offered to shower with me. I said I wanted to shower alone. I needed to push him away, and I knew I had to be cruel to do so. I was going to break his heart. I wanted to die. Theo startled me slightly when I stepped out of the shower. He stood there with a towel for me. He held it out, and I stepped into it, wrapping myself up. "Thank you," I said. He wrapped his arms around me from behind and skimmed his mouth against my earlobe.
Why are you running from me?
What are you talking about?
You've been avoiding me for a few days now.
I'm not avoiding you. I've been in bed with you every night this week. That's far from running.
You are, though. Maybe not physically, but emotionally. I see you retracting.
I lowered my head and looked at the floor. That's not true.
Then why do you do that?
Do what? He placed a finger beneath my chin and tilted my head up to meet his stare.
Avoid looking at me.
I moved my head slightly, breaking the stare from him. I don't avoid looking at you.
This past week, we've had sex with the lights off, and even then you always closed your eyes.
Not always, I argued. He huffed, and the sound was packed with annoyance. Maybe confusion, maybe both.
You do.
What do you want from me then, Theo? You want me to fuck you with the lights on? You want me to stare you in the eyes when I hit my orgasm? I sarcastically remarked, being colder and ruder than I'd ever truly been. But I had to. I had to push him away. You want me to make eye contact nonstop? He looked at me as if I were a stranger. Good.
What's with the tone?
He questioned. You're asking stupid questions. He stared, even more perplexed. Great.
Stop with the attitude, Willow.
He said. Then stop with the assumptions about me pulling away from you. Even though I had been, I was running as far away as possible.
They aren't assumptions. They're facts.
You can't make—
Something scared you.
His voice rose as he stood in front of me.
You're scared, Willow. I get it. Just tell me what happened.
I'm not scared of anything.
You're scared of everything.
He stepped back slightly and slid his hands into his sweatpants pockets.
We're not that different, you and me, Willow. So stop acting like we are.
Theo scolded. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. Because after that one time I told you I'd always see you, I haven't stopped looking. I notice everything when it comes to you, and I know you're scared because this feels real.
He took my hands into his.
We are real. And real scares you.
Yes. Yes, all of that, yes. I puffed my chest out. I'm not scared.
You're terrified.
I swallowed hard as my heart pounded aggressively against my ribs. Who did this guy think he was? Who was he to tell me who I'd been? The love of my life? That was who he'd been. Keep pushing him away, Willow. Just keep pushing. Oh, screw you, Theo. I spat out.
You already did that. So what else?
What do you mean, what else?
What else do you have to give me? Because no offense, I like fucking you, but that's just not enough. I want more with you. I can't keep fucking your body when you stop giving me your mind out of nowhere.
You don't want my mind? I argued.
Don't you get it?
He leaned in toward my ear and brushed his mouth against the edge.
I want every thought that lives in that beautiful mess of your mind.
My whole chest began to ache as I stood there in the bathroom, feeling my stomach building with a mixture of butterflies and killer hornets. I was going to break his freaking heart. I hated the whole situation. I hated him pressed against me, but I also hated the idea of him moving away. I hated that he could see me in ways others couldn't. And I hated the fact that I loved feeling seen for the first time in my life. I hated his words, but I loved his mouth. How could someone make me feel so conflicted for the first time in my life? How did he manage to see me? How did he see past the mask that I'd worn my whole life? And how in the hell was I going to go through with breaking his heart? I closed my eyes and shook my head. Theo.
Yes.
I'm leaving tonight. He let me go. He stepped away. I missed him already, even though he still stood there.
What?
He questioned. I think my time in Weston Lake is over. Listen, I had a great time getting to know you. I think you're a great guy, and—
Whoa, wait. Time out. What the hell is going on?
He shouted, mystified.
Are you breaking up with me?
Breaking up with you? I huffed even though I wanted to sob. Theo, we weren't together. And there it was, the heartbreak. It flashed in his eyes and rolled through his chest. In the moment his heart broke, mine shattered. He started to close himself off again. I saw him retreating to the cold man I first met.
Then what have we been doing?
He quietly asked, stuttering through his words. Oh, Theo, I am so sorry. We were just two people who had sex a few times.
Sex?
He blurted out.
This was just sex. You and me. Us. Is that all it was to you?
I knew what he was getting at. And the uncertainty in the pit of my stomach hurt me because I saw it in his eyes. Love. It was there. It was real. Which meant it was time to do what it had to do. Yes. It was just sex. I quietly agreed, with a small nod. That sliced through his spirit. I saw the hurt that pierced him, and I hated that I was the one who delivered it. But I didn't know how not to hurt him. I didn't know how not to run away, because Mrs. Lane was right. I didn't deserve love, especially from a man like Theodore Langford, because he would have loved me completely.
Willow,
he murmured, his voice soaked in heartbreak.
I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. But, well, if you could just...
He sighed and sniffled before clearing his throat.
Please don't leave me.
He begged.
Just stay, please.
He pleaded.
I don't know what happened, but I'll do whatever you need me to do to make this better. I'll be whatever you need me to be in order to make this work. Just don't go. Please, don't go.
Every piece of my soul died right then and there. He was begging me to stay, which was exactly why I had to go. I shook my head and crossed my arms over my chest. Sorry, Theo. I'm leaving. This is over. That was the final nail in the coffin. I saw the shift in his whole demeanor. His eyes grew ice cold, his body tensed up, his jaw locked. He was disappearing right before my eyes.
Okay.
He nodded.
Then do me one big favor.
What's that?
Stay the fuck gone forever.
With that, he turned and walked away. He headed out of his house straight to his boat. I listened as he sped off toward the middle of the lake. I was gone before he came back.
33. Theo. Willow was gone. She left a letter for me on my dining room table. I refused to read it because no matter what it said, the outcome was still the same. She left me. Just like the others.
34. Willow. I drove around in Big Bird for days, not knowing where to go, not knowing where I'd end up, feeling so lost and confused that I was worried about my own well-being. So I went to the only place I could feel some sense of safety. Dad opened his front door and seemed shocked to see me.
Little bird,
he said, taking off his reading glasses.
What's going on, baby girl?
Before words could leave my mouth, I burst into a fit of tears. Dad's arms instantly wrapped around me, and he didn't let me go. After a few days of me staying at my father's house, he finally decided to confront me after finding me rotting on his couch in the living room, surrounded by used tissues, watching Pride and Prejudice for the millionth time.
All right, time for a break,
he said, grabbing the remote and shutting off the television. Hey, it was just getting to the good part, I shouted.
She bewitched him, body and mind or whatever, yada, yada, yada.
Dad muttered, waving a dismissal hand my way. He then sat on the coffee table in front of me and shook his head.
Do you know why I built Big Bird for you, Willow Rose?
I snickered and sniffled, pushing myself up to a better sitting position. Because I wouldn't stop talking about this silly thing for months?
No.
He sincerely stated.
That's not why.
Then why?
Because I'm your father. And while the rest of the world might have fell for the fake smiles and the bursts of engineered manufactured joy, I saw the truth. I saw the real you.
And what was the real me?
A broken little girl who blamed herself for a terrible, tragic accident. A broken little girl who probably blamed herself for her mother's death, too.
His eyes glassed over as he lowered his head. A slight tremble left his mouth.
And all I could see was my baby hurting as she pretended not to be hurt. But I felt like if I didn't give you the freedom to explore and find yourself with Big Bird, then you might have slipped too far into the facade of pretending to be happy in front of others. Because I knew if you were on the road by yourself, you'd have to face yourself and your truths. I wanted you to do some of that inner work on your solo adventures. I just didn't expect you to meet so many strangers who could distract you from said inner work.
I released a nervous laugh. Leave it to me to push my trauma down deep and dance instead of cry.
It's okay to dance every now and then, baby girl,
Dad stated, placing his hand in mine.
but it's also all right to cry sometimes, too.
I didn't know why, but him saying that felt like he was giving me permission to be real. I shut my eyes and tried my best to hold back the tears. I still felt silly for feeling so much at all times. I felt embarrassed for not always being happy. I should have been happy. Still, such a big part of me was so heartbreakingly sad.
It's okay, Willow.
Dad whispered.
You don't have to pretend around me. Break in here, and I'll keep your secrets.
With that, my head fell to his shoulder, and I allowed myself to take off the mask I'd been wearing since I was a kid. My father didn't try to fix me at that moment. He didn't tell me how what happened with Anna, Carter, Eric, and Mom wasn't my fault, even though I knew he believed it wasn't. He didn't try to take away my pain. He didn't offer me any words of comfort. Instead, he simply let me break. He let me shatter. He allowed me to be broken. I didn't know how important it was until that very moment to have people in your life who would allow you to shatter and still stick around to pick up all your broken pieces. My father was the definition of what it meant to stay. I was almost certain he'd go to the ends of the earth to take care of us girls.
Why did you push Theo away, Willow Rose?
Dad asked. Because I love him, I confessed.
You love him?
He mentioned. I nodded. Yes.
So you pushed him away?
Yes. I swallowed hard. I ran into Anna when I was in town before. Mrs. Lane reminded me how awful I was. She hammered it in, letting me know that I was the reason for people's lives being ruined. And she's right. And I'd probably figure out a way to ruin Theo's life too. Plus, I don't deserve him. I don't deserve to be loved when others can't. And what if something happened to Theo? What if I hurt him? What if there was an accident? What if he died, Daddy? I cried. I can't handle that idea coming true and seeing how much Molly was hurting after losing Harry. And I can only imagine how hard it was for you losing Mama and I shook my head. I don't know why we choose love when, in the end, it hurts so bad and always dies.
5 years.
He stated calmly. I raised an eyebrow at him, confused by what he meant.
1,815 days, to be exact.
What's that?
The amount of time I was able to love your mother.
Dad. He smiled as he wiped my tears away.
1,815 days, and I never regretted a single moment of my time with her. The truth is, I'd sign up for a day with your mother's love, knowing that I'd lose it tomorrow. I'd leap into her love and count every passing second as a blessing, because that's what love is. It's the greatest thing I've ever experienced. And that love didn't die when your mother transitioned. That love lives in you, Willow Rose. You are your mother's and my greatest love story. Love, true love, never dies. It only transforms. And I'm sure Molly would tell you the same. And I know you think you don't deserve love. But sweetheart, love deserves you. The way you love is meant to be experienced, and I cannot even imagine the way your love has saved Theo. I know it has saved him too.
How can you know that?
Because he looks at you the way I looked at your mother. And she saved me time and time again. The same way you and your sisters do every day. The world needs your love, Willow. And you need Theo's love.
I knew he was right, but I already messed up. I pushed him away. I ran knowing running was the one thing that would hurt Theo the most. It's too late.
Is your heart still beating?
Yes.
And his is too?
Yes.
Then it's never too late. All you have to do is find enough courage to stand after falling and go try.
But I couldn't. I wouldn't. Because Daddy was wrong about one thing. I didn't deserve love. Anna did. She was the most deserving person when it came to love. And as long as she didn't have it, I should have been suffering too.
35. Theo. Ever since Willow left, life seemed different. Overall, nothing had changed. I still fished. I still read. I still sold goods at the farmer's market. Everything was the same as before she came into my life, but at the same time, it wasn't. What used to bring me peace, my solitude, now only brought me loneliness. It had been such a long time since I'd been lonely. Decades, even. But now the other side of my bed felt cold. My boat seemed empty. My heart? Well, fuck that organ. Its brokenness did the most damage to me. I kept moving through each day as if I wasn't bothered, though. The more time that passed, the more I began to forget she'd ever existed to me. I wanted to erase every single memory of her from my mind, too. Her smile, her laugh, the way she walked on her tiptoes, the way she talked too much, but at the same time, I couldn't get enough of her words. Her eyes, her nose, her spirit. I wanted all traces of her to be diminished from my existence. I wanted her gone. Until then, I tried my best to return to my routine. $7? Julia Ripton remarked, holding her hands to her chest as if I'd told her that her dog had died in a tragic accident. There's no way you upped the cost since last time I came. I blinked blankly at Julia. I didn't raise the prices. No, you did. I swear I paid less just last month. I swear you're trying to rip off your customers, Theo Langford. This is highway robbery, she expressed. The same way she'd expressed it every damn week when she showed up in line. Take it or leave it, I muttered. I grew annoyed a lot easier than I had in the past. It felt as if the universe was out to piss me off. As I stared at Julia yapping about bullshit that I didn't care about, I couldn't help but wonder why in the hell I was thinking about Willow and how she would have handled Julia's complaints. Somehow she would have made Julia laugh. Or somehow had Julia buy the whole table of sourdough. Julia kept yapping, and my irritation kept building until I pushed over the display of sourdough. Here! I shouted, tossing my hands up in defeat. Just take it for free, all right? I don't give a shit. Julia placed her hand against her chest, flabbergasted by my outburst. Theo Langford, that's no way to act in public, especially toward a woman. What would your grandfather think? Those words stung, but I tried my best to swallow them down. He would have been disappointed. But what did that matter? He was no longer around to scold me. Instead, I was forced to walk through each day without his guiding light. I was certain my outburst would get back to Grandma, though, so I had that to look forward to later on. Busy, busy. I need to stay busy. My mind was the loudest it had been in years. It was as if I couldn't find peace no matter where I went. The memory of Willow haunted me day in and day out. I'd see things that she'd like, and I'd want to tell her. I'd smell things that reminded me of her perfume. I'd touch things and want her input. I missed her. I missed her so much, and I hated myself for doing so. I wished I knew how to turn it off, how to stop missing the person who'd walked away so easily. I stood in my backyard chopping wood. I wanted to get it all stacked up in my shed before winter came. I could feel the cold front pushing through the trees. I should have already packed up my boat and stored it, but I'd hoped for a few more days out on the water before I was forced to take a break from fishing until it was time to do so on the ice in January.
You need some help with that? Or are you getting out some pent-up energy? Grandma asked, walking over toward me. I wiped my brown plaid shirt against my sweaty forehead as I turned to see her. She was wearing one of Papa's oversized jackets, and for some reason that tugged at my beat-up heart. I turned back to the piece of wood sitting on the chopping block, wound up the axe, and split the wood in half. Afterward, I stuck the axe into the chopping block, then wiped my hands against my jeans. Just finishing up. What's up? I asked as I picked up the chopped pieces of wood. I tossed them into the shed before turning back to Grandma. She pulled out a piece of paper and held it up. Did Willow leave you a letter too? I grumbled, lifted another piece of wood, removed the axe from the chopping block, then placed the wood down. Yep, I muttered before slicing the wood. Did you read it? Nope. Why not? Because it doesn't matter what it says. She's gone. She made that clear as fucking day. Don't need a goodbye letter to cement the fact. But she left the letters for a reason. Yeah. To run away from any guilt she had about leaving. I'd rather not give her that comfort. I split another piece of wood. Now, Theo. I don't want to talk about it, I snapped, feeling the rage of the whole situation building up in my system. I didn't want to talk about Willow Kingsley ever again. I didn't want to discuss my heartbreak or have someone tell me that Willow made a very hard choice. I didn't want to be told that she did it from a place of love, that she left me because she figured it was what was best for me, that she abandoned me in order to protect me from her, because it was bullshit. All of it was bullshit, and I didn't want to understand Willow's reasoning. I didn't want to show her grace at that time, because she broke my fucking heart. So fuck her letters and her reasoning. She walked away. She left me alone, even after I begged her to stay. I promised myself I'd never beg for someone to stay ever again. I'd never drop down to my knees and ask someone not to walk away from me. I promised I'd be stronger than I'd been in the past, but I wasn't. I begged her. I pleaded. I became weak at her feet, all because of love. Fucking love. And its fucking bullshit ways of breaking people's fucking hearts. I didn't want to talk about Willow ever again. If anything, I wanted to bleach away the thoughts of her that haunted my soul. I dreamed of her nightly, yet the dreams felt like nightmares, because whenever I'd wake, she'd still be gone. So fuck Willow Kingsley. Fuck her for waking up my heart, and then leaving it shattered in a million pieces. Grandma unfolded her letter and began to read it. Dear Molly. Don't do this, Grandma, I urged. She kept reading. I'm sad to say that my time in Weston Lake has come to an end. But I hope you know that our friendship is something that I hope will exist past the reality of space and time. You have shown me what real power and strength look like in a woman, and I hope to be exactly like you as I grow older. Thank you for welcoming me into your world and allowing me to get a small taste of heaven. For a little while in Weston Lake, I felt as if I were dancing in nothing other than sunbeams. I know that's because of you and your family's love. Call me when you need me,
and I'll be there. I love you, friend, and I'll miss you. P.S. I love him. I know you didn't ask, and I know it might not seem to matter now that I'm leaving. But I love your grandson more than I ever thought possible. Please take care of his heart. I know it's probably hurting a little. Signed, Willow. She loved me. What an odd way she had of showcasing that love. I chopped another piece of wood, tossed the pieces to the side and grabbed another. Before I could chop it, Grandma grabbed my arm. Theo, didn't you hear the letter? Yep. Well, what are you waiting for? She loves you. Don't care. Grandma looked perplexed by my response. What do you mean you don't care? You have to care. Why? Why in the world would I have to care? I asked as I placed the axe down. Why would it be any of my business who Willow loves, even if it's me? Because you love her too. The look of heartbreak in my grandmother's eyes when she said those words were almost enough to make me feel guilty. But I couldn't. I wasn't the one who walked away, after all. Willow chose to leave. She could have stayed and let me love her forever, because that was exactly what I was prepared to do. I would have loved that woman for fucking ever. None of that matters, I told her. I turned to walk inside and she followed me. Theodore Langford, you cannot honestly be ready to throw away what you and Willow had, can you? It's already in the trash. Grandma huffed and puffed, shaking her head in shock. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go, she said, following me into the house. I went straight to the kitchen sink and began washing my hands. What do you mean? I asked. She's your person. I thought that too. But it turned out we were both wrong. But you looked at her the way he looked at me, she said, her voice cracking into a piercingly sad note. I noticed it right away when you two were together over the past few months. You looked at her like she was everything. Yeah, I agreed. And she left me like I was nothing. She has her reasons. I'm sure if you read her letter, I don't want to read it. I was growing irritated that Grandma kept pushing the issue. Let's make peace with the fact that it didn't work out for Willow and me. We aren't you and Papa. We don't get the lifelong love story. We got a chapter, and that's good enough for me. Grandma fiddled with her wedding ring, shaking her head back and forth. Willow has been through a lot of hardships, Theo. Yes, I agreed. She has. And life isn't easy. It's complicated and hard and messy. Love is the same. Complicated and hard and messy, but it's also worth it. I know you're moving through this as if it's just another letdown, as if Willow is just like your mother and Talia, but she's not. No, you're right. She's not like them. She was more, which made it that much harder when she walked away. But still, she left. And I have to respect that decision. Do you, though? Do you respect it? No, not at all. Not even a little. Do you want to go grab dinner? I asked, changing the subject. Grandma sighed and shook her head. I'm getting a meal with a few ladies tonight. I walked over to her and kissed her forehead. Then I'm going to shower and call it a night. She placed her hands against my cheek and sighed. I just want you to be happy, Theo. I am happy. I lied. You're not, she replied, before she patted my cheek and said she loved me. As she turned to walk away, she paused in the kitchen archway. She didn't turn back to me, but said, "You know what's wild? If Papa and I gave up on each other early on, whenever there was a trigger one of us experienced, we would have never made it to 60 years. She turned to face me. Is it possible that Willow just decided to end things and walk away? Sure. But is it more likely that she got scared of losing you based on all her past experiences? Is it more possible she retreated in a moment of fear? Is it more likely that she just panicked? Love doesn't just mean sticking around when things are easy, Theodore. Love means going through the storms and helping the one who's drowning find their way back to the shore." She left without another word. Not that any more were needed after that. A few days later, Jensen showed up with an envelope in his hands. He came straight through the front door, hopping up and down. "It's here, Theo! It's here!" he exclaimed as he approached me, and I sat on the couch. "What's here?" "The DNA results." I arched an eyebrow. I thought those were supposed to come to my house. "They did. I've been checking your mail for the past few weeks to see when they arrived. Do you know that it's a federal crime to go through a person's mail?" He waved me off. "Yada, yada, yada. Let's open them." I chuckled and stood from the couch. I took the package from his hands and walked toward the back of the house. Jensen followed me like a puppy dog searching for a treat. We each took a seat in the rocking chairs, and I held the envelope tightly in my grip. "Well, what are you waiting for? Open it," Jensen said, shoving me in the arm lightly. I shook my head. "We have to be prepared for whatever this says, Jensen. I know you were hopeful for a certain result, but I want you to know that if it doesn't turn out the way you want, I'll always be in your corner. No matter what." Yeah. Open the envelope," he ordered. I sighed as I opened it. A pit of nerves sat heavily in my stomach. There was a part of me that wanted a certain outcome. A huge part of me wanted to see it say that he was my son. Yet a bigger part of me would have been pissed off that he was my son and I'd missed out on years of being there for him the way he deserved. Having Jensen as my son would have been one of the greatest gifts I'd ever received. He was a good kid. I'd be lucky to call him my own. But that wasn't how things seemed to be going for me as of late. I stared down at the paper and felt as if someone stabbed me straight in my heart. "Sorry, kid," I muttered. "Turns out we're just cousins." The look of defeat in Jensen's eyes was crushing. He sat back in his chair. "I guess that's how the cookie crumbles." "Yeah, I guess so." "It would have been cool, though, huh? I think you would have made a good dad to me." "And you would have been a great son." He smiled a little and shrugged. The disappointment was still in his eyes. "I've kind of been playing a stupid scenario in my mind ever since we decided to take the test. Like what it would have been like to be Willow's and your kid." I arched an eyebrow. "And Willow's?" "Yeah." I clasped my hands together. "Sorry, kid, but Willow went back to her hometown." "I heard that. When is she coming back?" "I don't think she is." "Oh." He nodded. "So when are you going to see her? Are you moving?" I narrowed my eyes and shook my head. "No. We aren't together anymore." He gripped the edge of the rocking chair and leaned toward me. "What did you do?" I liked how his first reaction was that I'd somehow messed up.
Not that Willow decided to walk away. Nothing. She made a decision after some thought that we weren't right for one another. No, she didn't. Yeah, she did. Well, go tell her you don't accept it or something. Go tell her how you feel. What the hell was going on? Was it push Theo to go after Willow week or something? Jensen, it's a done deal. That's life. Things come and things go. But Willow isn't a thing. She's your person. You can't just let your person go. She's not mine. Then what's the point, huh? He shouted, tossing his hands up in the air. What's the point of anything? He questioned, growing more and more emotional. Jensen, you love her and she loves you. How could anything else matter outside of that? You'll understand when you're older how... Oh, don't give me that bullcrap, Theo. I might be a teenager, but I'm not a stupid kid. And maybe I haven't been in love before with a girl or something, but I know what it looks like, and I'd never seen you happier than you've ever been with Willow, even during losing Papa. You were so sad before her. So what, you're just going to go back to being sad again? Fishing alone? Sitting alone? Being alone? Well, yeah, that was the plan. His eyes flashed with tears, and I couldn't comprehend why he was growing so emotional over the topic. It was my heart that was stomped out, not his. Yet based on his reaction, you'd think he was the one going through the motions of heartbreak. You thought you loved my mom, right? He asked me. I sighed. Yeah. Did it feel like what you have with Willow? I shook my head. No. How is it different with Willow? How did she make you feel? I took a deep breath and released it slowly. Alive. She made me feel alive in ways I hadn't in a long time. I'd been sleepwalking through my life for years, and then Willow came and added color to my world. She woke me up. Even if I was first annoyed with finding her wild self in the lake at 2 a.m. She shook me awake. Jensen frowned. He fiddled with his hands. Why did she leave? She got scared for some reason. So she ran. Yeah, well, she's kind of the hummingbird to your oak tree. What? You know, hummingbirds, he mentioned, gesturing over to the bird feeders he put out earlier this summer. It rested against a big oak tree, and the birds would come buzzing in and out nonstop. Hummingbirds dart away at the first sign of any storm. They get scared. Oh. Well, yes. She's like a hummingbird. And you're the oak tree. You just gotta stand still and let her know that she can land on you. You gotta show her that she can trust that your branches are safe places to land, so she feels safe enough to stay. That's why the hummingbirds come back. They know they'll be okay because the tree isn't moving. When did you get so smart? About 5 months ago when I hit my growth spurt. I chuckled and rubbed his head with my fist before shoving him away playfully. I'm actually pretty bummed you're not my kid. Yeah, you would have been an okay dad. He rocked in his chair slightly. I'm sorry my mom hurt you. What do you mean? I never said she hurt me. I know. But you aren't the type of person who has to say things, Theo. Everything you feel kinda shows up in your eyes. He paused his rocking. What was different between how you loved my mom versus Willow? I loved your mom for how she made me feel seen. I love Willow for who she is. My love for Willow has nothing to do with me. It's everything she is, with or without me in the equation. Jensen smiled. You said love, not loved.
You still love her, huh? Unfortunately. So? Don't be a little bitch. Go get your hummingbird. I didn't reply, but I doubted Jensen expected me to say anything. He knew how hard-headed I could be about issues. Same with Grandma. We rocked in the chairs for a while and watched as the sun began to set over the lakefront. Hey, Theo? Yeah, kid. Do you think it's okay if sometimes I pretend you're my dad when I'm having bad days? I patted his shoulder. Always. I meant that too. Always. After Jensen left, I went inside and stared at the letter that Willow left me. It sat unopened on my dining room table. It took me a solid 30 minutes before I built up enough courage to open it, and when I did, it instantly pissed me right off. "What the fuck is this?" I blurted out, rereading her words. Leave it to Weeping Willow to somehow piss me off, even from a distance.
36. Willow. I'd been staying at Avery and Nathan's house for the past few weeks, helping them take care of the twins. During breaks of not washing dishes, cooking meals, and holding the two most adorable babies ever, I'd pull out a roadmap to plot out my next adventure. Arizona was probably nice in the wintertime. It had been a while since Big Bird and I took a solid road trip, yet planning the trip didn't seem as thrilling as before. It all felt a little empty. As I rocked baby Riley in my arms, Nathan popped his head in the nursery.
Hey, Willow.
Yeah?
Someone's at the door for you.
For me?
Yup. I can take Riley for you. I should probably get her a bottle going, too.
Nathan took Riley into his arms and stared at her, as if she was the greatest gift he'd ever received. He stared at Sterling the same way. Watching him and Avery become parents felt like such a treasure to witness. They kept going on and on about how grateful they were that I stayed around to help them out, but truthfully, I was thankful to have their new bundles of joy to distract me from my own thoughts. My thoughts that only revolved around Theo and how much I missed him. I walked through the house and then stepped out onto the front porch. I arched an eyebrow and my heart started beating faster when I saw who stood there. Theo, what are you... He held up a piece of paper.
I read your letter.
Oh, He unfolded it and read,
Thank you for a lovely summer. Signed, Willow.
He tossed his hand up in frustration.
What the hell was that, Willow? Thank you for a lovely summer? That's it? That's all you could come up with?
I bit my lip and shook my head. I didn't know what to...
I was wrong about you. You're not my Clementine.
He coldly stated as he stood on the front porch. Those words only took a second to feel like a punch to my gut, but he continued, his eyes simmering with irritation.
You're a damn hummingbird. A hyper, non-stop, dizzying hummingbird that crashed into my life uninvited. You talk a mile a minute as if the world would end if you didn't keep yapping. You move around on your tiptoes as if you're scared the solid ground is hot lava. You buzzed into my life, and then you buzzed out of my life like a goddamn hummingbird. And it's been fucking infuriating watching you dart around like nothing can catch you. Like you're untouchable, and then you have enough nerve to buzz around my fucking heart non-stop, never really landing.
Theo,
Wait, I'm not done,
he said, cutting me off. He paused, glanced at the porch, raked a hand through his hair, and then sighed.
Do you know what you've done to me? Do you know how much you buzzing in and buzzing out fucked with my head? It drove me mad thinking about you these past few weeks. I drove down here livid for the past 5 hours, too. You pissed me off, Willow. But I can't truly be mad because I know you.
My eyes started to water. I shook my head. No, you think you know me, but
I know you.
He repeated. He stepped closer. My heart beat faster.
I know you like your eggs scrambled, but you'll say over easy because you know that's how I like mine. I know you cry over the same rom-coms every single time, even though you know how they end. I know you feel everything, and I mean everything, 50 million times more than anyone else on this planet. I know you smile when you want to cry. I know you cry when you want to scream. I know you chuckle when your heart is breaking.
I let out a small laugh. My heart was breaking. Theo stepped closer, his eyes still on me.
I know the different shades of brown that your eyes turn based on how the sunlight hits them. I know the freckles running across your cheeks. I know the birthmark shaped like an apple on your behind.
He released a breath slowly, and I inhaled it as my own.
I know you're scared of me, of us, of everything. I know you run away when you really want to stay. And let me be very damn clear. I know you really fucking wanted to stay with me. But I also know that you aren't meant to stand still. And I know you're not meant to be caged or rooted in one place. But the truth is, you've been stuck in the cage of your mind and guilt for decades. You've been buzzing around with chains attached to your wings, pretending you've been free. That's not what I want for you, Willow. I want you to be really free to fly like you're meant to. You're meant for higher heights.
Tears flooded my eyes as he continued to talk.
And I might not always understand hummingbirds. I might not get why you buzz and need to move nonstop, but I respect it. I love it, even. I think that's what makes you, the real you. I mean, not the one chained to grief, but I see sparks of your true self. Your true self is alive in a way that I'll never be. Your true self is what lights up this world. We're different, you and I, but I think that's why we make sense. I might not be built to flit around and chase the wind, but I'm built to stay. To stand still, to be rooted and sturdy.
He stepped in closer, and his voice softened.
So I drove 5 hours to let you know that I'm still here, waiting patiently, hoping that you keep buzzing around for the rest of forever. Keep being exactly who you are, because that's all I'd ever want you to be.
He locked his eyes with mine, and a tiny smirk curved against his lips.
And when you get tired, or when the world gets too big and feels overwhelming, I'll be right here. No matter how far you fly, I'll always be a safe place for you to land.
I couldn't produce words. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I closed my eyes to breathe. I felt Theo's lips fall against my forehead before he whispered that he loved me. I pulled away from him, almost unsure of the words that he said. What did you say?
I said, I love you.
He stated as clear as day. You love me?
Yes.
He nodded.
Most ardently.
Those words felt as if they'd come from Mr. Darcy's mouth himself. He then stepped away and started to walk back down the porch steps. Where are you going? I asked.
Back home. I just came to deliver you that message.
You drove 5 hours to tell me that? Only to drive 5 hours back?
Yes.
He didn't even know it, but he was healing parts of my heart that he never even broke. Theo?
Yeah?
I love you too. He smiled. He already knew. He started walking backward, still keeping his eyes on me.
You were right about one thing, though.
He held the piece of paper up in the air.
It was a lovely summer.
Theo then climbed into his truck, put it into drive, and drove away, back toward Weston Lake. I stood there frozen for a moment before Avery walked out, holding Sterling as she fed him.
Was that Theo I saw driving off?
She asked. Yes, it was.
Why did he leave so fast?
He came to tell me that he loved me, and that was all, so then he left. Avery arched an eyebrow.
He drove all the way from Weston Lake just to tell you he loved you, then hopped in his truck to drive back home?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Avery finished feeding Sterling, then placed him over her shoulder to burp him.
You know what, little sister?
What's that?
He loves you.
I smiled a little, even though my heart was breaking. Yeah, he does.
And you love him.
Tears rolled down my cheeks as I nodded and laughed, most ardently. Avery moved in closer to me and rested her head against my shoulder.
Can I give you some solid sisterly advice you didn't ask for?
Go for it.
Take the time to heal. Heal for yourself, then heal for him. But also know that you don't have to be perfectly healed to be loved by another. Nathan was patient enough to teach me that lesson.
I glanced over to see tears in Avery's eyes. I tilted my head, surprised. Are you crying?
What? No, I don't cry.
But you are crying. Those are tears.
Are you sure they aren't spit up? It's probably spit up.
She choked, wiping at her eyes. Oh my goodness, Avery is crying. The queen of not feeling is feeling everything. Welcome to my world, she grumbled.
Being married to a lover boy like Nathan and motherhood is making me soft.
Softness looks good on you, sister.
It looks even better on you.
I'm scared, I whispered. She nodded.
I know. But a wise woman once told me that we can still do difficult things even when we're scared.
She winked at me and patted my shoulder.
Now, go do the difficult work. Go heal, baby sister. Heal and allow yourself to fall into that man who you love. Don't worry about falling either. I know good men like Theo. I have a great man like him. If you fall, I promise, he'll catch you.
37. Willow. I spent a month driving around the Midwest, searching for a feeling, searching for answers, searching for me. I didn't know myself as deeply as I thought, mainly because I'd spent the past few years running away from self-reflection. But as I tried to figure out my own thoughts, my mind always wandered back to two people, Theo and Anna. When I found myself back in Honey Creek, I knew it was time to face my biggest fear. I needed to talk to her, speak to Anna after all these years. Otherwise, I'd never be able to truly move on. I stood outside of the Lanes' home, fiddling with my fingers. They weren't in the same home I used to visit Anna at when we were kids. They had a much bigger property with acres of land and horses. Anna always wanted horses. We used to talk about getting a few of our own when we were old enough. It took me a solid 10 minutes to build up enough courage to ring the front doorbell. When I did, my breath caught in my throat. I waited for the door to be answered, and when it was, Mrs. Lane appeared. Her eyes widened with shock as she stared at me. "What in the world are you doing here?" she spat out. "How dare you come here?" "Mom, who is it?" Anna called out. Just hearing her voice sent chills down my spine. It had been such a long time since I'd heard her voice. Anna came to the door, and she looked just as shocked as her mother had when Mrs. Lane opened the front door. "Willow?" Anna breathed out. Her look wasn't packed with anger like Mrs. Lane's had been. It was more so confusion and surprise. "What are you doing here?" She looked beautiful. Her dark black hair was pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a pink bow in her hair, too. She had makeup on that highlighted her high cheekbones. I always loved her cheekbones. Her face wasn't as grim as when I'd last seen her. There was a light in her eyes that was missing the night we ran into each other a month or so ago. I tugged on the sleeves of my coat as the winter breeze danced across my cheeks. "Hi, Anna. I was wondering if maybe we could talk?" "Oh, absolutely not." Mrs. Lane raged. "How dare you come here with such a request? You need to—" "Okay." Anna cut in, moving closer. Her mom's eyes fell to her daughter. "What?" "I want to talk to Willow, Mom," Anna said confidently. Mrs. Lane grimaced. "But Anna, Mom," Anna stated sternly, "please give Willow and me some time alone." Mrs. Lane's shoulders dropped as she stared at her daughter. She then turned her eyes toward me, and they were cold as ice. It was clear she had more to say, but instead, she muttered slightly, glanced at her daughter for a second, then marched away. Anna moved her wheelchair closer to the front door. She smiled at me, and that was almost enough to make me burst into tears. "Come in, Willow. We can talk in my room." I nodded in agreement, and Anna led me to her bedroom. After I walked in, she closed the door behind her. I glanced around the room, staring at photographs that looked so remarkable. They were photos of landscapes and beautiful sunsets over Lake Michigan. On her bookshelf was a spread of romance novels, dozens and dozens of romance novels. She still loved love. That fact alone made my heart skip. On her dresser drawer was a collection of professional cameras. Some looked antique. I fiddled with my hands, still tugging on the sleeve of my coat. As I turned to look at Anna, she was already staring at me. "You can have a seat," she said, gesturing toward the bed. I sat. She moved in closer. We stared at one another for a while before I built up enough courage to talk. Right as I parted my mouth to speak, Anna had too. We tripped over our words, nervously laughed, and I cleared my throat. "You first." "Sorry, Willow. It's just, I'm confused as to why you're here," Anna said, resting her hands in her lap. "I wanted to check in on you, to see how you've been." It sounded idiotic, but it was true. She lowered her eyebrows. "I'm sorry. This all just feels very random." She turned her stare from me and glanced toward her window. "It's been years." "I know." I nodded. My heart pounded against my chest. "But I've thought about you every single day for all these years, and—" "You left!" she blurted out. When she turned back toward me, her eyes flashed with a heaviness that almost broke my heart. "Years ago, you left me in Honey Creek and never looked back, Willow. When you did visit your family, you never attempted to see me, so why now?" "That's not true," I urged, shaking my head. "I tried to see you repeatedly." "No, you didn't." She smiled, but it felt so heartbreakingly sad. "I was in the hospital for months after the accident, Willow." "I know. I was there every day." She shook her head. "No, you weren't." Her words perplexed me. Why would she say that? I sat in that hospital waiting room for days, weeks on end, waiting to see her, waiting to hear that she was all right, waiting for a chance to apologize for everything I'd done. "Anna, I was there. I waited in the waiting room all day and night for months." Her eyes narrowed with confusion. "What are you talking about?" "I was there," I expressed, placing my hands against my chest over my heart that pounded 1,000,000 miles per hour. Tears flooded my stare. "I wanted nothing more than to talk to you, to make sure you were all right, to be there for you. But your mom would come out into the waiting room and tell me that it wasn't a good day. That's what she said at first. Then it was how you refused to see me, and how you wanted nothing to do with me because I ruined your life." Anna's eyes flashed with realization. "What? My mom said that?" I sniffled and placed my hands in my lap. "Yeah. So after some time, she convinced me that my existence in your life was a burden to you. and that I'd already stolen so much from your life, from your future, that it would be best if I stayed away. That's why I left Honey Creek. I didn't want to hurt you anymore.
What? No. Willow.
She shook her head and tears fell from her eyes. The moment her teardrops kissed her cheeks, my own fell too. She sniffled and continued shaking her head. She told me you left without a word. She said you never showed up and that I should just move on. So that's what I did. Why would she do that? Why would she... Anna looked away and shut her eyes as she tried to gather her emotions. When she looked back at me, her brown eyes were soaked with pain. You were my best friend. I needed you back then. You were my person. And you were mine, Anna. I just thought... the accident. I caused it to happen, and your mom made it clear how it was so unfair, how I stole so much of your life from you and... Stole my life from me? She asked, baffled. What do you mean? Your dreams, Anna. You had dreams of so much, and I took that from you.
No offense, Willow, but you don't have that power over my life, and you weren't the drunk drivers that night. Carter and Eric were. They hit us, not the other way around. It wasn't your fault.
It wasn't your fault. How could she say that? How could she say it wasn't my fault? But my mind tried to make sense of the words she was saying. I'd spent the past years blaming myself, so I had a million thoughts in my head screaming the complete opposite of what Anna was telling me. If we didn't go to the party that night, you would have never been in that situation, and I spilled the water, and
Oh my gosh,
she murmured. Anna moved in closer to me. Her voice was a whisper.
Have you been blaming yourself for this for all these years? You think you ruined my life?
I sniffled and brushed the back of my hand beneath my nose. Yes. Anna placed a hand against my knee.
Willow, I didn't know why you left. I knew nothing of what my mom was telling you.
I'd been updating her for years, telling her when I was coming into town so she could make sure we didn't cross paths. She said it would be too triggering for you, so that's why I stayed away for so long. I didn't want to hurt you more than I already had.
Anna's shoulders slumped. My mom can be, well, you know.
She grumbled and rubbed her hand over her face.
Controlling.
I did remember that quite well.
But I never blamed you. Did it suck for a long time? Yeah. But did it suck because of you? No. If anything, the part that sucked the most was not having you by my side through it all.
I wiped the tears that kept falling from my eyes. I wanted to be here, Anna. I swear to you, I wanted to be by your side every step of the way. I thought...
Oh my gosh.
All these years, all this lost time. She smiled. It was small, but it felt so big. My Clementine. My forever favorite Clementine.
During the hardest parts of my recovery, the only thing that got me through it was thinking, what would Willow do? Whenever I felt weak and thought I couldn't keep going on, I'd think that to myself. And then I'd find my strength to keep going.
Anna reached out from my hand and took it into hers.
Willow, if anything, you saved me. Without you in the back of my mind, I would have given up so long ago. Don't you remember from when we were kids? You were the reason I actually lived life instead of just stayed dormant.
I broke into uncontrollable sobs from those words alone. I'm so sorry, Anna. I'm so sorry for everything. I cried. I should have stayed longer. I should have reached out more, but I didn't think that was what you wanted. And then when I saw how sad you were last month, I felt an even heavier amount of guilt and, well...
Anna laughed, making my words fade off.
Willow, when I saw you in town that night, I was sad, but it wasn't because of my situation. That was the day of my grandmother's funeral. We were going for ice cream for a pick-me-up after the service. It was a bad day, not a bad life. Oh my gosh. I felt so silly. Anna's smile widened as she patted my hand in hers. I have a beautiful life. Are some days hard? Yes. But everyone has hard days. I mostly have amazing ones, though. And there have been so many days when I wanted to share parts of it with you. She wiped her own tears away. There have been so many days when I wished you were still my best friend. Tell me, I begged, my voice cracking from the overwhelming emotions swirling within me. Can you tell me about all the beautiful parts? Only if I can tell you about the ugly parts, too, because that's what I am. I'm the beauty and the beast. It's what makes me, me. Tell me all, I pleaded. I want to know all about you, Anna, every single detail, every single word. She told me everything. She got a degree in photography. She loved blueberries more than strawberries nowadays. She still laughed during sunsets and cried during sunrises. Her favorite color was midnight blue, but jade was a second favorite. She didn't watch thriller movies at all because they gave her too much anxiety. She'd finally read and watched the Harry Potter series and was a Hufflepuff. Her mother was still overbearing. She had her first kiss with a guy named Jason, who used too much tongue. She had many more kisses since Jason. Her current crush was River Pierce, which wasn't shocking. The Pierce brothers were everyone's crush at some point in their lives. River was a good option. She still loved love stories most of all. She missed me. I missed her. Oh, how I missed her. Each time she told me something about her current life, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Anna hadn't missed out on life. If anything, she'd lived it to the fullest. From winning horseback riding competitions to baking sourdough bread to sell at the Honey Creek Farmers Market, which, let me tell you, wasn't easy. She had her photographs in National Geographic magazines. She showed me all the copies. I cried, she cried, we cried. She traveled the world and touched the oceans and seas. Nothing held her back. Nothing kept her still. Anna Lane was an adventure seeker, and she lived each day as if it were her last. And finally, I felt as if I could breathe for the first time in 8 years. Then I told her everything. I told her about the places I'd been and the boys I'd kissed. I told her that I still laughed during sunsets and cried during sunrises, how my favorite color was lavender, how that was also my favorite scent, how I still hid under blankets during horror movies and still never finished them, how I loved love stories most of all, how I fell in love with a man who I swore I couldn't have, how I missed him. Oh, how I missed him. We talked for hours, not even noticing that the sun had set and it was now dark outside. Anna listened to every word I gave her with those wide doe eyes that I always loved. Theodore, huh? She said with a smile in her eyes. Yes, but only his grandmother can call him that. I teased. You have to get him back. I shrugged. I want to, but I sighed and looked down at my hands in my lap. Sometimes I think I'm too much, too emotional for love. I feel everything so deeply to the point that it's almost suffocating. Theo is a good man, the best one I've ever met. And I cannot imagine him having to deal with all of me for the rest of his life, with all of my feelings and flightiness and emotions. I'm too much. Never, she said, placing her hand on my kneecap. Willow Kingsley, you do feel a lot. You feel everything. And I don't know where on your path that you decided that feeling deeply was a flaw, because it's not. It's what makes you, you. It's your greatest superpower. Your light, your emotional depth, your ability to see things differently than most is what brings joy to this world. I always said the world needed more Willows in it. If we had more people like you, more empaths, I think the world would heal. I couldn't wrap my head around how kind Anna had been to me, though her kindness wasn't shocking.
After all this time, she was exactly who she'd always been. My Clementine, my favorite fruit, my best friend. "You know what I think you should do?" she asked me. "What's that?" "Let that man love you." Some people think loving others is the hardest thing to do, but the truth is it's much harder to allow yourself to be loved. It's hard to make peace with your past mistakes, with feeling unworthy, with self-doubts. It's tough to believe that anyone would ever see the good in you, so a lot of people push others away. They think they are unworthy of love because of their missteps in life. But I think everyone deserves love. Maybe the broken ones deserve it a little bit more than most. So Willow, let him love you. If he is the man you're claiming him to be, I bet he'll love you forever too, with no restraints. He'll love you and still let you fly high while never asking you to change. I wiped my tears. I missed you, Anna. I missed you too. Now go get your happily ever after. I'll be here when you get back. Or I'll be in Paris, but you can always meet me there for a croissant or something too. She joked. I hugged her for the longest time. We cried in one another's arms and laughed like complete fools. She told me she loved me after all the time that had passed. "You love me? Still?" I whispered, stunned by her confession. "Still," she replied. I cried harder. So that was what unconditional love looked like. Love that saw one's flaws and still called them beautiful. As she led me to the front door of her home to say goodbye, she called out to me, "Willow." "Yes?" "Don't be a stranger, okay? Whenever you're in Honey Creek, please find me." I smiled. "I'll find you in every lifetime, Anna." I knew she'd find me too. "You owe me a road trip on Big Bird too," she said, waving goodbye. I promised her I'd take her wherever her heart desired. After we said goodbye, I cried on my whole drive back to Weston Lake. It was time to face another fear. The whole drive up to Weston Lake, I thought about what I'd actually say to Theo when I arrived. I'd want to tell him how I missed him so deeply, and not a second had passed without me thinking about him. I've been thinking about him every single day for the past few weeks. Every day, every hour, every minute, every second. When I found myself in Big Bird parked in front of his house late that evening, I took a deep breath. I was scared, but I still knocked on his front door. I held my breath the whole time I waited for him to answer, and when Theo opened the door, I released the breath and began to do what I'd done best. I began to yap. "Hi. Oh, sorry. Are you busy? I should have called. I didn't call, but I should have. I know this is random and I should have called. Oh gosh. Are you busy? I can come back later. I'm sorry I parked on your property. Do you have company? Gosh, this was stupid. I shouldn't have just showed up uninvited and, well..." He cut into my monologue.
Willow.
"Yes?"
Breathe.
I sighed. "Okay." I took another small breath. "I'm sorry." I spat out, feeling my body starting to shake. "I'm sorry I got scared and ran away. When you and I were in Honey Creek, I saw Anna in town and I panicked thinking it was unfair that I was able to find happiness when I stole that joy from her. Then today, she and I finally talked and I realized that I didn't ruin her life. Her life is fuller than most people, I think. Full of love and light and joy. I think if most people lived a life like Anna, they'd be much happier. Still, I can never express how much I struggled to leave you, Theo. Because the thing is, I love you. I love you so much that it scares me. I love you so much that it's hard to breathe when you're not with me. I miss you. I miss your smell. I miss your warmth. I miss your touch. I miss you. And I know how much it must have hurt you to have me leave, especially with how the people in your past left and hurt you. Which is why I did it. I did it to be cruel, so you wouldn't come searching for me because I knew that would keep you away. I knew leaving would be the nail in the coffin. But then
I took another breath as tears built in my eyes and I continued speaking. You still came to find me. You still stayed strong. You stayed when I tried to run away. You were the steady treat of my hummingbird, and I'm sorry. I don't know if you'd want me back, and that's okay. But I have to tell you that I want you. I want all of you every day for the rest of forever. I can't promise that I won't get scared sometimes. I can't promise that I won't feel the need to fly around every now and again. But if you'll have me again, I promise this. I stomped my foot down on his front porch. I promise to land. I promise never to drift too far ever again. I promise to always fly back. I promise you, me, all of me, even the hard parts. I promise to always return to you because you are my safe place to land. You're it for me, Theo. You're my home. He stared down at me for a moment's time. I wasn't certain what he was thinking. His face was stern, but his eyes were gentle.
Willow, my weeping Willow,
He said. His lips turned up slightly, and he held a hand out toward me.
welcome home.
I took his hand into mine, and he pulled me into a tight embrace, kissing my lips softly. I melted into him without a fear of falling because I knew he'd catch me gently while protecting my fragile wings. Home. I was finally home. My favorite place to be. Epilogue. Willow. 1 year later. Ever since I crashed back into Theo's arms, we'd fell more and more in love. We did things a little bit backward than most couples. First came love, then came baby. When we found out we were pregnant, we were stunned. Even though I still wanted my big wedding, I thought it would be best to elope with Theo, then have our baby before having a wedding reception, maybe a year or so down the line. It wasn't the normal path that most walked, but it was the beautiful trail we carved out for ourselves. Theo and Peter never fully worked out all of their issues, but they did decide to make peace once Molly gathered the two together for a heart-to-heart. It was clear that the two of them both struggled with feeling unseen, yet when they found out that Harry had left them both the restaurant after he passed away, the two learned to work together. It wasn't always rainbows and butterflies, but sometimes I'd catch the two laughing with each other. That felt like a blessing, especially when Jensen would witness it too. Jensen was the one who convinced Peter to get sober too. That was a game changer in everyone's relationship. It was good to see their family healing in ways that probably seemed impossible at one point. Theo and Peter's relationship was living proof that people could change and grow and heal. Speaking of healing, on April 5th, Theo and I welcomed our own bundle of joy to the world. Harold Michael Langford. Harry Jr. for short. My springtime little bird. We stayed at the hospital for 2 days before heading home. It had been raining for weeks in Weston Lake, yet the day it was time to head home, there was a slight break of darkness in the sky. We headed back to our place where Theo's and my family waited to meet the newest member of our expanding brood. As we walked into the house, we were greeted instantly by my sisters and their families, my father, Jensen, and Molly. There were welcome home decorations all over the place. Theo carried the truck seat with one hand and led me to the couch with his other. He sat me down, bent lower, and kissed my forehead. He then rested the truck seat beside me. Everyone gathered around quietly, a room packed with nothing less than love. They waited for Theo and me to formally introduce him to the perfect angel new to our complex, sometimes rocky, beautiful world. I lifted our newborn into my arms. After Theo moved the truck seat and sat directly beside me, our arms brushing gently against one another. I liked how whenever our skin brushed, I felt waves of safety wrapping around me.
Whoa,
Nathan smiled as he wrapped his arm around Avery.
who do we have here?
This, I grinned, is little Harold Michael Langford. I turned to Molly and smiled gently. Harry Jr. for short. Her eyes flashed with emotions as her hands fell to her chest.
Harry Jr., for short. Yeah.
Theo said, a twinkle in his own eye.
Harry Jr., for short.
I stood from the couch and walked toward Molly. Would you like to hold him, Grandma? It was the first time I called her Grandma, and she took note of it because from this point on, we were family. Maybe not by blood, but by heart. My heart beat in sync with my friend, who brought Theo's and my worlds together. She would forever be my family, and I'd forever be hers.
Can I?
Molly asked, her voice cracking. Always. I placed little Harry Jr. in her arms, and he wiggled a little. His perfect little mouth, his button nose, and his blue eyes that matched his father's were staring straight into her heart, and I could tell she'd love that baby forever.
He has the Langford messy hair,
she joked, and the Langford heart, I added in.
Yes.
She held Harry Jr. close and breathed him in.
He has that too.
Grandma, look, Jensen said, running over to the window.
There's a rainbow in the sky.
Molly held Harry Jr. close to her chest as tears filled her eyes. She nodded slowly, uncertain how to take in the magnitude of what she was witnessing. Papa was there with us, yet that shouldn't have been a surprise. He promised to always be around for the big moments. By that point, everyone was crying.
Theo. 1 year later. Watching Willow become a mother was the greatest gift I'd ever witnessed. Seeing her look over our little boy healed a part of my soul that had been broken since childhood. I might not have been able to pick my mother, but I was able to choose the mother of my children, and I'd made the greatest choice when I chose my wife. My wife. My beautiful, silly, quirky wife. Our wedding ceremony took place on our land, right on the dock of Weston Lake, where our love story first began. Avery and Yara were Willow's maidens of honor. Anna was her maid of honor. Watching Anna and Willow's friendship heal over the years was the greatest blessing. Willow kept saying it was as if no time had passed between their connection, and Anna was such an amazing addition to Harry Jr.'s life. We were loved to the fullest. One of my favorite moments of the wedding day happened right before the wedding ceremony took place. Michael stopped by my dressing room to speak to me. He came with a flask of alcohol and a smile on his face. When it came to great parents, Michael Kingsley was at the top of the list. When I was younger, I used to dream of having a parent like him. Yet my mind believed that outside my grandparents, great parents were only made in storybooks. That was until I saw the way Michael loved his daughters. It was the definition of unconditional love. I just stopped by my daughter's dressing room, he told me, taking a swig from the flask. He held it out toward me. I took a swig too. Whiskey. It burned slightly on the way down. How is she doing? She having cold feet? I semi-joked. Not in the slightest, he said as he slid his hands into the slacks of his dress pants. Now listen. Before you exchange your vows and whatnot, I wanted to take a second to say thank you. He pulled one hand from his pocket and flicked his finger across the bridge of his nose. Thank you for taking care of my daughter. Thank you for loving her with all that you have. Thank you for becoming her home. She taught me what love is, Michael. It's all that Willow is. Love. And I have a strong feeling she got that trait from you. He smirked slightly as his eyes flashed with tears. I never wanted much from life. I'm a simple man. I don't care about much of anything. But there was always one thing I always prayed for. What was that? For my daughters to be okay. He grinned my way and nodded once. Thank you for helping Willow be okay. She saved my life, I confessed. You saved hers. He sniffled slightly and cleared his throat. I'm not going to sit here and get too emotional. I'll save that for later. But I wanted to say to you that not only do I get to watch my daughter reach her happily ever after today, but I also get to welcome in a new son. So thank you, son, for becoming a part of our family. I felt a sting at the back of my eyes. I laughed slightly and shook my head. Wow. What is it? Michael asked. Nothing. It's just... I released a slow breath and shrugged. I always wanted a father. Michael's eyes glassed over, and he patted me on the back. And I always wanted a son. He pulled me into a hug and held on tight. For a moment, it felt as if Papa was hugging me. Because my grandfather used to hug in the same way, as if the embrace was the most important thing in the world. I know you had your struggles, Theo, Michael said. And I'm sure there's still some chapters of your storybook that are too hard to speak of out loud. But just know that whenever you need a father figure, I'll be around. Forever. Forever, I choked out, feeling the nerves build up inside me. Don't promise forever if you don't mean it, I semi-joked. He squeezed my shoulder. Forever, son. I blinked away the tears and brushed the back of my hand beneath my nose. Forever, Dad. Michael Kingsley didn't know it, but in that moment, he healed parts of the broken little boy that lived within me. The wedding reception had just about everyone who lived in both Weston Lake and Honey Creek. Not due to me, of course. If I had it my way, our elopement would have been good enough. I never grew to love people as much as my wife loved people. But I loved my wife. So we had a people-packed wedding reception. Harry Jr. was now walking, and including him in our wedding ceremony was so special. It felt like the greatest gift having him there. He was the living proof of what love could create. That night, a million tears of joy were shed as we danced beneath the stars. After socializing for hours, I found a moment to stand on the dock, staring at the calm lake before me. My hands fiddled with the cuffs that Willow gave me years ago during Papa and Grandma's vow renewal ceremony. The house and front of the property were packed with color and life. They'd probably be in there for hours, drinking, dancing, and celebrating love. Hi there, a voice said, making me turn around to find my wife in her beautiful silk wedding dress. My wife. Mine. All mine. She held Harry Jr. in her arms, and they were both smiling ear to ear. The moment Harry Jr. saw me, he held his arms out in my direction and I took hold of him. He snuggled himself against me, resting his head against the nape of my neck, and closed his eyes as he yawned. At that moment, my heart burst from an unexplainable level of peace. My son. Mine. All mine. It's getting pretty rowdy in there, Willow said as she curved into my side, too. I bent down and kissed her forehead. This was it. This was my home. We didn't need a lot of stuff. We might not have been the richest based on our income, but we were rich in love. That was my favorite kind of wealth. With Willow and Harry Jr., I was the richest man alive. Willow gently combed Harry Jr.'s curly, sandy brown hair behind his ears. She was always so gentle with him. It was a gift to witness the way they'd interacted. I smiled. Willow. Yes. Thank you for being to him what my mother couldn't be to me. Her eyes glassed over, and I saw her emotions flood her cheeks. She took my free hand with my wedding band on it into her hold, and she kissed it softly. Forever, she whispered. Forever, I replied. I stared out at the water, and I swore I almost felt Papa's hand resting against my shoulder. I hoped he was watching from above. I hope he knew that I'd made it past the darkness and discovered the light. I hoped he knew I was happy. I hoped he knew I wouldn't be half the man I'd been if it wasn't for his love during all of my hard times. Everything I knew about love I'd learned from my grandparents. It was the greatest gift that I was now able to share that same love with my wife and my son. Can we just stay out here and not go back to the party? I semi-joked. Just being out there on the dock with the two of them felt like the perfect ending to a perfect celebration. Okay, Willow said, standing straighter. She grinned ear to ear, and I fell even more in love with her smile. Let's go fishing. I smiled. My God, I loved her. I loved her, I loved her, I loved her. What about everyone at the party? I asked. She shrugged and leaned in to kiss me. She whispered against my lips. They'll know where to find us. With that, we went fishing. For the first time in my life, I knew I'd reached the place I'd been searching for my whole life. I might have messed up a lot in my past, but this was something I got right. I'd do it again, too. I'd go through every hardship if it led me to Willow and Harry Jr., the loves of my life. I lived within my favorite storybook, accompanied by my favorite two characters. I did it. I'd made it to the happily ever after. I was finally all right. This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to The Problem with Falling, Book 3 of the Problem series, produced by Troy Odie, written by Brittainy Cherry, performed by Ore Nash and Ryan West. Text copyright 2024 by Brittainy Cherry. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.